at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाई मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you just arena? Put your back down on your knees, would you? I am the. Put your back down on your knees, would you just arena? 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja.
4 of the playoffs. Jen Lee here alongside Quack, of course. Now, Quack, we have a busy day of Valorant going on today. 3-gamer today. When was the last time we had 3 gamers? I think it was all the way back in Istanbul for me with the champions, but I don't even remember.
Wow. Oh my gosh, and there were turd bugs and stuff. But anyway, yeah, it's been a while since I've done like 3 games. It has been a while. Well, I'm actually not doing 3 games today. It's more of you. Damn. So I kind of feel bad for ditching you, Jen. Bye after this.
But yeah. Just to explain the 3 gamers today, it's because it's due to the power outage that some players experienced, and we were told that they're all fine. Hopefully they can perform in their best condition, but we do have a crazy day going forward today, so you know it's gonna be super exciting. Look hype, Quack.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm
See, you have
up.
hair like standing up because you're so excited, yeah?
Yes, and also we want everyone in the Philippines to be safe and be at home and play more Valorant and watch more Valorant too. Okay,
promoting Valorant.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we are going to have SISU and BOBA first today, and then after that it's going to be Elimination Day. For us here in Game Changers, we're sending 2 teams home. It's always heartbreaking, but let's take a look at the video format explainer first so everybody understands where we're at and we're on the same page. So here you go.
This is the Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024. There will be 2 stages this year, Stage 1 and Stage 2. There will be an open in each stage and a group stage in Stage 2. The top 4 winners of Stage 1 will be seeded into Stage 2's group stage. The opens for Stage 1 will be held from the 26th to the 29th of March, and the playoffs will be from April 1st to the 5th. The opens for Stage 2 will be held in early July, followed by the group stage and playoffs. In Stage 1 Open, the top 8 teams will proceed to playoffs, and the top 4 teams will be seeded into the group stage of Stage 2. Stage 1 has a total prize pool of $10,000. In Stage 2 Open, the top 12 teams and the top 4 from Stage 1 playoffs will be seeded into group stage. The group stage consists of 4 teams of 4, and the top 2 teams of each group will proceed to playoffs. Stage 2 has a $10,000 prize pool. Visit gamechangers.fsl.gg for more information for Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024.
And thank you, Victoria, for explaining what was going on. So here is the roadmap, or the barracks for the format. So basically, 4 months of grueling journey to playoffs for Stage 2, and now from here, top 3 teams from playoffs go to Game Changers Pacific. We at Zipto qualified yesterday. BOBA only need 1 more. And I'm curious as to see who's going to be the other one qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to the upper semis, which is the first match that we have for today. And we're basically all here to find out who are the top 3 teams. First one is Zipto, like you mentioned. It could also be SISU, though.
True.
If SISU takes down BOBA today, then that's going to be kind of an upset. And then we'll have, like, the new top 2 for Game Changers Southeast Asia.
Yeah, nothing set in stone just yet, except for Zipto making it to Pacific. So it could be anyone from these teams making it to Pacific. But after playoffs is over, this will mean that the journey for 5 teams here that you guys are seeing on the screen, it's going to be over for this year as well. And only 3 just gets to continue their journey in Pacific. But here's the total prize pool. Everything for everyone to grab. It's always nice to see money on the screen, but of course it will be that Pacific spot that everyone kind of wants to get out of playoffs here.
It is true though, Jen. It is nice to see money on the screen.
Okay.
I wish we got to see more of that, huh? But I mean, really for the players, it's really sad when you put it that way. That like for game changers specifically, the whole game changer circuit, or just the whole tournament, the whole event. After this tournament, for 5 of these teams, that's it for the whole year, and that's kind of painful. So they always want to strive to do their best.
So you know, more motivation as we get deeper into the playoffs. But we had the upper semifinals between Zipto and Invincible. So here's a highlight in case you missed out what happened yesterday and how Zipto qualified for Pacific. Check it out.
I want to see Invincible, actually.
It was nice to see, you know, Invincible challenge Zipto on this map. And Zipto pulling out that deadlock. And Neri on fire, right?
Yeah, she got like 6 kills in that clip specifically. But like you were saying, it was really crazy because we often expect Zipto, and kind of like you mentioned yesterday, most times in every single map, every single match that they've played so far this year, they've won at a 13-4, 13-3,
13-1,
maybe sometimes 13-1 2 kind of scoreline. But on Bind, because of Lofe and also her teammates Ice, Rosie, Kit Kat, Pilski, of course, they actually pushed Zipto to 13-9. And that's really insane to think about.
That's something that they can go back and say, hey, we did really well. Maybe we can make it top 3. So yeah, definitely, I don't think they should treat that as a total loss because it was against Zipto. So, but Zipto looking strong on Lotus. They closed it out pretty quick. But Invincible making all of those rounds feel close, as you mentioned yesterday. It was a tight battle.
Some of the highlights can clearly show it. I mean, Camille with the spray down, of course, but I love this one. Lofe has some of the craziest flicks, especially when her teammate's there with her.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, you know, sometimes it's Zipto. It's really that much more difficult because after the first 2 rounds, although every round from Invincible was really close, they always took it down to like the final player from Zipto. But Zipto still ended off with a 13-3 scoreline on Lotus.
Goes to show how strong their fundamentals, communication, and you know how deep their strat book runs. But here's the bracket to explain what's going to go down. Today we're on to day 4. We have the upper semis taking place. So the winner of today's match, first match actually between SISU and BOBA, will go on and face Zipto next. And then we have the lower bracket round 1, where we will be sending 2 teams home and Quack will be shedding tears.
Yeah, I'm gonna break down. I'm never gonna recover from this. That's a complete lie. Yeah, it comes down to some of these teams, and they really want to continue forward with their journey in Game Changers. Because for Southeast Asia, it's all about making it to that top 3, where you get to go play in Southeast Asia, Game Changers Pacific, which is held in Thailand.
3 matches on the docket today, as you guys can see. SISU versus BOBA will be the first one, the one that carried over from yesterday. And following that, as we mentioned, 2 elimination matches. You know, to be honest, if I did not see SISU perform the other day in Stage 2 playoffs, I will likely say that BOBA are the definite favorites coming into this. But after watching SISU perform very well, I feel like the first match is going to be the hardest one to call for today.
I have to agree with you on that one. Predicting this match for today is not easy. Same goes for any of the remainder matches, by the way, actually. I mean, look at the cute little logos, but also I think Cardboard Dinosaur actually is a team to kind of look out for. But also LILAX, just because, you know, Thai representation, why not?
All right.
But specifically between BOBA and SISU, they have played against each other before. But like you mentioned, SISU has gone under a bit of a makeover, shall we say. They've got some new teammates now.
Roster shuffle,
and they did win a lot of their matches with like 13-6 scorelines. So
the thing is, you know, SISU with the core of aura differential, right? You know, also BOBA, they have a lot of veterans on their teams, able to, you know, kind of carry them through the pressure and how just intense things can get at this stage of the playoffs. I'm super excited to see which team comes out on top and to see whether it's going to be a 2-0 or, you know, it goes all the way to 3-map.
I actually think it could go to 3 maps. There's a very good chance that it does, because both teams are that capable. And at the same time, we're really just looking out for that one team to challenge Zipto Esports.
So here we go for SISU. Grahams and Sawamura always fragging someone that always kind of clutches. Poli taking over that IGL role, right? And definitely a lot of firepower in this squad. You know, a lot to look forward to.
Yes, the additions are Poli, Paidi, and Khan, of course, coming from other teams like, I think it was Nyx Kyose that they played for in the past, but also I guess they call themselves For Fun after this year began. But what's interesting is the different roles that they kind of bring to the team. It's always the Grams and Sawamura as the duelists, but the other three coming into play, initiators, sentinels, what have you.
And then BOBA, of course, we know who they are. Kohaibi kind of taking that charge. But if you don't know these names, you know, remember them, because you will hear their names, right?
Yeah. You hear them pretty often, especially if you've been following Game Changers for a while.
And it's just they had a really good series against AVERNUS, and it seems like their focus at the moment would be just taking down Zipto, you know, getting over the hurdle.
Because that's always been the story for BOBA, and maybe within Game Changers Southeast Asia as well. BOBA has always been a team that's made a deep run, especially since, you know, Kohaibi being in SMG previously alongside most of the players from Zipto, now broken off, and then they're forming their own team. They've always made it that close to playing in grand finals, but not quite enough to beat Zipto Esports.
Well, for today's game, it's going to be, I think we can expect a filthy battle of raises between Sawamura and Ayumi. What are your thoughts?
I think that's high probability, Jen, for sure, given the fact that they have played Raze these many times, and also they are kind of the de facto duelists for their team. But I also think there's a chance for things to be very different and interesting, just because, yes, Sawamura is the duelist, she does play the Raze, but we have seen her pull out the Neon a little bit. Meanwhile, for Ayumi, she has said before that she likes to play the Sentinel, and she's also someone who pulled out Deadlock a couple of days ago.
True. And now here's a player to watch from SISU, Paedi. Now, tell me all about it.
Yes, so for Paedi, the interesting thing is where she came from. She has been teammates before with like Sawamura and Grams, but the thing is, the way that she plays now for this team, she kind of flexes between the initiator and the controller, and being a new addition, she's actually put up big numbers already. Just playing that Sentinel a couple of days ago for this team, having the strength to anchor sights down and to really give them the additional stability that they were looking for.
And then the player on the other side, it's going to be Baby TZ on that Sentinel role as well, always shining on that Cypher.
Yes, this one's also always fun because Baby TZ, one of the Thai powerhouses, I think, but now, you know, in this squad for BOBA, also really good friends with one of our casters for today. But the main thing is, she is a mastermind. The way that she plays her Sentinels, it's always with how she kind of plays traps. She's also a very good op player, so that's always something that you have to watch out for when you're playing against her. But now these days, we're starting to see her transition more over to the Sentinel role, so helping out her teammates like Kohybe, Ayumi with a lot of their duels.
Well, she's someone that can do everything for the team, you know, in times of need. But let's talk about the map pool for each team, because I feel like BOBA, they played all the way from stage 1 all together. Must have deeper map pool than SISU, I believe. But let's take a look at SISU and how they've been doing on different maps. Not too bad, right?
Yeah, not too bad, and they've done pretty well. I mean, you can see a lot of the win rates. Of course, depending on whether or not they've made really deep runs, it kind of influences the sample size of the map pools or the maps that they've played. But so far, clearly, they are pretty good on the maps which favor like a lot more rotations and bigger maps.
Wider
Lotus,
ones.
Ascent, a little bit. Stuff like that.
Now, when it comes to BOBA, I don't think the stats kind of tells it all, because I feel like the ones that they lost would be against Zipdo.
Yeah.
So they're still strong,
right,
despite
actually.
the numbers that you see on the screen.
Yeah, that's. I think you're absolutely right. You can clearly see that they favor some maps more than others, but also because they have that influence from the coach that they have, the, I guess, IGL that they have as well. It's similar map pools to what Zipdo Esports has. And that's why it's going to be very interesting to watch how this team continues to progress and evolve.
All right, so for both teams, which map would be, you know, a good map for them to play against each other? Because as you mentioned, they have similar map pools.
Play against each other.
So it's like, do you play something that, you know, kind of plays into your strength, or do you play something that's like catered towards more towards your opponents?
You always want to kind of play something. Ooh, that's a good question, actually. Because depending on your coach and how you've prepared for it, right? You want to play something that either your opponents think they're really good at, but then you've prepared a lot of counter strats for them. Or just something that you're more comfortable on, which I guess for BOBA,
Big
Sunset could be a map where SISU isn't as experienced as they are.
All right, so Sunset, Icebox, and decider map will be Haven. Now, last time BOBA played Sunset was against Zipdo. But interesting, because for both teams, the last time they played a Sunset was all the way in April, of course, and SISU actually lost to BOBA 9-13 when they were Aura differential, so I guess that's one of the reasons why BOBA went for that map.
Yeah, this one's really interesting because again, these maps aren't exactly. Well, I guess in a way, it's maps that they've practiced a lot on, but it's also maps that they want to play against their opponents. So there's a very specific reason for that. I guess it's partially comfort picks, but also the fact that they kind of are familiar with how they play against each other, especially having faced against each other before when SISU were Aura differential from the start of the year. That was a mouthful. But yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Whether or not they've kind of fixed everything that they've gone through before, and then coming in today now with all the adjustments that they've made.
Now, that is exactly why it's going to be hard to predict who the winner of the first series of the day is going to be, but we do have to give out our predictions. So you can go first, Quack.
Okay. Am I the one going first, Jen?
I'm the host.
Yeah, I guess. Okay. I'm sorry, host. I guess I am going for BOBA after all.
Safe pick?
Yeah, safe pick. I mean, that's the main reason, right? It's based on statistics, based on everything that we've seen from before. BOBA did beat Aura differential, which is kind of the old SISU, I guess. And they just seem like they really have what it takes, you know? And they're playing different compositions. They're trying new things out. Even the map picks seem to be something where they are pretty much prepared for SISU, because Icebox is a map that I think BOBA are pretty much familiar with as well.
Yeah. Well, my prediction will be SISU.
Okay.
Just because I want a little bit of upset, and also I didn't want to pick the same team as you. Those are my two basic reasons. But the thing is, if SISU win, would you consider it as a big upset though?
I guess not entirely a big upset. It is a kind of an upset, something that I wouldn't expect based off of stats, but it's entirely likely. I do believe the new additions to SISU might just be able to give them that edge that they're looking for over BOBA.
Right, so as we get ready to head into sunset, we're gonna see what comps these teams are pulling out. BOBA with Astra and Clove. A lot of smokes here.
Okay. There we go. Yeah. So interesting thing to note, yes, apart from the smokes, is that Baby TZ and Polly used to be teammates from like a year ago, and then now they're on opposite sides. That's always a little bit of a spicy fun when they're facing off against each other. But also the fact that the coaches have different influences as well. The coach for BOBA used to be a pro player himself, being the coach for SMG, and meanwhile for SISU, their coach is a caster who's from South Asia, CA, and it's going to be interesting how they have their different influences. Obviously, SISU having a lot more Filipino players. They're playing compositions that's rather similar to what Team Secret usually plays, having that breach in their composition. So a lot of deep utilities that can reach deep places with that breach. Meanwhile, for BOBA, looking for a bit more aggression with that Clove.
Chills. I just love how you mentioned Team Secret, and now I see it. But yeah, so we do have our agent comps as well, and we're ready to get the first map started. We have Coldan and Tashbunny on standby. Tash, I have missed you so much, and hello, Coldan.
Aww. It's very, very rare that we get our panel say, miss me, huh? Caster's always on the side, never really on the screen, but our voices definitely heard. Thank you so much for that. Quack as well as Jen. Now, coming into today, this is a very exciting one. 3 series, at least to me today. It's going to be a long day, but I am very, very excited coming into this one especially. We have a team, BOBA, our second runner-up. Also, the rivalry story of how they want to dethrone the queens of Southeast Asia, which is Zipto. And then our brand new runner-up, I think, which really surprised us in the last split. Coming into this one, they look a lot stronger. What do you think, Coldan? Regardless, coming into today, for you guys who didn't know and just tuned in, today's series was pushed from yesterday, at least for this one. Unfortunately, our friends in the Philippines had met up with a typhoon. Hopefully, everyone is staying strong, doing well, and we are all here sending love and prayers to you guys. And if you guys can, do share out some resources to help out our friends in the Philippines. Regardless, starting off this pistol, gonna be a very aggressive. Yumi walks up, completely obliterates Khan's head. Straight up control onto Halls here. Pings up onto Ali. Finds no one. The rounds taking a bit of time here for BOBA. Nice change in pace coming toward this mid round as they try to suss out some information. Spike still left on spawn. You can see Luca running over to their side. Gonna beat up the teammates over in A. The rotations have happened, but Baby TZ doing quite a number over on the B site, keeping the Cypher Piety at bay, understanding that Piety, one of the strongest anchors we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I think I'm back. It is my microphone, and you know, after a little bit of a pause, BOBA had found a big gap in the armor. SISU thinking that they might have rotated back to the B side, but BOBA just full contact play. Yeah, and they get control of the free A side. They have so much room to play with. Baby TZ's, you know, even watching on this flank as well. And now this retake is going to be a tough one for SISU's side, as BOBA is going to pick up that flank. And now the last 3 players coming in from CT.
Good pick off. It's all about just that post plant. Graham's
here.
Gonna take out that cam. Pings come through from Baby TZ. All eyes onto the drop area. There's all the footsteps. Pilski taken out. Piety. Sharp trades all around from BOBA. Yumi ending the round with 3. Pistol going to BOBA.
Ooh, that was a really interesting one, right? BOBA first gets that opening kill onto Khan, and then they just call a bit of a pause in the mid rounds right here, and then right towards the very end, you know, Baby TZ's huge kill on the flank just forced the rest of the defense to come in all from a single lane, and that just allowed BOBA to set up so many crossfires. It was super difficult for them to get back into the site. So a really nice pistol coming in from BOBA to kick things off.
BOBA. Very structured style of play. Rifles already to Ayumi's hands. Hoping for that snowball. Coming onto the mid side here, the Pilski, excuse me, finds no one here. But this default play from BOBA has left quite a number of question marks. Big gamble from SISU. All forward to the B site.
Careful.
Might be paying dividends as they burst onto the site. Maybe TZ here all alone. Not a single sound made. As you can hear, smokes put all around Ayumi. Rushing straight into the backside. Misses everything, Aluka. Ayumi one each despite the utility. Wrap around from Ayumi all from the other side, and it's all Piety by her lonesome. Classic in hand. She's sharp. But this is an incredible mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to give an out of over, you know, you want to die to the spike. But yeah, BOBA showing a little bit of, you know, discipline right here now, going for those eco frags, just holding those crossfires. And yeah, Piety finally gets spotted out. Stun comes in, the paint shells just to flush her out as well. Even a gravity well on their due diligence just to ensure no weapon gets lost in the mix. And that's a 2-0 scoreline despite SISU having a little bit of a trap play, saw the stun with the paranoia from the back of the B side. Well, BOBA avoided completely and they clean up shop with only losing a single player.
Really liked how they've been playing this. I think BOBA is just sort of understanding how much power and how much potential SISU has. You saw how they've been playing very aggressive, understanding that this change in roster has given them more firepower, and BOBA, good read out of them. Understanding why they want to go for these snowball style plays. Ayumi once again doing what she does best. Pushes up halls. Con. You've seen her before. Sharp, but
Ooh.
it's gonna be Delbisky that answers this time around. Polly. Dangerous game played. A little bit more passive. Moving out of the site. See the members of BOBA
Tripwire destroyed.
just moving into the site carefully but slowly. Taking so much space here, Baby TZ, good for 2!
Where is every
Getting away with murder! The neural theft finds her.
Planted.
Moves out of the way. Sharp! 2 to her name. 3! Kohaibi with the sheriff. That's quite a number. A little bit more of an overwhelm to deal with as the bonus falls into BOBA's hands.
Yeah, that's a tough bonus to swallow, I guess, for the ISU side, right? It opened up thanks to Delbisky, just the sheriff in her hands. That was the first kill onto the Omen as well, so they didn't have any smokes for this retake. And yeah, despite Heidi getting a lot of great kills right here, I mean, credit to her mechanical aim, it's a little bit too little too late, right? At that point in time, the man advantage is still in BOBA's favor. And that's a rough one. And now that down on an eco round, you only have really that neural theft you can kind of work around with. And BOBA just looking to extend the lead even further.
Aluka, sharp as ever, many times. Piety quickly capitalizing on her teammate's stun. Slowly but surely, BOBA come onto the site itself. Sawamura showing the firepower, 3 in hand. A thrifty. They couldn't capitalize on the previous round, but now they do. Not even a timeout used. Great adaptation from SISU. And this is where BOBA needs to start taking a step back and understand what the heck happened there.
That was a great stun to kick things off, and then Sawamura back on the side, Baby TZ not expecting that, and then, you know, just a couple of fantastic shots, everyone on the B side just flooding out on their defense to assist in, you know, preventing them from getting the site. And yeah, that is something that they kind of really need, right? A little bit of aggression together. This time around, it's the you know, Long again, stun up onto Yumi. Nice shot coming in from Graham's, and they just back off, disengage.
Blind. Just a bit more space, Baby TZ for one. The trade does come through. Neural theft assisting Sawabura. Quick to pop the head of Aluka here. But Sisu understanding. It's all about just control. Numbers advantage for them as well. They do not want to get multi-fragged and taken out. BOBA has done this, both teams. High potential of doing so. Graham's all alone. Been one of the biggest star players here. Last split for Graham's. Stays out of sight. Right behind the box, Delbisky has marked her. But the silence is giving a lot of question marks for BOBA. No clue where to go, where to move. Delbisky,
don't really have the spike though.
Yeah, so far onto the side itself. Gonna find Baby TZ. Whiff!
Oh no!
Excuse me, Delbisky finds Piety. Fortunate for that. Hybe alone.
30 seconds left. I take
Sharp. Piety quite low here. Hybe. In 1v3, we've seen it happen before, but the high-low from Sisu. Let me just end that round quickly. But Sisu, slowly but surely, equalizing.
Yeah, that was a fantastic opening fight again. But this time, it's in Sisu's favor. Graham's very nice shot right here. The stun together with the nade, the fade of the smoke. This one, a little bit unfortunate for Delbisky. Maybe a little bit of nerves right here. But yeah, and a good resurgence coming from Sisu off the first opening pick. They were very aggressive as well. They caught the lurk from Baby TZ. And now BOBA a little bit more reserved right there. Economy not great this time.
Pain shells, putting them away. Utility jump everything in the kitchen sink, and Graham capitalizes. But 24 HP left. But that's enough. Just put a dent. Baby TZ out of the way, one of the biggest firepowers. Multi-fraggers taking out a team. Doesn't stop BOBA for trying though. Rolling thunder all around. Here comes the showstopper as well. Finds no one on the site. Sisu playing a very passive approach. Doesn't check the corner, and Graham's capitalizes. Polly trades. Luca, despite the amount of utility coming at her, punished, but does get the plant. Sisu chaining 3 in a row, and BOBA still hasn't found an answer.
And again, it's Graham's to open things up with a crazy entry. Thanks to the stun yet again. It's the duality between the breach stun as well as the aggression from that entry duelist. And they were all played offside, right? They acknowledged the fact that there was a rolling thunder. They didn't want to be caught in it, so they all played offside. And, you know, they completely avoid the ultimate. Showstopper right there. That was a little bit unfortunate, not clearing the full angle. But again, credit to Sisu, 3 in a row.
Same thing. But this time around, BOBA hitting the brakes even harder. Sprays onto Graham's. Smokes. Moved out of the way. Taken out. A swing is all she needs. Nearly takes out a member of BOBA. Pushing the issue, they get punished.
Polly!
Gives Polly 3. Mosh pit as well. And she goes aggressive thrash. Trying to find the last 2 members of BOBA as they quickly run straight onto the other side. Good read all around. Baby TZ on the side, spike.
Yeah.
Very, very well guarded. Great, Baby TZ can't do more than that. Sisu, they keep going. And BOBA, the question is, how many times are they going to repeat the same thing over and over here?
Yeah, I mean, Sisu has been consistently fighting for A main control, and yet again it happens. But this time it's Polly that's got to pick up 3 kills in that situation. It's very uncharacteristic from BOBA. I feel like this does not seem like the BOBA that we've seen from stage 1. It's not the BOBA that we've seen a couple days ago as well. And yeah, I mean, Sisu 4 rounds in a row already. This is why they are, you know, that scary team that I kind of told you about. I think they are very much in that spot to pick up that third spot, that third position, I guess, slot in Pacific. But if things continue how it has been, it might seem to upset right here in this upper bracket. BOBA, this is just low buy round of theirs. Just gonna gamble towards this A side. It is the correct read. Sisu have the majority of their players and a bit of a trap setup towards B main. It's a full retake here on A, so at the very least, BOBA should be able to get the spike down and find themselves in a bit of a post-plant situation.
Same thing from BOBA this time around. Big aggression onto A, slowly making it their way onto the site. Sheriff's in hand. It doesn't really matter, honestly. I've seen multi-frags upon multi-frags from this team, even on Thrifties. Haven't seen BOBA do that quite yet. The last Thrifty, in fact, was from SISU. And now it's all about that weight. Paiti, a little bit back here. Looking to punish anyone in that overheat. Three-way Big Delbisky and Aluka. Pops 2 heads of SISU. A lot more controlled aggression coming through. Baby TZ, the only one in halls. Do they check her is the question. Playing off the flash. Con takes him out, and so does the other members. Ayumi with her teammate. Last 2 here, 2-on-2. Capitalizing on that, but BOBA. Thrifty round, they make it in the end. Very, very scrappy. But this might be the momentum they need to push forward.
Oh, it's a Thrifty, but it's the other side now. BOBA picking up their own, and credit to them. They played aggressive in the post plant. They realized it was a 5v5. They needed to fight for some bit of control. This is exactly what happened. Delbisky playing that off angle. They managed to catch the second player as well. So, you know, when it came down to the nitty gritty, when the time was low, down to a 2 versus 2, there's so many angles that they still needed to clear. And an important timeout taken by SISU now to really realize that little gap in the armor. And I like that they've taken it quite early on to ensure, you know, BOBA don't get a string of rounds just like they did on that eco.
Piety already 10-5. And you know what's really interesting? I mean, we talked about how the panel did, excuse me, how she was the player that's been putting numbers on the board. Despite the fact being a new player onto SISU, this team playing a whole different comp, a whole different, I would say, style of play since Split 1. Previously, the IGL was Stariban, and I had questions about how they will be adapting to a whole new, core, a whole new members. And seeing Sawamura be able to just quickly transition onto other roles gives a lot of idea on what kind of depth this team has.
I'm not quite certain if it might be a comp issue as well, maybe a little bit of uncomfortability, because this is the first time BOBA's running this comp. But it seems like it's going to be a fast one. To the market we go. Oh, Con's being stuck in the open, nowhere to go. Oh, what a shot they hit. Baby TZ with an important trade frag, and here comes the Neuro Theft. They know that it's completely empty for the time being. SISU have to mount this retake, all coming in from that CT position.
No smokes to play with. Doesn't matter though, we have Piety here. As mentioned before. Cosmic Divide. Gonna cut out the site itself. Delbisky, what a hold! Trades as well from Baby TZ. Kohaibi. 1 to her name as Piety. We expect big numbers from her. Baby TZ quickly shuts her down. That timeout. Trust me. Hoping to be the momentum killer for BOBA. Not happening.
Nope, not at all. BOBA, they immediately, off the back of SISU's timeout, they reacted super aggressively, took control of the market, caught Con out. I mean, credit to Con, she hit an incredible shot on the flying rays, but yeah, the trades were there. The read was correct. Again, it was a heavy stack towards the other side of the map. And, you know, they were able to win out that post plant pretty comfortably. So now again, this time, SISU have a bunch of ultimates they can work for. Mid control, taken by BOBA. A bit more of a default play this time around, taking things a little bit slower.
A lot of mid control. Maybe TZ.
That's respect.
Yeah. Smokes all around to mid side as well. But hey, B side, it's gonna be where they want to hit. Ayumi satchels up forward, walks up straight. Piety with their teammate. Good hold. Piety for 2, in fact. This is the Piety that we were talking about. Many teams scared of her. Baby TZ falls. Looking a bit more of an aggressive stance. Aluka good for 1. Piety still holding the close angle. Luka doesn't know they're holding quite yet. Says a lot of this awareness coming in from BOBA. Watching their flank. Quietly making their way onto his side.
And again, BOBA's execute has been completely shut down. I mean, Piety single-handedly destroyed that pincer maneuver. eliminating both of the players coming in from mid.
30 seconds
And from
left.
that point onwards, it was extremely difficult for the rest of the team to get onto the site, especially since he didn't have a raise. The raise was towards that market spot. And now SISU, they're just playing together as a team. 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going to, just sit onto the B site. Even if BOBA gets that spike plant, they have the Rolling Thunder for this retake. They can come in together with double man advantage. And it's not going to be an easy one for BOBA. They use the star, one of the last few ones available for Hybe. Aluka might have been a better idea to give Aluka the spike plant, because then she would have the Rolling Thunder. But now they're going to face up the full force of SISU, all hurtling together as one big pack. They have the Rolling Thunder, have all the utility available on Sawamura as well. So BOBA really need to play destructive here.
Playing separately, you can hear Into the Shadows come through. Go Hybe! Try their best to just trace plans for that. Can't do more. Aluka flashed out. And Tide moves out of the way. The stun! Gonna deny her the chance for a double. SISU looks so good. What a hold on to that B site. The fuse comes out here. Last 2 rounds. And BOBA failing to take the lead. The favorites, in fact, for this map. Question marks all around, and SISU showing us that they have definitely came here to play today.
Yeah, this is BOBA's map pick as well, right? This is a composition that BOBA has not shown yet. So they have a little bit of the element of surprise, but it seems like they're having a little bit of difficulty, playing this composition to its strengths, which is, you have the double controllers, you have the smokes. You can take control over map space pretty easily, take segments at a time. But yeah, that was a difficult round. Again, shut down by Piety and a timeout taken by BOBA. Even if they win out the next 2 rounds, it's still a decent half coming in from SISU, all things considered. So really have to decide here. The money's not looking great as well. You have to decide if you want to force into this one, or you want to take a bit of a half buy.
Interesting enough, if you look at the stats, the last time these 2 teams but ahead was a 13-9. Considering that score, it was very, very close. Both teams thriving on attack side, if you think about it. Now, this time around, it's BOBA on attack side first. If SISU goes into second half, and if it was truly SISU's side playing on attack, BOBA needs to be very, very aware of what's to come.
I will say though, BOBA's comp does, to me, it seems like it's a little bit more defense favored. You got those double controllers, you got the Cypher as well. But still, you want to have a good stack of rounds that you can work with on this attacking side. Interesting trip setup by Piety right here, as they are leading towards the side, and she is the only one here though, so she might have to get ready for a barrage of BOBA players.
The side, Piety spots him out. Ayumi slowly making her way onto the sites. Tripwire noted, Cage as well. Gonna break that. A lot of pressure onto Ali. Throw out that Roomba. Knows at least there's one there. Rolling Thunder to come through. Pushes Ayumi back into the smoke. Does she know she's there? No, she doesn't! Potentially working against the Piety. Elite's gonna go with their teammates onto the side. The numbers of SISU players are just too overwhelming for BOBA to deal with. And SISU take the lead
in the half.
6-5. One more round before the half. Can BOBA equalize?
What a beautiful Rolling Thunder to stifle that aggression. You can see here, they were all stunned up, flashed up. They even activated the showstopper, but the frag was there before it was even had a chance to be activated. So that was a brilliant series of events coming from SISU, more than aware that they were going to be playing a little bit aggressive towards that alley spot.
There.
And now they have the Thresh for the last round, Rolling Thunder on the other side, the Cosmic Divide as well for this BOBA team. An early aggression down towards B to gain control over that. You put the Thresh in towards B main, they go scout out, find out baby TC's here, but that's a fast rotate indication with SISU that the commitment is here towards this A side yet again.
Cosmic Divide breaks the site into 2, and Piety punishes anyone who dares enter her playground. Not before Aluka has something to say about it though. Plant.
Lurk.
So silently waiting onto the site.
Hey, baby TC.
Yeah, baby TZ on the mid side here. Con.
Wow.
Noting her sharp on that too. As the Cosmic Divide fades, no one showing their positions quite yet. The barrage of utility with a little bit more space. Clears out Box Grahams. Does the work, and so does Aluka. Somewhere gone, Hybe. Playing within those smokes, the smoke criminal, call it at that. Call Aluka with 3 to her name. Con is still here. One-on-one. A flash across. Con plays the smoke, sprays out, and Aluka with 4K. A good round, 6-6 as we go into the half.
Switching sides.
Our panel is here to break it down. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you guys, and 6-6 is where we stand on Sunset at the moment. It looked like BOBA were going to have a dominant first half, but after that thrifty, it was SISU who picked up the momentum. Now the question is, do you think 6 would be enough for SISU to eventually, you know, take away the map?
Very good question. Oh my god, I actually really have to think about that now. There is a chance. I feel like it's entirely possible because SISU has shown that they have done their homework. They've done a lot of prep work, especially with Sawamura on this breach. You can clearly see why they put her on this role, on this agent. The way that she controls the map, the way that she sets up fault lines for her teammates, or even using them for herself sometimes, really throws BOBA in for a bit of a loop. However, what I'm curious about for BOBA is Kohybe with this Astra. Astra is not a very common controller for us to see, especially these days, especially on Sunset. But you can clearly see why they had a game plan for this, especially in that final round of round 12 before we went into this halftime. The way that she uses that Cosmic Divide just blocks off so much of the map and just enables her team to rush into sites. And if she can use similar antics on the defensive side, especially with Gravity Wells and Concusses, using those to stop and slow SISU down in their tracks might allow them to find a lot more pinch plays, but they really need to be timed very well. That's the crucial thing for BOBA right now.
We talked about coordination and the timing and how BOBA might need to make it a little bit cleaner, but we'll have to go and see. So back to you, casters, Coldan and Tash.
Thanks very much. Coldan mentioned before that this comp for BOBA is made for defense. So what are you expecting here?
I think what Quack mentioned as well, right? You have the Gravity Wells. You know, Kohybe is, you know, an incredibly intelligent player, so I do expect to see some set plays, you know, some, you know, maybe trap plays coming in as well on this defensive side, playing a little bit aggressive, taking control of map, you know, parts of the map. In the meantime, SISU now mounting this attacking side, and a little bit of tidbit of information. Both of these teams, when they last met on Sunset, it was the exact same scoreline at the half. It was 6-6. So, you know, history perhaps repeating itself.
A lot of neighbor just to break that door. Graham hasn't done anything on the door quite yet. Her team is just watching there. One way smoke done already onto 8 main. But SISU, they're okay to take their time. Noting, expecting a big explode onto the site itself. Turns out the area, walks straight into that cage. A flash to come through Delbisky. Only good for one, at the very least, going down to her teammate here.
Look at Con.
Yeah.
She used the TP to bypass the trip in D main, and despite that being a Cypher cam as well as a trip there, BOBA have no idea that Con has bypassed this defense. And now they're just rotating back towards the B side. She's in such a deep spot, she's surely going to be able to get at least one and maybe cut up the rotates, make them force BOBA to think about her position. But for now, she's playing in their spawn, and they have no idea.
Holding a very, very deep angle here. Notices the footsteps. Maybe TZ just passes by, goes down. Aluka notices she's there. Can't do more. Con, very quick, very sharp. Seen her for many years doing this as Kohybe. She answers back as well. Intelligent, sharp as she is, 2 HP to her name. But in fact, she goes for more. Equalizing a one-on-one here. Sawamura takes her down. Sneeze was enough to take her. But Kohybe is just showing us what she can do. But for area and map control, SISU is the one that's dominating the entire area.
I don't know how Con managed to bypass both the Cypher cam in that spot. It's a super aggressive camera, but you know, I guess she just maneuvered it, found an impeccable timing. This opening kill coming in again. Graham seems like she's, you know, fitting in perfectly with the team, finding those opening kills. But Kohybe here, 1v4, almost made it possible. Just, you know, thanks to a little gap in the smoke, Sawamura was able to find that kill. But still, that's a pistol. That's Isu's on the board, and now they have that second round to work with.
This time around, SISU that makes it up on top with those pistols. For one, could potentially just snowball till the end here for SISU. But there's still many rounds to go. As Polly moves straight toward the backside. Polly's story about why she returned and wanted to play, wanting to be able to take the trophy in Thailand itself. Teammate over there, ex-teammate Baby TZ, Hybe on the top side. Finds Graham's. BOBA still in their control. Ayumi. Want to see her pop off. She's one of the best duelists so far, but Polly doing it, working it, Con and Piety for one each.
Remaining.
Backside cleared already. One more time in the smoke. Sawamura, very confident from this team, an 8-6. Let's see whether or not they can convert that bonus.
Yeah, I think from this point onwards, we need to see how BOBA's composition really capitalizes on Astra or the double controllers that they have, right? They have a lot of smokes that they could use across the map. This round got a little bit scrappy. I mean, credit to BOBA, they are extremely sharp players, so just taking down 2 players in that scenario. But yeah, no ultimates on the board just yet. Kohybe's one off the Cosmic Divide, so if she gets the orb, she gets the plant, that could be quite useful. But this is where BOBA needs to strike back.
This time around, a little bit more aggressive. Graham's moved backwards. Fortunately, her teammates will be stunned. Sawamura gonna find Zelbiski here. Ayumi and Baby TZ digging a little bit more aggression onto Hall's side. Running for her life here. Polly moving back. Tiles will be where she's been playing. Gonna play so closely with Piety. Caging one area, but Kohybe is here at the very least to trade if she wants to. Also one, Kohybe.
Down mid.
An idea that Piety is close. Mars a double swing. Timing not on your side. Baby TZ gonna close it down. Enough to bring it 3 rifles to the next round here. BOBA, only a 1 round deficit behind SISU.
Yeah, and similar to what happened in the first half. Again, this is a fight towards A main. Great util coming in from the breach as well as the swing from Ayumi, I think. So yeah, really nicely done to get control over that. Prevent them from even setting up to go for any sort of executes. And playing a little bit disruptive. I like that coming from BOBA.
2 ults to play with. Cosmic Divide and Showstopper potentially can be used here if they want to go a little bit more aggressive. Perhaps cut the site in half. TZ not finding anyone yet, but very, very slow starts from both teams here. A lot of respect given.
And this one-way smoke is really nice that they can consistently do because you have the double controllers, right? You can essentially let Delbiski always just put her smoke towards that A main position. That one-way allows for a very favorable fight for the defense. And now they're getting a little bit aggressive. Ooh, BOBA pushing down A main a little bit. They've got deep B main control as well. So both extremities of the map in BOBA's control. They can give up mid a little bit. They have the tripwires there. Oh, this fight might be big right here.
Yeah, you get that right. Ayumi for 2. Showstopper, Piety just crashes Delbiski, but not before Ayumi crashes back in return. Polly finds her in the end. Both these teams feel like 2 elephants having a war. Unstoppable, immovable forces. But it's BOBA with a man advantage here. Easy. Timing so good with her teammates. Equalizing 8-8, and BOBA finally, perhaps, seeing their groove.
Yeah, it's uncommon for an attacker to go into a site without having control over one of the mains, right? So when BOBA take control over A and B main at the same time, they just play contact, they push out a little bit, find that frag, catches SISU off guard. He pops the Showstopper, deals a boatload of damage, and while all of that commotion's happening, you see the double push coming in from Baby TZ as well as Hybe from that B side. Crunches them before they even aware down mid. Here is a fast-paced round coming in though.
Ayumi this one very aggressive. Graham's not able to capitalize quite yet. 43 HP, has to move out of the way, runs away from that Thresh. A lot of utility used already just for Hall's control here. Ayumi playing an off-angle cheese sprays. 1, 2, 3! Oh! Pushing over Faye! Who's on the way? Hybe is here, the barely spawn all alone. Has walked straight into the crosshair of Ayumi. She's back and she is going hot right now.
Oh, the one tap for the last kill as well. Ooh, she's feeling it. Look at this, just protecting Aluka. Aluka was stunned up by the Thrash, so she just needed to stand her ground, and she gets every single kill.
Very, very well played. Both these teams like to start off slow, but once they both explode, they really do. Very, very controlled aggression coming from both these teams. Honestly, a treat to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
Camera taken out.
It's such an interesting dynamic, right? These two teams, you know, BOBA having that favorites, that tag on them, but SISU now trying to prove otherwise. B split on the cards. Con's the only player towards B main. So it's Con versus BBTZ. Big
Sharp as
here.
ever.
Con wins it out. That's the Cypher chips out of the round instantly. But in the meantime, BOBA's pushing down on A main as well.
And we find one fighty here. Just taps and dabs.
Hiding.
Individual brilliance all around here
Wow.
for SISU. Skirmishes happening in so many parts of the map. But it's Kohybe that's left all alone. They know where she is. Noted already. The Neural Theft shows exactly where she is. Needs to find her way onto mid-side here. Does she know someone's playing close? She doesn't. Flawless for SISU. Just when you think BOBA would take the lead, SISU just stomps on the ground and says, no, you're not. Pulls back.
Incredible. Everyone went on their individual fights, and Con winning out that one was huge. It forced the A players to push and be a little bit aggressive. Piety catching both there was incredible, and then the last two were just a formality. They know exactly where they were thanks to the Neural Theft. Yeah, SISU playing it slow and patient, and it forced BOBA to be a little bit aggressive, make small little mistakes, and SISU capitalized.
Both these teams have been...
In the hands of Ayumi.
Mid-side.
Down towards.
Sorry, Coldan.
Sorry.
I cannot
Down
see you,
towards this.
Coldan. Let's be real here.
This is a big fight though. They don't expect this off, surely.
Yeah, surely. Coming up forward here, Ayumi. Not gonna be noted by the Roomba quite yet. Eyes onto tiles, but really flushed out here. Moves out of the way. Buy some space with those paint shells at the very least. Let's smoke out the area. Graham's playing very close to the top side. Inside of the smokes. Yeah, they do know. But both teams are very, very careful not to overaggress. Con with that opening huge. Kohybe tries to answer. Showstopper popped. Kohybe and Baby TZ won. It's Graham's that finds Baby TZ in the end with that showstopper. But still, despite the explosive fight over mid-side, is still 3-on-3. And now Kohybe to deny a little bit of information. Has to move out of the way the aftershock gets her. Pops her head. And she moves straight into BOBA. Her teammates already on the site itself. And the other two members of BOBA, Pilski and Aluka, taking a very, very long rotation. They pinged it, trying to make sure if anyone were to be crossing, but no one is there. A blind to clear BOBA first, finds no one. Can start to see the paranoia, the overthinking come through. Every single corner checked. But the members of SISU has been playing on to B main itself. Pilski to play for those smokes here. Aluka once again. One corner not checked has been the biggest problem for BOBA. 1v3 Pilski. Might be hard to deal with. She pops one. She tries to go for more. Can't. The crossfires for SISU a bit much to deal with. And Sunset BOBA's playground looking very shaky right now.
Okay, so first issue was that the spike was so overly committed towards at the top of it, and there was only two players there. It was a very rough situation, and then I don't know how Kohybe dies to the aftershock. She was more than aware of it. I'm not sure if she thought that she was out of range or was she looking at the minimap, but her dying in that situation was horrible because they were able to get the spike, rotate all the way towards that B side, and now BOBA, money's not looking too great. They lose this round, they're gonna be down on an eco. So SISU, if they win this, it might be almost 12 confirmed on the board.
And once again, pressure coming through from SISU onto mid-side. And BOBA, they're stretched so far out. No clue where they're gonna be coming from. Lurks all around. They don't need strength in numbers, SISU. And it's been such a problem for BOBA to deal with. not being able to catch them in these lurk situations.
Yeah, there are a lot of ultimates that they could use with, right? Pilski with the not dead yet could be very aggressive. Perhaps Showstopper and Ayumi and Cosmic Divide for a retake scenario, perhaps again, but this time a lot of players up towards mid. They capitalize off it. Fast push from Grahams. Nice opening onto Luca. But how did the players on BOBA respond? They're pushing A main.
They're still waiting. Trying to buy time. Pilski not dead yet, she says. Zayumi completely obliterates Paiti. A lot of pressure coming in just to avoid not dead yet here. SISU playing a little bit more of a passive side, noting where Baby TZ might be. Not before Con will take out Pilski for the second time. Ayumi, showstopper in hand, nearly goes down. 5 HP left. Finds Con. Does she know that Sawamura is inside of the area? Rolling Thunder to come through. Polly reacting. Graham's getting a pickoff with that pain shells. Kohaibi once again finds herself all alone. Moves forward, punishes Graham's. Polly, quick to answer. And SISU looks so good right now. The communication, the teamwork, strong on both ends. SISU, what have you done? What is this strength? They look amazing right now.
I think this was the strat that they wanted to do in the previous round, where the Gecko and the Raze were in top mid, but this time it was executed to perfection. You saw the fault line come in, the flash as well. Luca caught off guard with the util in hand. A fantastic opening kill. And despite them getting the kill towards the flank, there was just too little players on that A side to assist.
Cover going out.
Shots were shot pretty accurately by SISU as well to stifle the last two remaining players. And again, BOBA, I mean, question marks, backs up against the wall. They try to pick up the ultimate orb, but Grahams is there to punish them yet again. It's Grahams always the one to open up these rounds. Ayumi scrambling for the fences. Two players here in the crossfire setup. Luca only good for one though, and this might be the penultimate round. 12 looming on the board. BOBA have to scramble and pull back something. Quack and Baby TZ, the veterans, what can they pull off?
Spike planted.
All alone here, she's quick to pull that trigger. Baby TZ goes down, but Polly says no more than that. SISU, the momentum is strong in their favor here. Chaining round upon round, 4 in a row, in fact, and BOBA. Questions from us just now on what they can bring on the defense side. This comp, something they haven't played quite yet, wanting to bring something fresh to the table. Not able to capitalize.
One enemy remaining.
Dash, look at the money. Okay, they have a bit, right? Because they saved it the previous half. I mean, sorry, in the previous round, and a must-needed timeout right here. Ultimates are still not in their favor though. You can see the Thrash, you can see the Showstopper available on SISU's side, and if it's anyone to open up a round, it's Graham's, right? She has been the one, the jackknife in the round. I like to say it for SISU this time. BOBA have to change up something. I mean, whatever they're doing right now has not been working. They've taken A main control, but SISU more than comfortable. Yeah, you can have A main for free. We can split top mid. We can go through market. We can lurk and pivot towards B side as well. I mean, BOBA's has to come up with something creative here. I'm not sure what, but SISU have been playing these late rounds to perfection. These reads and executes have been sublime so far.
Good holds from them. Great crossfires. Good comms. Always a trade. And even in situations where BOBA is double swinging together, here comes the raw aim that we see, especially from Paiti, from Kon, from Sawamura. When your fundamentals are this strong, what can you do to answer? And this time around, SISU finds his way onto a B site. This is Baby TZ's playground. Haven't even been able to go onto site itself. You hear the Thresh come out as well, just to really see if anything is there. Comes out 4 Grahams to come through. Throws it straight onto Baby TZ. She survives, but it's Kohaibi that finds Grahams in the end. To mid side here, Baby TZ is low, 2 HP left. Can see the neural theft come forward, noting the presence of Paiti onto tiles. Moves back so low. Aluka this time with the aftershock finds one themselves. BOBA looking very aggressive, eager to put the brakes onto this momentum set through by SISU. 5-on-2. Polly and Kon very able to go for these multi-frags. Full control of mid side as Baby TZ 2 HP left.
My camera is destroyed.
Notes the other 2 members onto B main. And here comes the quick rotations forward. Polly wants to see if she can force this plant. Wingman to clear, excuse me. As Delbilski from one side, the flashes come through. Delbilski for one, Con for 2. Trades on trades. 2 HP for Baby TZ and Con with the spike. Through the shadows.
One shot.
She goes. Straight to A side, goes for the plant. And the run out forward from BOBA. Hoping to stop this win, this round. Hoping to prolong another round. This is their map pick. But SISU is the one who's on top. All eyes onto Ali. They don't know. They have no notes. Choosing to play together. BOBA. Don't know if they know that she's all the way back in the backside. Gohaibi is quite low and so is Baby TZ. Con. A sneeze. A spray transfer is all they need. They hear the sound as Baby TZ goes down here. Gohaibi is low. Shadow step. Let's move out of the way. 8 bullets in hand and Con! What a way to end the round. Sunset no longer BOBA's playground. Quite a dominance coming through from SISU. And now the question is whether or not BOBA can bring it back. What a game!
Was that a 1v4? Was that a 1v4? 1v4 ace?
I think so too. What a play!
Oh my god, Con just did them so dirty. I mean, that opening hand, the damage was done onto Baby TZ thanks to the showstopper. A little bit of damage done onto Gohaibi as well, and then the entire execute was stopped. They were shut down completely, and then Con just pulled out a 1v4 ace out of nowhere to win the map. And you can't make this stuff up. This script is crazy.
Indeed. Those are just individual brilliance. They have managed to stretch BOBA far across the map. This allowed them from playing to their strengths, which is their trades, their firepower, their frag potential, and forcing them into these 1v1s. Great isolation coming in from SISU. And despite the fact that this team, most of them yesterday, were not able to play, they didn't bring their A game today. But let's see what Jen and Quack have to say.
Thank you guys, and with that super play coming from Con, and with that last round on Sunset, SISU take one, you know, having a really good read on BOBA as well, and it did not show in the numbers, but Samura on that breach definitely a pain in the butt for BOBA too. Is that what you wanted to mention? Yeah.
I so did. You were so on the same page, Jen. I mean, this is just such a crazy map. I'm rambling right now, but yeah, like the way that whole thing kind of plays out, it feels kind of like a little bit seesaw back and forth. Like BOBA still had their moments when Yumi gets activated. She tries to, you know, really pop off with the showstopper and her shots, really holding things down for her team in one of these rounds. I think it was round 17. Granted, it wasn't anti-eco, but still, it shows you that BOBA are really fighting. Every single player is trying to frag out, but when it comes down to it, you can really see that SISU had more coordination. They had more prep done specifically on this map. Maybe because they knew that this was what BOBA was going to pick against them. I mean, first of all, like you mentioned, Sawamura. Yes, the numbers don't really show. She had like 16 plus assists. That's a huge number for a Breach player to have, like, for real. And then also Polly on the attacking half, like giving them so many, you know, wingman plants and everything. It's stuff like that that really gives them a big boost to their whole team dynamic. But then when you think about the rest of the team, of course, the MVP, Piety, just was able to do so much, having the patience to hold market, getting those reads against BOBA, and also having these rounds where, all right, we see that Alka is going to throw out the Rolling Thunder. Let's play off-site. The whole team is performing with such cohesion, and that's why you see them pull strings of rounds together, right? Like 18 to 22 to, well, 23. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jen.
Honestly, yeah, as you mentioned, the cohesion and also the breach stun alone, I feel like that's what kind of shut BOBA down when they were going for that initial push or aggression from BOBA's side. And let's talk about the heat map. 88 kills. That was a bloody map for sure.
Yeah, so many kills. bloodshed on both sides for sure. You can see a lot of it definitely on the sites, of course. Market, I think, is one big one, especially around A main as well. But the one that I really want to focus on is actually top mid, because those are far and few between, but you see it happening because of some players sneaking through, or certain setups when you have like Heidi pushing up there with Khan, and Khan being able to sneak up in that second pistol round. So that's always freaking amazing. And when it comes down to it, it really just is, I think, SISU having that much teamwork, Khan being able to support them, Sawamura supporting them for sure, Graham's being the jackknife, as Coldan calls it, but also Heidi holding things down for them again. Like, she's done it before a few days ago, and she's doing it again today. That's awesome.
The consistency, right?
Yeah.
This, though, like, I actually felt like BOBA were going to have the momentum, you know, Ayumi getting the kill, even though she had, like, Dizzy right up in her face. But it was the Thrifty right over here where, you know, SISU started figuring things out, and, you know, it's just tight game, but it just quite wasn't enough for BOBA to take the map. Of course, you mentioned Koibi having a lot of responsibility for BOBA to be able to take this win, but she did everything she could, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. You can really see it, especially like that pistol round too. A lot of, like, you expect the BOBA players to be to perform really well.
Yeah, to frag out.
I'll just say that. You can really see that they have what it takes. Kohani being able to flick back and forth, Ayumi able to strafe and dodge all those bullets, all those sheriff shots, and then being able to spray down her opponents. Those moments tell you that every single BOBA player is that good. But right now, for whatever reason on this map, we don't feel that cohesion. There aren't that many like set plays coming through. We don't really see like Koibi setting up for a team with her utility. Alika not really doing that with her own. I mean, she's playing a breach as well, but we're not seeing that same match, unlike Sawamura. So they're all that good, but something seems a bit off. So maybe taking a time after this map to reset and really retool, you know, how they're going to play together, especially when it comes to the next map, because that's a map where it looks like SISU's like been practicing, and they've been doing really well, really consistent. Exactly. So I'm actually afraid now. My prediction's gonna go down the train again. No. Well,
we're gonna toss off to a break, give Quack some time to moan over his predictions, but we'll be back within a few minutes. So see you guys as we get ready to head into Icebox. Sunset is in the bag for SISU. Impeccable cohesion and teamwork coming from SISU as well. Now, when it comes to BOBA, we talked about whether it's a comfortability issue with their double controller comp, or is their teamwork a little bit off? Maybe it could be a little bit of everything, but they definitely had time to talk over what went wrong on Sunset. But in the end, you know, it's SISU taking away Sunset.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that is what happened. We cannot go back and rewrite those pages. SISU definitely showed up here today to play. They know that they have a chance at qualifying to Game Changer Pacific if they win this match, and they really, really want to get it. BOBA, on the other hand, definitely won it as well, but they can't rest on their laurels. They can't rest on the fact they've done so well before. They need to show up on this Icebox map in order to challenge SISU right now.
Especially when 13-9, it looks like the scoreline was a little bit close, but when you look at the rounds, you know, round by round, it was SISU that had the dominance or the upper hand when it comes to the strats that they were pulling and how cohesive that they can be and carrying that momentum forward to Icebox, which is SISU's pick. I feel like SISU have a great chance, a really, really good chance of closing the series out 2-0. So for BOBA, the pressure's on them.
I gotta agree. It really feels that way, and it really looks that way as well, Jen. I mean, BOBA actually are fighting tooth and nail just to scrape away some of these rounds. Like, that's why you see Kohaibi doing her best to do like a 4K, just because Khan was able to slip through Baby TZ's trips and everything. Like, that's, yeah, it's just kind of unexpected, but it's credit to how SISU have been able to identify some of these setups and to play alongside them. So if the same thing happens on Icebox, then it's definitely going to be like SISU walking away with a victory. And for BOBA, we don't want that to happen. BOBA needs to really find a way to play against however SISU plays on Icebox. They have a bit of game tape to study off that because SISU did play this a couple of days ago.
And for BOBA, this is kind of a strange situation for them to be in because, you know, the only team that they've been challenged to or that they've gone through this map loss against was Zipto, and now having to face SISU, who's kind of challenging them now with their map win on Sunset. It's got to be something new for BOBA. How do you deal with that? I don't know how to answer that question, Jen. It's a tough question to answer because it's one of those things where you've done so well for so long and you really believe yourself to be like that good, right? We always talk about how strong Kohaibi is, how strong she is with a Yumi who's able to frag out like we just saw, especially with her teammates as well, Baby TZ, Alika, the whole lot of them. But now facing a loss, especially when it's such a high stakes match, like a qualifying match to Game Changers Pacific, you have to just write over that loss. You have to write it off. You have to reset yourself mentally and just go into this map with the best shot that you've got. And I do wonder whether or not they have that prep work done because it feels as though SISU has it a little bit more. SISU are playing new agents, new compositions. They show that they have the strats. Meanwhile, for Zipto Esports, oh, I don't know if I should say this, Jen. The last time that they played Icebox was against Zipto in the grand finals of stage 1. It's been a long, long time, right?
It's been a long time, and they lost 13-4, Jen.
Okay, that face. Wipe it off.
13-4. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll wipe it off.
So it's different.
Yeah. It is Zipto.
But again, definitely having that confidence back and having that mentality reset during the break time will be needed for BOBA. Maybe they have something new cooked up on Icebox. We have to wait and see. But for SISU, definitely a strong momentum for them to carrying forward to Icebox. I genuinely cannot really predict what's going to go down until we see that agent select, so we can talk about it more. But I don't know, like for BOBA, do you feel like they're frustrated? I just have no idea how they're feeling after Sunset. I don't think they saw that coming.
Yeah, I don't think they did either. It was really just a knockout punch that like came out of their blind side. But you cannot let yourself get too emotional, right? Especially for a match like this. It's the qualifying match. Yes, it's a double elimination bracket.
And they only need to have one more win, right? Yeah,
but they only need just one more win. One win from this match, and they qualify straight away. and they, you know, stand a chance to take down Zipto, which is ultimately their grand goal, I think. So they need to first take down SISU, and they cannot let themselves get distracted away from that right now. I don't know how they feel, but I can tell you, I feel pretty scared. I feel the chills, not just because it's Icebox, haha, the puns, but like, I don't know. Are they truly prepared? Do they have like a new composition? Or have they studied how SISU plays on Icebox?
It is a little bit of bitter feeling for BOBA, whether they win the series or not, especially because whoever wins this one goes off to face Zipto, and a clean 2-0 before facing such a dominant team that hasn't lost to anybody in SEA, you know, that would be something that's going to be very important for them. And for BOBA, the dropping Sunset, I think, will affect them mentally moving forward. Maybe it can help them kind of pinpoint where they're at and what's lacking to make sure that they come back stronger. But I don't know. I guess it all depends on Icebox. See if they can turn it around.
Yeah.
But still rooting for SISU to get that 2-0.
Okay, you're still rooting for SISU. I'm kind of rooting for BOBA. But I really hear what you're saying, because it really is one of those moments where it can be, you know, a make or break it kind of thing, where either you let that loss kind of affect you and you just can't really get over the fact that, like, oh, this was my map, but then I still lost it. Or you let it, you know, reforge you into a whole new form. You identify those weaknesses. How did I lose this? And then you really come back to retool everything. And right now, I feel like there's something that they can do specifically for this Icebox, because they need more coordination. They need to be able to set themselves up to play with each other a little bit more. Whether or not it's like having the utility to set each other up, or also to just kind of control the map a little bit better. I mean, we can see that a lot of times on Sunset where they're kind of leaving some spots open, relying on utility to do that. And that's when you have moments where Khan was able to sneak through it. Icebox is a map where things like that can happen too, because you've got middle, you've got tube, you've got the top of boiler. If you leave things like that open and you just leave it up to like a Killjoy utility, someone sneaks past an alarm bot, or they create a bit of presence and pressure off of that, and you might start to like have all those moments where you second guess yourself, and that makes it that much more difficult to control the map. So I don't know, BOBA really has their work cut out for them. I never thought that I'd have to say that in a desk segment for their match.
The thing is, you said Sunset and Icebox are kind of similar, but for me, like, not being an analyst and being a very low elo ranked player, I would say that BOBA, I think Icebox would be a better map for them to head into for map 2 after what happened on Sunset, compared to, you know, whether it be Lotus or Haven, I would say, because Icebox is a little bit smaller, so, you know, there's so much that they can do, and less rotation coming up, and less of space for them to take map control of. But that's just me in silver, so scratch that out.
I agree, though. That's true. That's kind of true. Okay. What is this?
We have the agent
it's the
select.
same composition.
It is. Do you think this is a good news for BOBA or not?
I can't say for sure. I was kind of expecting SISU to run their ISO composition. Reina ISO was something that they played in their qualifying matches for this playoffs. So changing things up to something that's more meta, which is the double initiator with the gecko to get the plant. But the slight difference is that SISU has the KO. BOBA's going in with Aloka, so you're definitely needing to play off of that information. Make sure that you're able to use that owl drone, the hunter sprue, in order to control the sites, in order to play that defense. Because if they don't do it well enough, then you're gonna see SISU being able to walk all over them if Grahams is able to set Sawamura up that well. And that's something that they seem to be very good at. They're performing so well today, especially on that Sunset, the raise, the breach. This time it's gonna be the KO and the Jet together.
And you see that communication is on point for SISU. On paper, though, I feel like that double initiator, double flash comp looks a little bit better from SISU's side. But it's time to get Icebox started and see where BOBA can turn things around on this map, or SISU close this out 2-0 and go on to face Zipto. Now, I'm going to toss it over to our casters, so over to you guys.
Bah, no, I missed you this time. Dang it. I'm just kidding. Welcome back to the panel, to the desk, I mean. Now, for this one is going to be very interesting. As we all know, this match is very meaningful for BOBA. It means one step closer to them making it to Pacific. And as for SISU, wanting to be able to show what they can bring to the table. That was quite a bit of dominance also. Again, to bring it into one full circle, the last time they played together, the one who won in that Sunset map was BOBA. And this time around, SISU coming up on top. Now, I believe that a team to have really gone through a loss or make more mistakes will be a team to really kind of like come back on top. We've seen that from SISU. Let's see whether or not that last loss against Zipto will be something that BOBA can use to empower them on this matchup today.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it. They need to mentally reset. I think Quack mentioned it as well. I took a little look at aura differentials, map stats, what SISU were. They're 100% win rate on Icebox. It's aura differential. They played 4 times, won all 4. As this iteration of SISU, they've also won the 2 maps that they play on Icebox. So, hey, I'm not saying anything. I'm just putting out the stats, putting out the numbers.
This time around, Yumi taking a very aggressive stance onto Nest here. Already pinged out the members that are gonna be there. Does she know it's gonna be 2? Oh no, she doesn't. Con quick on that, and so is Pilski. Both Vipers getting 1 each. Sawamura putting in a little bit more of aggression, but not able to take up that space. Kohaibi, though, playing very silently on to be along, denying any space and area, ready to play off Pilski if she were to contact through. But Con this time, she has other ideas. Coming in from Kitchen Tube will be her playground. A baby TZ, eyes already on that little tiny gap onto window, timing on her side, but turret gets taken out. And she gets both of them actually go away with nothing onto mid side.
And a double flank coming through from BOBA as well. They might be able to find Con. They are aware someone was in tube. Yes, they're gonna find her, and now they know it's gonna be an A commit.
Heidi was just so quick on that one. Baby TZ for 2. Ooh. That's a free gun, by the way. As BOBA closes out this pistol. A little bit of a deja vu, bringing it back to Sunset, where they also won their first pistol. Let's see how far this goes.
That's a fantastic pistol to pick up. It was pretty chaotic at the start. There was a nice read from SISU to find that Jet player up in the nest position. But then they adapt mid-round, right? They double pushed towards B. They found the mid-lurk and they confirmed it's going to be A. And then once the wall came out, the Viper's toxic screen, it was so difficult for them to get into the site. And it was a nice cleanup from there on out for BOBA. So great start coming in from them. They pick up that pistol. And yeah, they should be able to convert the second. I think on map of Icebox, second rounds should be relatively clean, especially when you bring in those long-range rifles such as the Marshall being picked up by Yumi.
Question is whether or not they can really capitalize off this anti-eco. SISU has shown us that they can pop heads. Just sheriffs, just classics. Thriving, in fact, in the previous map with their teamwork. Baby TZ aggressive on mid, good for 1. But she's so low. Chucked down to only 25 HP. Going a bit more passive, gonna play off her teammates and off her utilities here. But look at the members of SISU. They press the brakes. Trying to suss out more information. Baby TZ still holding her ground. An unmovable force, excuse me. Back on the Killjoy, back on the Agent, where we saw her thrive back in 2022, 2023, with Kohaibi rushing up forward. Just a ghost in hand. Graves goes down. Polly gonna be answering. Playing out wingman with that. Kohaibi breaks it. Con and Polly trying to find that right timing. Good cross coming forward. Kohaibi sussing it out, trying to go for the isolate. Not able to. There's that one side finds 2. Con and her teammate quick on that double swing forward. Baby TZ does have something to say. All alone on B side here. Leaving Ayumi all on A just in case they decide to pivot back with 30 seconds to go. Time. They need to go for this plant.
30 seconds left.
They do.
Yeah, and there's no wingman available as well, so it's gonna be quite difficult for them to even get onto the site, let alone plant.
Piety here trying to cut off anyone trying to rotate in from that area. Baby TZ once again showing she can pop hits. 4 in the bag. And they survive with 4 of their guns. Sorry, excuse me, 3 of their guns moving forward into the next one. I can't math on the screen. Seemed like Pilski actually.
Oh, a little dig at Pilski just before he comes on.
Gotta throw some shots before he's not able to defend himself. Speaking of defending here. Boba looking very good, especially Baby TZ. Good hold on to mid, good hold on to the area of tube. Terrifying, in fact.
Her confidence is kind of crazy, you know? She's tagged down to 1 HP, she still goes for those frags. Respect though, she gets those shots off. Damage onto Saramura, I think. No, not damage at all. So she still gets away scot-free for the time being.
It's enough pressure doesn't mean that you put in that damage. Baby TZ once again. A different iteration of mid-side. Con gonna be playing inside of Poison Orb. Actually, does she actually want to push out? Playing very close. She sprays, taps Baby TZ. Punishes her for going a little bit too aggressive on her own. Luca spots out 1. She taps. Goes for 2. Can she get it? Yes, she does.
Spike down
now,
A.
It's all down to Sawamura all alone here. She does have the spike. The other 2 members all the way to spawn, and they're okay to pivot. Piety here notes where Pilski might be. Quick for the swing, quick for that tap. Terrifying even going against someone like Piety. She has been thriving in her previous team, thriving on this one as well. In fact, looking better. Full control of kitchen. You hear the quick plant come out as well. As now, it's all about that post plants. Ayumi, outlaw in hand. Loading Con might be close here. She taps. 18 HP, a good cross, and Con. No need for a teammate when you are that sharp.
Yeah, well, Baby TZ gets 4 kills with Guardian. They're gonna do it right back to him. I mean, Con right there. Going down mid, spots Baby TZ on that jump spot towards the lower portion of Boiler, right? So she's just gonna abuse that information that she knows, peek out of her own smoke into the alarm bot, and she doesn't even care, right? She's gonna get that kill first. Luca here did a lot of heavy lifting, but Con, I mean, 1 HP again, just gets all those kills. Fantastic round coming in from SISU, and albeit a close one, but Boba, now's a chance to strike back. We've got Ayumi on this operator down towards A.
Question is whether or not she can capitalize on that. This time around, still 2 on mid-side. Baby TZ this time playing a little bit more passive, but not Ayumi. Takes out the tip of the spear. Bit hard to get on the site. Kohaibi as well on the other end. Gonna find out Con onto mid-side here. Ayumi, all she does is reposition herself. Baby TZ this time. Piety knows exactly where she is. Good timing is needed, and it does. Raise her with that. Moves out of the way. Flash noted. Ayumi, undeterred at all from her space. Luca as well is still here. They note the sounds of the mid area. That turret giving a lot of value of information. Ayumi this time, micro angle. She's quick to answer.
Here.
The members of SISU, 1 by 1, falling like dominoes. Looking worse and worse as time goes down. Now Luca, timing on her side, will be punished. Piety,
30 seconds
whether or not
left.
she's able to really equalize this is the question. Notes the positioning of Ayumi. She's all alone. Only an up in hand. She makes it work. Spots that spike, and she gets 4K to her name. What movement and what play! The repositions with that up is terrifying, and she is the gatekeeper of A site.
And this is 3 rounds in a row where one player gets 4 kills in every single round. So the individual brilliances from both of these teams kind of showing. I think Icebox is a perfect battleground for that. A lot of very interesting fights that could be taken in place, different elevations, but every single player on this server I think can hit incredible shots. So we might be in for a crazy map if things continue how it has been. But SISU now down on this low buy. Con has the Viper Split, so if they get that spike planter, it might just give them a little bit of advantage. But Ayumi again super aggressive on this operator, and she wants to hunt for even more frags.
Ayumi this time was doing the same thing again. 3-4 there! Ayumi was just quick to just dash away. Could have ended very catastrophically. if she was able to get caught there. Once again, she goes aggressive. Sawamura is still sharp, but BOBA, they answer back, showing them that they are not going to be thrifty this time. The move of Ayumi, insane. Only a classic in hand, swapping it out with her op. Good work from BOBA. Doing great on this defense side.
Yeah, BOBA is so confident fighting for this front part of A towards the pipes. And you got the Gecko with the Dizzy, which is really, really strong to allow Ayumi to peek up and over different angles. And essentially gives her a small window to take a shot and then dash away. And these small little micro pieces of aggression across the map will allow BOBA to find information. And secondly, of course, you know, getting picked. And that's exactly what you want to do up against SISU's composition with that KO in hand. But Sawamura, now this time, she's going to pick up an op as well. So we might have a jet op, the op duel somewhere on this A side.
Let's see who comes up on top here. Sawamura up in hand, baby TZ. Taking a more frontal aggression onto tube. Her timing can be right here. Unfortunately, it's gonna be a turret that spots her out first. Con. Quick to punish. Polly already on the site itself with Thresh. Clears out the entire of the backside. They know how much space they have to work with. Ayumi moves out of the way. Good for one. Blades popped. Hybe on the other end. Gonna find Con. Heidi's timing, her lurks. Impressive, impeccable. Takes out the op. Hybe all alone here. On the backside, Delbisky. On the lower side, can play off her if they need to be. For now, they will be somewhat isolated. The timing for SISU have been scarily good the last few rounds. They note the sound of the wingman. Sawamura to pop. Hybe answers, but Sawamura on that off also says that I too can shoot heads. And I am just as terrifying.
What a beautiful change-up by SISU, right? They are aware that the operator was giving them issues, so their solution, play a little bit slower, put pressure on other parts of the map, and then let their own op find all that presence. Yeah, you saw Piety right there, find in all that chaos, was able to sneak through mid, come through kitchen, flank the players on the A side. It's beautiful mid-rounding calls coming through by SISU right here. They really look like a team that's very comfortable on this map. And again, Ayumi picking up this up. Let's see if she can put some damage in the server, this time towards A. But Sawamura's here towards this B site. Delbisky's got to be careful with these jump peaks.
I've seen Sawamura punish jump peaks before, and I'm glad that Delbisky seems to understand. Moves backward, playing off those sound cues. Spike still near spawn. One-way setup onto B long. A SISU don't want to be punished for this aggression. SISU has shown us what a momentum-heavy team they are. They want to be able to chain as many rounds as they can.
If you look at the ultimates, right, BOBA has 3 really great ones. You got the lockdown, so Hunter's as well as the Thrash. So any sort of retake setup, plant denial is gonna come in clutch for BOBA this round. And they need it. The money's not looking great. This time, SISU's crept up towards B main already. Advanced position, mid portion of the map. But Piety expects to peek from Baby TZ, takes her down. Delbisky now caught in no man's land, out in the open. Hybe's gonna find that kill onto Con.
Oh, what a shot! Sawamura is just sharp on that. So is Aluka and Hybe. Thresh to come through, finds no one. But the Hunter's Fury from Aluka is gonna be the one taking out Polly. Ooh, timing! Bit too dangerous here! And Aluka with the save! That is teamwork, and that is what we wanted to see from BOBA in the previous map. They bring it here to Icebox.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Sawamura. She pops the knives as she's on 1 HP, gets taken down. And so now that they're on a low buy, she's not gonna have those knives. She doesn't have that, you know, that scary potential that she can pop off with. And credit to BOBA, you know, as I mentioned earlier, they played for the presence towards that B side. Hunter's Fury came out. And despite them losing a couple of kills, they managed to stabilize towards that tail end. So SISU navigating that round was a little bit difficult. BOBA, they stabilized, they played safe. And now a timeout being called for them. SISU wants to put a stop to this 5-2. It's a scoreline. BOBA getting away with this half already. Got a couple of ultimates that they could use with, but again, it's going to be the operator on Ayumi that's going to be a pain in their side to, you know, try to find out where she is, push her back. it's not gonna be easy, right? Yumi's gotta be super persistent together with Kohaibi's flashes.
Pilski not having a good game this time, but her teammates have been really good. But the same could be said about Graham's here.
Oh, yeah.
Not able to capitalize. It's just been such a problem for them. Whenever the utility has been popped, there's always an answer back from BOBA. But the one who has really been great at manipulating those utilities for me has been Piety. And it feels like for Piety, it's all about just understanding. I think because she's a killjoy herself, understanding that will be a swing out whenever the alarm bot rings, and she's just ready for the swing out. She's just been punishing Baby TZ time and time again. This time around, Ayumi going for double dips, and she finally gets away with one more. You wouldn't expect that, especially after that dash. That is confidence.
Look at the flank as well. Delbiski's locked them in. She's coming in from that B flank. It's a bit of a fight, I think, towards that spawn position. Delbiski, the open, Piety, Grahams, and gone! Just like that.
Those are sheriffs! What a collapse coming in! Breaks the entirety of A site! Already here! Gets an upgrade, Baby TZ, good to try! And get one to their name, Kohaibi as well. Finally, dwindling down to a 2v2. Con from the top side. Making it rain from the idea from the top. Kohaibi all alone here, playing ring around the Rosie. Gonna go for that top. Gonna go for the spray. And she does win it in the end. Finds Con. Has to move out. In the little corner, she does. Get away with it. Playing your triple, but that tap from Piety is disgusting. SISU showing us what a thrifty looks like. What a play.
You see that shot towards spawn? Piety just destroyed Delbiski on the flank. I mean, Ayumi was the one to open things up. What a beautiful opening right there. But 3 kills instantly came back, and then down to the 2v1. The killjoy lockdown was just more than enough. Piety had the angle hold.
God, I'm so sorry, Coldan. I am completely losing my mind.
Lose it, because I am too.
How do you break a side open with 3 sheriffs at the same time simultaneously? Can only imagine the comms here. 1, 2, 3, swing, pop, flash over A site, and this time around, BOBA, you could tell their minds in tatters, wanting to play a little bit more passive instead of reactive this time.
Blocking sight.
Mitchie. Here comes the Del Command. Ayumi tries to do the same. Aluka is there. But Khan will be the one to punish Ayumi for going a little bit more aggressive. Preempts for one more. Flooding the entirety of A backside here. They note. Raptors. Someone might be there. Close angle. Hit will be dropped. Making it even harder for the members of BOBA to get onto the site. Delbiski still unable to capitalize, and so will Baby TZ. Kohaibi dropped as well. And SISU looks like they might be mounting their momentum here. And BOBA, no idea where to go and where to start.
Yeah, exactly as you put it, right? That momentum, that round. I mean, you win with just sheriff shots, and now your confidence must be overflowing. You mentioned Graham's, right? 0 and 7 before that round. Now she's found 3 kills. She's getting that confidence back.
That is the jinx.
I would love to see her, right, on that duelist role, the Reina perhaps just popping off. But now she's a bit more of a supportive element. But if she can find that form, if she can find that bit of consistency, then SISU might be in for a couple more great rounds. But BOBA, they've got that up yet again in Ayumi, and is here towards this B site.
Delbiski, this time around playing very aggressive. They know her, but she will capitalize. Ayumi quick to play out that contact. Moves out of the way. Fortunately, will still be tagged by Dizzy. Hunts quite low. Daring to peek. Ayumi also dares to punish. Now we start to see SISU. They move back. Shock darts. Buying a bit more space. The positioning of Baby TZ here, if she can find that right timing to catch those lurks, those mid-rotations going to an A site could work out in their favor. But one thing I can give to SISU, especially in the last few rounds, is that they are diligent, checking every corner, every angle. Look at that, Polly. Aware. If her timing is right, it'll be huge. There we go. Spots around. Baby TZ forced to give up that position.
Polly one of the Thresh
30
as well.
seconds
So
left.
if Polly can somehow get her wingman to the side and get that plant down, she might have a chance. And for the time being, Boba has completely vacated this A side. Only alarm bot there for any piece of information. So SISU might be able to find a little bit of an opportunity, but how they're going to navigate the late rounds though, that is the question. Spike going to go down, Polly with the Thresh available.
Piety, full control of top side. Piety noting the members of Boba coming in from screens, holding very close, a shock dart, and they tap. But look at this time with the white swing. Gonna deny her from being able to do that. Gets a defuse. Boba still the lead, and SISU not able to bring the momentum further than that.
Yeah, I mean, Boba aware that A was going to be the call on the tap of the spike. They just crept out towards the rafters position, right? They just were aware that there was not a lot of players that could be holding. It was essentially only one player that could be assisting, when the spike was being planted for. But again, I think that peak coming in from Con on the B side against the was a little bit ambitious, as you mentioned. You want to dry peek that up in that corner, in a predictable corner. Not going to be easy. They need the utilities again. And the Yumi, as always, bringing out that operator. It's been that win condition for the side of Boba so far.
Here comes the Thresh, coming up forward. Polly, bring it back. Finds no one onto A site again, but this time around, Boba, they're okay to give up control of A site. Understanding their strength is in numbers, is trying to survive as long as they can, is key here. And onto mid side here, it wasn't Baby TZ. In fact, it was Sawamura Delbisky this time. Will be the one to win that first contact play. Con taken down. Don't know if she notes Piety is there. Oh yes, she does. Takes her down as well. B side completely in her hole, but A side is just dwindling one by one. Sawamura for two, but not before Boba comes through. Rotated over here. You have the Killjoy ult settled down, and Polly unfortunately does not make it out in time. Hiding on the side, the plant does come through, but she is all alone. Ayumi already going for the defuse. Delbisky playing up forward. Polly is close by. Polly for one, can't go for two. Delbisky is the hero. From 0 to hero, she makes it. Boba goes to a 7.
Oh my god, Polly almost made it work. Found that kill through the smoke.
Before the switch.
And it was essentially down to a 1 versus 1. But yeah, Boba still eke out yet another round. And look at the ultimate economy. I mean, after the replay, you guys will be able to see this. But Delbisky, I think credit to her. She single-handedly handled with 2 of those lurks, right? So incredible work by thinning the numbers of the side of SISU. And when they committed towards that A side, yeah, there's just lack of numbers. The ultimates in play. The lockdown was really nice by Baby TZ. But yeah, look at the ultimates all available for Boba in this final round.
This time around, they want to punish the area of mid. Baby TZ forced to give up that space. Still on top here. Go Hybe, not able to capitalize. Sawamura, her jump down peaks, catches everyone off guard, but Delbisky does the same. Here comes the pit, just denying that B side area, but Delbisky! Caught! Pit goes down, Ayumi rushes out forward to play with her teammate. Hunter's Fury. Gonna be used by Aluka. Gets no tag here as Piety all alone. Footsteps noted, Piety going for that hold. She's been great on these taps, but no one showing their cards here. Luca playing a very, very aggressive angle. Not sure if anyone were to cross out will be punished, but Baby TZ noted, and Piety says, okay, I think we should rotate to A site.
Is the ultimate orb available on A? That's the question, right? If Grahams can pass the spike to Piety, Piety gets the orb and the plant, they will have the lockdown available. But it all depends if there's an ultimate orb here. Yes, it is. That is an option, but they want to keep it quiet though. They want to just creep up onto the site. They don't want to announce their position just yet. Piety has the alarm bot as well. There's the Nano Swarms available. Grahams with a boatload of util as well. Want to be aggressive though. Flash. What screens just to clear out the close range angles. Alarm bot goes down, and so will the spike post plant now coming in.
Oh, Piety, this time around it's Baby TZ to come up on top. Ayumi already in the backside. The sprays come through. Death from above, but Baby TZ ends it out with 3. Good morning, Baby TZ. The multi-frags going huge.
Yeah, beautifully done at the halves. 8 rounds. It seemed like SISU had a good read, but BOBA towards their tail end really found their groove. They found the momentum, and they remembered who they were.
Sides.
Oh, so over to us now. BOBA taking the lead 8-4. Definitely BOBA looked way more comfortable on Icebox compared to Sunset. A little bit of chaos going on this map as well, so why don't you talk us through what happened in the first half, Quack?
Oh, it was chaotic to say the least. I was screaming throughout this entire first half. Several moments from the players. I'll just leave it at that. A lot of it came down to Ayumi and the operator. I think that was the biggest deal for BOBA, especially in this first half. That's why they remembered who they were. That's why they were playing so aggressive, having some of these high-low setups with, like, you know, Pilski sometimes, but mostly Ayumi being up on top in elevated angles, up around pipes, up around yellow. She's able to snipe down players from SISU as they approach her, and even tailwinds away and then repeats for a couple more. Because of that, SISU repeatedly had to face BOBA with like a 4v5, a 3v5. There were some rounds where Sawamura or some of them had an inkling, a call to really sneak through, like, you know, areas like Tube or something, but it wasn't quite enough because, again, they were always playing through these rounds with like weaker numbers, and even with some efforts from their teammates, you know, it just wasn't quite there to bring it over. And I also want to credit Alika for being so good at staying behind the back lines, like tossing those Hunter trees. She gets one player at the very least, and even the counter recon just to throw them off timing. Stuff like that really brings BOBA back to top 4.
Right, so let's see if BOBA can keep this up and take Icebox Force map 3 on SISU. So over to you, Tash, because I missed you.
Will I ever get tired of Jen saying I miss you to me? That will that will remain to be the question we have. Anyways, down to the second half here. BOBA with quite a significant lead, but this time around, SISU, Sawamura very aggressive, taking up that space forward, punishing Aluka, and they move back.
Another opening round. First pick again goes in the hands of the defenders, but this time it's Isu's advantage. Down towards mid, Pilski makes a presence known. That's a nice pick off, and now they can capitalize and enter this B side.
The utility thrown up forward. Con forced to move out of the way. Go high, be quick to walk up and just completely take out Con. Playing very passive here, SISU.
Planted.
Can do more than that. SISU play passive this time around. BOBA could have taken that space and denied them from being able to get out of the site. Pilski, despite the slow start, this round gets 3 already to her name. Sawamura all alone. Pilski's presence noted, punished. The high-low 3-way hold for Sawamura. Finds her in the end. BOBA, both pistols, at least for Icebox, to their name, bring it to a 9-4.
Yeah, there was a nice opening by SISU, right, to catch the player of Aluka, but then it was Pilski down towards mid, being an absolute nuisance. While the rest of her teammates were swarming the B side, she was still here, just absolutely just knocking them out in kitchen. And yeah, they just weren't able to find any chance to take her out. Beautifully done to isolate those 1v1s. Yeah, that gets BOBA that 9th round.
A different mindset shift for BOBA this time around. A little bit more aggressive. We saw a lot of hesitation coming in from Sunset earlier. Don't know what happened in between these two maps, but they seem to have woken up. Aluka taking a more aggressive angle, playing off Ayumi here. Contact play is what they want to capitalize on, and they've had so much value playing off that previously. Pilski this time, up tube, trying to see if anyone going through kitchen will be what she punished. Perhaps to give Piety a taste of her own medicine. Priams, 0 point, finds finds 3. In fact, a flash to come through. They swing out here. Anti-flash already. Probably good for 1. Piety as well. But it's gonna be BOBA to come up on top of that particular skirmish. Aluka is just so low right now. Plant will happen at the very least. As for Sawamura, With only a classic in hand, we've seen big value from that gun. Baby TZ was able to do it. So was her teammate, excuse me. But for Con, bigger gun in that. Sheriff, we've seen frags upon frags. Sawamura is here. Aluka notes the position onto Maze, but it's gonna be Con who just capitalizes off that. Elbisky for 2. And these 2 rounds, Elbisky have just been hard pressed and just showing us that she is still very much in this game.
Yeah, Delbisky, the newest addition to this BOBA squad, but she's already like shown so much impact in these 2 maps that they've been playing. And yeah, her lurks have been really solid so far. It looks like she's more than comfortable in taking that space away. And while this round got a little bit dicey, still get away with it at the very end. Just don't get yourself 15. That is the main goal. But yeah, so double digits now for BOBA, 10-4 lead. Incredible streak of rounds.
This time more aggressive. Sawamura does what she does best, popping hits.
There's my buddy.
Aluka will be the victim of that. It's Paul to come forward. Changing our mind about using her utility moves out of the way. Timing on her side, but it's gonna be her that demolishes Baby TZ. Unfortunately, she whiffs. Now BOBA left in a situation where they are the ones left questioning. Elbisky this time gonna be fouled over under tube. Con, good hold onto that side. Sawamura is quite low here. But despite the lack of HP, she's able to show us taps upon taps. Multi-frags instead. Sawamura here. There we go. Expected. Very sharp as we've seen before. And SISU gonna be getting this anti-bonus. Brings them to a 5.
We got this.
Yeah, nice and clean from them. Alright, they only lose Con in that all that skirmish. But yeah, just not too complex of a round right here. SISU just gearing up for an aggressive B-hold. Baby TZ almost had that kill in that situation, but great reactions coming in from Polly, your ex-teammate. But yeah, this is the gun rounds that's all important for these teams. Looking to put that on the board. Of course, SISU got to string a couple more rounds together. 10-5. Tough one to answer back. Sawamura goes up and above. Nice advanced positioning to start the round off.
She's gotten value for that particular angle. Aluka this time had noted it. See these readjustments come through. They might be tiny, but it is enough. Changes all around, Baby TZ. Quick to play off her teammates here. Polly. Noted by that Aldron moves over to the backside, rendezvousing with her teammate Nayumi. A little bit more controlled aggression this time. A lot of respect coming in from BOBA, understanding that they cannot underestimate this team. Marsh to just clearly clear out the right side, but for Con, finding the counter Heart Viper onto A site. Thresh to come through as well. Tried to break it, Baby TZ gets caught. No follow-up this time. Polly noting members of BOBA all the way onto A site. Unfortunately, Papali presence has been known onto the area. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to pick her off. Little bro coming for the plant, or Aziz rather, as the popularized name known as SISU. As I said, that 3 gone down already. Kohaibi all alone, tries to isolate this fight, can't. SISU, they bring it back.
I mean, that was an incredible kill from Con to catch Delbisky lurking up onto the B side, because he's pinging on the map as well. Delbisky was so far into Snowman, and when this kill happened, right, the rest of her team, SISU, all hunkered down here towards this A side. Put up the Viper's toxic screen, Wingman came in, Aziz couldn't get that spike planted, not much assistance for him there, and that allowed SISU to put up that 6 on the board. So 2 runs in a row, that breaks the economy of BOBA. Now going on, a little bit of eco of theirs. They have a couple of upgraded weapons. So let's see if Kohaibi and Delbisky can put some dent into this SISU defense.
A lot on the line for BOBA here. Wanting to be able to close this map first. Map 3, they win this one, they go to Pacific. Their whole dream of trying to overthrow the queens of Pacific. Zipto is here. Sawamura with that opening huge onto Baby TZ. So does Graham's. Mid-side control, whatever that BOBA wanted, will be denied. They make their way onto A side. Ayumi alone here. Only Sheriff in hand. The timing are not great onto Polly. But at least that's gonna be caught here for the answer. And more. Finding Luca there, and now Kohibi once again. Final member of BOBA left standing. Could potentially go for a save. But she can buy next round if she wants to. But what she wants to do is dwindle the numbers. If they can. But it might be hard. Look at this buddy system coming through from SISU. 2 on A. 1 all the way back on spawn. Yeah. With 1 teammate on B all alone.
They're all playing super far back. They're not gonna give Kohibi any chance at all to win this. Her will spot her out. So now they know where she's coming from. 10 seconds left. She has no other option but to just resign to her fate. Left. Finds the first. But I don't think she's gonna be able to find too much more. Just opting for the save perhaps. You might want to hunt her down? No, just gonna save the operator.
Oh, that's good denial. She does it once again.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, 10 HP left. And it's good that they note this, because they have a lot of understanding that Sawamura and the op can be terrifying, but Sawamura, she has cash for days.
Yeah, they got money. They got cash. Unlucky timing for Polly here, but again, the defense seems very, very strong so far from SISU, and they're very aware of the luck potential on Delbisky, right? They've been catching Delbisky on that luck twice already the last 2 rounds. So Delbisky might need to change up her strategy just a little bit. Be a little bit more unpredictable. Op this time here trailed onto the B side. The smoke misses the dart though, so now they know where Sawamura's posted up, but they still want to go towards his domain.
Look at that! How many utils just used to really just displace her Ayumi quick this time. She explodes onto the side, playing with the utility, and Sawamura had nowhere to go, hopping for her life. But for now, she takes up kitchen. Before Graham takes her down, Delbisky this time will be the one to go down to Con onto mid. 0 point. Gotta find 1 at the very least. Graham's all the way onto mid side. Polly here. Can go for this isolated plays. Moves out of the way, breaks that little bro. As Baby TZ tries to find that angle. The flash not giving value to her. Baby TZ goes down. Kohibi playing ring around the Rosie. Notes 1 out. Dizzy to come through as well. Perfectly played to perfection. BOBA, good teamwork all around. Finally getting around away from SISU after 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Sawamura stayed a little bit too long. And she was essentially just bunny hopping all the way to backside, just praying that somehow they don't catch her. But yeah, with the thrash in tow, that was really nice. And at the very end right there, they had the flash from Kohibi to flush them out. And Luca just swings off of that. And that's 11th on the board. BOBA inching the way closer to a map number 3.
Cube side, Piety gonna note the positioning of the jet, Ayumi. Khan this time around still showing us why V-Long is her domain to punish Aluka as well. In fact, give it Ayumi! Does she know that Kohibi had pushed out? I think she does! 4! The ace in her hands! No! Denied by Delbisky! But the damage is done! Here comes Thresh. She breaks it all alone, but Polly to swing out! SISU takes back these rounds! Khan! B-Long is her playground! And she just completely demolishes the entirety of BOBA's roster!
That was disgusting from Con. She was pincered in. They were coming from mid, they were coming from B main. She chooses to fight B main. She had no other option. She couldn't fall back. They were in on the B side already. Pops her toxic orb and then just navigates around these containers to perfection. This is sublime anchoring coming in from Con, and that gets them back up to 8. Money, a question for BOBA. They don't have the best weaponry this time as well. Sawamura back on that op. Here we go again.
Sawamura. Same angle held by Ayumi before, and she serves a taste of her own medicine. Goes for more. Not able to. Relents, moves out of the way, moves back here. Delbisky this time around. It's been a non-stop battle between these two Vipers. If our Piety cuts her down. Still, despite the chaos, despite the explosive start, it's still 3-on-3 before Sawamura stops that. Sawamura with that op. She's been sharp. She wants to get more and more. It's like a shark smelling blood in infested waters. Maybe TZ here. Don't have to be all alone on A side, but Sawamura hasn't been moved quite yet. Timing
My ultimate
in her favor. And I'm talking about baby TZ here. She did get suppressed. But she's playing all alone here. Timing goes for Polly. Heidi to end it. A one-on-one in the end. Go Heidi! Can't do more than that. But Grahams is there to help out if something were to go wrong. This last few rounds has been such a back and forth. But SISU is the one to be able to capitalize and chain rounds and rounds in a row.
SISU have so many faces. They fought for B, they fought for A, they've played passive as well. So BOBA don't really have the best read of what is the setup coming in. This time they contact play up, gets caught by the op. And the shots that SISU are hitting are crazy sharp. I mean, this is the new gen of Game Changers players, right? You have the old guard, but now you have players like Heidi, Grahams, all coming up with incredible skill. This time around, testing the op, smoke comes through. Samura tests it, and gets out of there. Smoke comes in, but they still want to push the issue. Around the corner, Samura.
Goodness, Samura! Aggressive positioning, front forward. Still has the dash as well to move out of the way. She is an opportunistic person and she capitalizes on everything. Grahams gets knocked out. But Heidi is there. Ready to go for a pickup or ready to trade even. But Ayumi plays a little bit more back. A jump shot to come forward. Zalmara's presence has been noted once again. Need to be quick here. But Graham's not able to be saved. Ayumi all alone on one end. This time around, BOBA noting the position. They answer back. And the con does get shaded out once again. A retake with an op can be incredibly hard. But these micro angles by Samura, she can make it good. No swan up on the top side, but the crossfire from BOBA.
That's right.
Little bit of a tall ask. And SISU not able to bring that one back. So match point will be found by BOBA. But if we know SISU, they are a team to bring it back. So BOBA, they have to be the A game. They have to be able to get the right reads here.
There's a little bit of a misstep coming in between Polly as well as Samura. Samura drops the smoke, falls back, but Polly goes in front of the smoke. So a little bit of misjointedness, small little error right there, but BOBA is gonna capitalize off of that. Despite Samura getting 2 kills in that situation, the players were a little bit too fast strung out. Grahams got caught on that retreat as well. Time out being caught by SISU. They want to put a stop to this. They want to give BOBA 12, and that is all they want to give them. A chance to answer back here. You got the lockdown, you got the Viper's Pit. But on the other side, BOBA, they themselves have 3 incredible ultimates. You got the Thrash, Lockdown, and Viper's Pit available. A little bit strapped for cash because of the damage they've done the previous, but they should be able to get all but one player rifle in for the BOBA side, I think.
Kohai B. Con, look at that. 21 each. A huge step up by Delbisky, especially in the second half. She started off this map struggling. But she shows us why she does best. On this attack side, her lurks have been phenomenal. Newest member to BOBA. Adapting so quickly. This time around, Aluka. We find no one with that recon, but the Dizzy does though. Gonna be displacing the other members. Con moving up to the top side, moving away from that Thrash. And now she circles back. Ayumi is here. She wasn't aware that Ayumi had taken up so much space. But they do answer back with their own pit. Both players trying to stay alive. Both players trying to find space to go for that plant. Graves is here, playing so close with Samura. All alone, needs to find that answer. They do have the lockdown in play as well. Graves to find 1, Delbisky for 2. It's been multi-frags upon multi-frags, and Delbisky showing us that she is definitely awake. Kohai for 1 more, and BOBA stamps down their foot and say, hey, we are winning this map pick. We may not win our map pick, but yours, we have done our homework, and we can bring it back. And BOBA, they force that map 3.
I can't believe it. They push it all the way. They take down Icebox, the map that SISU had a 100% win rate on from stage 1. And now they've taken down what is SISU's strongest map. They push it to a map number 3. Haven is the next one up on the cards. And this series could not get any more hype. I mean, both of these teams taking each other's map picks And now we have to go to the third to decide how this one's going to pan out. But enough of us yapping. Let's go back to the panel to see what they thought of that map.
Guess not.
Hello.
Hey.
We're an opportunistic people, so we take whatever time we have on the desk. So recovery coming through for Boba, but we also got to witness resilience coming from SISU as well. Could have gone either way, I believe, but Boba were strong enough to hold the line and get themselves across the finish line.
Yeah, well, okay, yes. Boba did incredibly well, especially in that first half. I think that was one of the main reasons. I see what you did there, by the way, opportunistic people. But what is happening on this map? I'm so... Okay,
come on, wrap your head around it.
Okay, yeah, because it's so many of these crazy freaking moments where you just see Sisu kind of running around. Sawamura,
on that op.
Amazing on that op, yes, but also sometimes what? She's like peeking in some of the craziest moments, pulling out her knives, b-hopping to kind of dodge the thrash, re-peeking at the craziest, most dangerous corners, dangerous positions to play around. And then sometimes she also gets away with her life. It's so insane. I love it. They look like they're having fun. But when it comes down to it, Boba definitely had the right ideas in mind. Like, even when it comes down to the final round, yes, Khan was doing incredibly well. Like, so many kills, almost matching Kohibi, but she immediately got hard countered by that Thrash. Just putting down the Viper's Pit, Thrash forced her out of it, and then Boba was able to set their ground on the B site, and everything else just went their way. You could see how many of these players from Boba were able to match Sisu in their own fights, in their own individual 1v1s all across this entire map. Whether or not it's Kohibi anchoring down on the defensive half around the B site on upper, or just even when they're fighting for the sites on their own, you know, putting down the Viper's Pit, Yumi continuing to challenge them, creating so much more presence to push even further. And then it just really makes players like, who was it? I think it was like Piety just rethinking, like, do I want to put down this lockdown right now? But I kind of have to because it's the last round. And both teams just really fought so far back and forth, both having 11 first kills, Jen. But when it comes down to it, Boba just had more of their post-plants locked down, more of their duels won, and that's really the end of the story.
That's what mattered. When it comes to Icebox, such a back and forth rounds, as you mentioned, Quack, but Boba take Icebox this time around. I think like the amount of firepower, that's what we needed to see on Sunset as well. So I guess Boba needed some time to warm up on the first map. And there you go.
Yeah, I guess a little bit. They took a little while to warm up, we could say that. But also just on this map, they actually coordinated a little bit better. I don't know what it is with Sisu. I mean, maybe... I don't know. Sawamura just plays so crazy sometimes.
It was like watching something, you know?
A little bit, but then like not like diving at her opponents with a shorty.
True.
So at the end of the day, yeah, the coordination's a little bit different from Sisu on this map as compared to Sunset, which who would have thought we'd be saying that, because they're performing better on each other's map picks. But what it comes down to is, yes, on the map pick of Icebox, not Boba's map pick, Kohibi does better. Kohibi has the Gecko, and she's, you know, making use of her utility. If who was it? Was it like, I can't remember. I think it was Polly with the Gecko, and she's throwing the wingman. Kohibi instantly throws down the mosh pit just to deny that plant, and also you've got players trying to counter and fight back against Sisu from every single part of Boba. Also, just fun thing to note, also is, I kind of forgot to mention this, Pilski used to be teammates with Sawamura, Khan, and everyone else.
Oh, there's a little bit of a history going on.
Yeah, both sides.
Yeah. Honestly, like in the beginning, I thought this would be like an easy win for Boba though. So SISU, with how they were responding to what BOBA were doing, I think it's worth noting as well.
Spike down A.
Yeah, definitely worth noting how just both sides really able to pull out a lot of strong moments out of the bag, especially when they really needed it. But, you know, in such a big match, you need a lot more than that. And it really comes down to the next map right now. Whoever's going to make it through that upper finals, especially against SIFTO Esports. Wow.
Yep, great map. Glad to see BOBA kind of finding their footing once again. Now everything is just going to be even more intense as we move on to Haven. I'm just kind of scared what's going to go down.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting because Haven is a map that, you know, is rejoining the map pool. We haven't seen it in a while, so agent compositions might be switched up. But in the past, this would be a BOBA map, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, we'll see after the break. So we'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back to the stream, guys. Jen Lee here with Quack. Now, we had some crazy moments on Icebox. We had to take a break to cool down a little bit, but we're back. And now we're here to talk about what happened on Icebox a little bit more and what's going to go down on Haven. I felt like Icebox BOBA was just telling us, you know, this is what we can do when we're feeling comfortable.
Yeah, well, here's what's gonna happen. I'm not cooling down. We're not gonna cool down at all. This is gonna get even crazier.
Even, you know, they each took away the opponent's map pick and the score line's like exactly the same, so.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's just, it's mayhem right now, Jen. I don't even know.
Mayhem.
We're gonna go into Haven not being able to predict anything whatsoever. And yeah, really what it comes down to is on Icebox, BOBA were able to get away with early picks a lot more often than SISU ever did because of Ayumi and how she positions herself and how she's set up by her teammates. Alika, Delbisky, Kohaibi even being able to provide that support, being able to provide that stability. Because if Ayumi is caught out in an open position, Kohaibi's watching a separate angle just to make sure that she's not going to get pinched from, you know, her flanks, from her sides. So that's what happens on Icebox, but I don't know what's going to happen on Haven.
Going into Haven, though, I feel like it's a lot more similar of a map to Sunset than Icebox. I don't know, so...
A little bit. Well, I mean, it's the
like
main thing is...
two.
Yeah, it's one of the 3 site maps. And you also have that middle ground where, similar to Sunset, there's that little, you know, gap where you could compare market to Garage on Haven in some senses. But that means you really want to have more map control. You lose a player on defense, and it's that much more difficult to kind of control everything, right? Because you leave a certain gap in your map and your opponents can slip through that way and yada yada yada. So things like that can happen, and your opponents really need to be able to play that sharp and be aware of everything that could be happening. And that's why agent compositions are something that we need to focus on. For now, I mean, just thinking about the players, you know, you've got Kohaibi, you've got Ayumi, and they've been, you know, historically been proven to perform that well. And they've always done that consistently on maps like Haven before. So I'm still going to stick with my prediction that BOBA pretty much takes this. SISU has to show us a little bit more, especially after giving us such a nail-biter map on Icebox.
Are you giving me a chance to change my predictions? Because it kind of sounds like it, Quack.
Maybe? But
no, I'm gonna stick with Sisu. But I feel like reading the flow of things and how things are going down today, I feel like Haven could be another 13-9. But as you mentioned, we have to see what they cooked up on Haven, because we might get some unorthodox comps here and there. But we're just still waiting for Agent Select, I guess.
I really think it's gonna be unorthodox, though. It really feels... I'm not sure, because I thought it might have been a little bit unorthodox for Icebox, seeing how Sisu picked the ISO before. But who knows? Maybe they go back to something more meta for Haven, just because it's the qualifying match for Game Changer specific, right? So I think the main thing that I want to see from Sisu is just more consistency, more stability. We can't see too many of these like Hail Mary plays from Sawamura where she dives in, puts herself in such precarious positions, and wants to have that tailwind to back herself off into, you know, safer territory. I don't know if she's going to be able to keep doing that, especially on a map like Haven where you've got a lot of tight spaces, tighter corners. You have to be careful. Gosh, jeez. Play alongside your teammates.
That's funny because that's exactly the opposite of what I was gonna say. You know, I would love to see Sisu playing the neon comp, you know, something that's more meta, but you talked about being safe and being disciplined, so
I don't know. Actually, yeah, why not? Let's just like let them fight each other, go completely crazy. I mean,
honestly, I feel like there's a good chance we might see ISO though on Haven.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, it all comes down to, you know, how they've worked this out with their coach. And I think Neon, it's not too crazy, actually. Neon works really well on Haven, especially if you know how to combo the relay bolt and, you know, take spaces like A main with that. It could be very useful, but it again depends on how they've worked with their coach for this, and we don't have a lot of data just because we don't get to watch a lot of these teams perform in Game Changer Southeast Asia. So it's hard to say, but for a team like BOBA, what we've seen before is, for example, that Kohibi Reina, how she's able to play that aggressively, have all those leers. And then what's interesting also is the fact that they've played, with what I'm seeing at least, with the Harbor and Chamber before, and a Clove too. So that's very aggressive.
Okay. Nothing like that.
We're not doing
Whoa!
What
Oh my god! I did get my wish. But it's Ayumi on Neon.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, yeah, it's Ayumi on the Neon. It's gonna be interesting because that's the only difference apart from the Killjoy and the Cypher. So having the Cypher trips could be useful, but then you also have Kohibi with the lockdown, which just covers a lot of space, and that's always more useful. BOBA is starting out with the defense too, so if Ayumi is able to play that Neon to perfection, collect on a lot of those first kills, SISU might be in for a world of hurt. Meanwhile, for SISU, they're playing with something a lot more standard, but the main thing is, if they're able to play this with more stability, much needed stability, for Sawamura to play alongside Khan and Piety as well, who is often on the Sentinel, then they might be able to perform a bit better.
Okay, so Haven on the horizon. So casters, please take it away.
On the horizon, indeed. This is going to be a very, very interesting one, and also a decider whether or not BOBA would finally set foot to Pacific after this one. Now, a very interesting comp coming in here for BOBA. I think it's been really hard for us to really keep track of what they've been playing because they've been changing up their comps like they change their clothes almost every day. The last time they played, what was a Chamber, we saw Reina, a Harbor, a Clove, Sova. This time around, Jen's getting her her wish, excuse me, sorry Jen, getting her wish onto this one with the Neon. And I think it's gonna be really exciting looking at this. We have seen her play that Neon before previously, and it is, I think, quite a fun thing to see. Now, coming on this map as well, if we look at the stats coming in for SISU, I believe they have only played this map, at least since they had changed their team against Bass Kisune. With only one time, in fact. So both teams going up a little bit more different this time. I am really excited.
Yeah, and obviously back in our differentials time, Haven was not yet in the map pool, so first, they were only playing one time previously, not a lot of us to go off of, but here we go, Ayumi, fast down short already.
That Valley is playing a little moved out of the way. Not deterred at all by that fault line. So Presence has been aware. It's gonna be Baby TZ with that opener, finding out Polly. Rough for them to lose their smoker very early. Sawamura answers back. It's gonna be Ayumi that gets taken down here. Baby TZ quite low already, as the other members of BOBA still standing strong. Not really too eager to rotate so quickly. Prams putting any presence onto Garage. I think she did spot out that turret, so it's all about that silence and cutting a noise. Perhaps a B hit might be their play.
Yeah, I think Graham's is just trying to hope for to catch an over rotation. Now she's gonna make a bit of presence towards B, and that drags the breach away from the A side. It's only Baby TZ and 22 HP down here in short. Do they clear it though? SISU still not committed just yet on where they want to end up. Graham's is still somehow alive and being a bit of a cockroach on the B side, just drawing attention, but still BOBA hold in their place. Khan finally finds the frag on the Baby TZ. Aluka catches that lurk, and now they have that A side for their taking. A post-plan situation gonna come in 3-on-3.
No smokes for SISU. Might be a challenge to really hold that retake, but look at this crossfire, so good. The util coming up forward, sprays all around. Sawamura good for one, Khan for one more. That choke, a thorn in the every retake side. I was a bit worried that they don't have smokes, but when you have that much util to play with, that's enough.
Yeah, I thought the aftershock was gonna be enough, right, to flush out the player in Graffiti. I like what SISU did though, right? They just waited for Grahams to find some contact. They found the player towards the side. Here, I don't know how Saramura was alive for such a long time, but that just allowed Heidi to swing out and assist the teammate as well. So great round coming from SISU. I just want to get things started.
Cage triggered.
It's not a passive play, but it's gonna be Delbisky chunked down. Only 39 HP left, so Mura very aggressive, very quick. Not sure where Delbisky is. Finally finds her in the end. Gohaibi puts a bit of damage herself. 2 members of SISU chunked down already. Completely rushing out of the smokes over from Garage. Grahams?
Cage triggered.
Trying to stop that mid lurk from Ayumi.
My eyes
Doing such a lot of damage before finally ended. Scram coming in from B Link. Finds a Luca. Clean. Very, very clean, in fact, from SISU, bringing 3 of their guns into the next round. Let's see if they can convert that bonus. But for BOBA, they want to try and win this round to potentially snowball, at least on defense side.
Yeah, I don't know how Kohaibi actually came out of the smoke and managed to get 2 kills with the classic. But this is an interesting change. I want to pinpoint, or like at least highlight Graham's, right? Going away from an aggressive duelist role to now playing the sentinel role. She's going to be the player for the lurks. For those timings, catching rotations, and we'll see how she fares on this map. So far, it's a pretty solid start. This time, fast play down towards B, it seems. SISU, the shock darts will break the killjoy utility. Into the side we go.
This is what I call the SISU special. Gun deficiency does not stop them. In fact, they go even more aggressive. Planted already, that spike. Aldron trying to spot out anyone. Sawamura can be very greedy. So many times she's disrespected smokes and cages and comes up on top. A crossfire onto grass here to come out forward. Gohaibi will go for the punish alongside Ayumi. One by one, the members of SISU will eventually be dwindled down. Paidi does go for 1, but no more than that. A very, very clean round here for BOBA. SISU not able to win out that bonus, but it's enough for them. But BOBA, this might be the round where they need to be able to snowball as much as they can.
Yeah, I like that play from BOBA. They played it really patiently in Garage. They let SISU have the site and get that plant down, but you can see SISU not content with all playing outside of the B side, right? They wanted to gain control over something, thinking that Garage was lightly guarded, but instead it was the complete opposite. 2 players with a bit of a trap setup, expecting them to peek in, and then BOBA capitalized, found those kills, snowballed it, and was able to essentially eliminate any threat of a post plant, just completely taking them out before the spike got even tapped. So nice protocols coming from BOBA. Oh, interesting timeout that they're taking though, the 4th round. I don't see that too often, but perhaps just deciding what they want to do with this round. The guns can be dropped over the BPTC. Ah, tech pause. All right.
So it's a tech pause or a tech pause or both? Which one is it?
Tash, you tell me. You're the queen of these, no?
I was just making fun of Zach the other day, how she had a full, I would say, jinx onto these things, but looks like she's not the problem here. But coming back into what you were saying, adding on to that as well, you know, SISU, they've been a team that likes to play aggressive, and BOBA, understanding this, they're looking to punish aggression instead. They're not trying to really fight on head-on, because I think it's a good understanding that for players like Sawamura, Paidi, who are very quick on those taps, very sharp in fact, that they're not able to really capitalize. Playing safe might be their call here by playing those off angles. Liking that coming in from BOBA, but for SISU, every round that they seem to have lost, they have these little minor adjustments which can really throw off BOBA. So both these teams are really just outplaying each other every single round here.
Yeah, hopefully we get the tech pause sorted out. You know that there's been a couple of circumstances outside of our control. Hopefully things all go fairly well. But yeah, I do agree with your point. I mean, SISU, we've seen them hit incredible shots in the past 2 maps. And I think coming into Haven, it's less crazy compared to Sunset Icebox, right? It is that typical map that we all know and love. It has basically never gotten any significant change since its release. So it really comes down to how you want to call in those mid rounds, right? Those rotations. And I will say though, having that Neon on defense will allow you to have a very fast rotate, right? Whether it's towards C or towards A, the Neon can basically cross the map faster than any other agent. Maybe Yoru is a bit faster, but you know, Yoru is a little bit harder to maneuver and, you know, make it work. So I will expect to see Ayumi being very versatile, you know, moving around the map with those sprints of hers, and basically ensuring that there's always at least 1 or 2 players at any site that SISU decide to commit to.
I mean, I agree with you on that rotation thing as well. She's also been sort of lurking as well on this defense side, so I love seeing that proactiveness from her. We all know that the Neon zero movement error shooting thing, yeah, that has been very terrifying to see in some players' hands. We've seen it happen in BCT, we've seen it happen in challengers as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to do that here as well. Retakes might also potentially be something that Ayumi could capitalize on. That fast lane is something that they could use as well, so there's a lot of retake potential from this BOBA comp as well coming forward. Love seeing it. But, you know, it's really interesting seeing Baby TZ and Kohabi kind of swap around these roles. I did question before when Baby TZ came through, you know, how exactly these roles will be played. Because Kohabi previously in SMG was playing only the Sentinel. So we're seeing all these role swaps coming through from BOBA. I think it gives Coach Fal a lot to play with when it comes to comps.
Yeah, I mean, when I was doing that top 10 rated players, I was going through all the agents that they were playing, and I think BOBA has the most diverse agent pool out of any.
Baby TZ with 6, homie. I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah. Koibi had played 4 agents, Ayumi played 5, and I didn't really get a chance to look at the rest, but it seems like the players of BOBA are very comfortable playing a wide range of agents, and that just gives the coach so much more opportunities to like kind of cook up different strategies. And I think we kind of saw that on Sunset, right, when you brought in the Clove with the Astra. Unfortunately, it didn't really work on their favor, but again, it's that experimentation that BOBA has that can keep them fresh, keep them exciting, keep them unpredictable. Yeah,
I think we don't really see them truly show their hand until Grand Finals in the previous stage as well, because it's been role swap upon role swap, agent swap against agent swap. It's really hard to pinpoint and really hard to know what to expect because, you know, given that every player has a different tempo with different agents. And I think for BOBA, being able to play this many types of agents and being able to play with so many different, I would say, tempos in each game has been, I think, something that's really great for them. Regardless, this is a very prolonged tech pause, so let's talk a little bit about the other side of the coin here, SISU. Now, for SISU, I think after Aura Differential and the announcement of Stariban no longer playing, I was a little bit more concerned toward that, you know, IGL pick. I was wondering who's going to be stepping up. And I was quite surprised to see Polly move from that coach role on the way to the player role. And speaking of that, she's the one with the opening pick here onto Delbisky. Ayumi, quick to take up the space onto Sewers, takes out the cam, and Graham still holding on strong onto a site, a main at least, as Sawamura and the other teammates just completely flood onto C. Quick plant to come through. And loving the fact for BOBA, they're understanding that strength has always been in numbers. Kohabi hasn't been moved quite yet, and Ayumi gonna just quickly rotate forward. Playing into Cubby here will be Polly, the one who opened this round very quickly. No Delbisky means no smokes. A little bit harder to go onto the site itself just to really deny that vision and information. With Grahams playing toward the mid-side lurk. Ayumi tagged already. They know exactly where she is. Hunter's Fury come through and Kohabi taking a more aggressive stance. But over toward garage area will be Grahams. A nice cross to come through, giving a lot of support to her teammates. Zero error or not, Grahams is the one to come up on top. And this one, 3 to her name. With only Kohabi left, that plans will not be denied. She's aware there's going to be one very, very close. Spots out Con, but it's going to be Con that's quicker on that contact.
I loved what SISU did right there. It was the late play towards Garage, and despite the alarm bot in Garage actually tagging onto Grahams, Grahams still managed to pick up, what, 2-3 frags right here? No idea. The comms, I expect it to be a little bit, you know, messy in this kind of a situation, but she gets away with 3. And despite BOBA actually getting the majority of the kills on C Long, it was that Garage push, right? The spike was planted in the open, it was planted for Garage, and that just allowed Grahams to activate so well and timed perfectly with the flashes and the stuns.
Revealing area.
Util dump from both sides. Both teams forced to concede. Shock dart to clear out any util in front of B. Finds nothing. A lot of versatility coming here from our Sentinel, Kohaibi. Making sure that she can prolong the lifeline of her utility. For now, Garage will be where the members of SISU have their eyes on. Slowly, just lurking, slinking their way into the garage site itself, finds no one. Full control of that as the other members of BOBA taking a more aggressive approach onto A, B with only the utility, and C with 2 members. Pilski here spots out one playing so well on top of platform. But the beautiful thing about SISU is that they're always there for that trade. Chunked down to 70 HP, Sawamura relatively healthy. Gonna be pivoting toward B site. See the pings come through here from BOBA. Holding so far back. Finds no one. Kohaibi noted. In fact, taken out. But maybe TZ, nasty shot. 2. Knows there's one more there. Khan to answer. Takes more and beyond as Ayumi. It's been such a lurkception here. Both teams outplaying each other, but Graham's will be the one to note out the positioning here. Neural theft used, and will buy some time with that aftershock, and Graham's unfortunately walks straight into it. Oh, what a blunder.
This is the second time that an aftershock has fully killed a player, just more than aware. You remember on Sunset where Kwaibi was also a victim of it?
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if there was a bit of
30 seconds left.
there's maybe the indicator not showing clearly exactly where, but this is a bit interesting. Never seen it happen twice in a series before, but especially to different players. But regardless, still around for BOBA's taking, and this time around, Money not looking the best. Samura pops the knives. Let's see if she can deal a bit of damage right here. BOBA creeping up towards this A-long position. This has been a consistent thing by Ayumi so far. The cam should be able to spot out her position. Be more than wary of that spot now.
There.
SISU, trying to suss out more information here. There's always been those scrims, those util dumps onto A main. Sawamura on top side knows where Aluka is. The flash to come forward. Can her teammates actually answer? No, they can't. SISU takes up space and beyond. Both links in their command. Ayumi alone here, wasn't able to capitalize. Needs to be able to play very, very safe. Trying to capitalize off this off angle, finds no one. Spots out Sawamura here. I think they're thinking that she might be over on the other end. Coming forward onto the site, but look at that. Clean one from Graham's, just take her down. And SISU, one terrifying thing about them, their waterfall explosive take onto a site. It's just something that's really, really hard to manage. How they just quickly fall into both different links, just end all the players holding.
Yeah, BOBA tried to kind of flood out to assist the players on side, but every single trade was denied. SISU was so aware of every single angle that BOBA was going to peek out from, and they marked them completely. And every single kill, as they swung out, they were taken down. Nice run coming from SISU right there. Awareness is abound. Oh, Kohaibi, nice frag right there. The stun and the drone though. I don't think she's going to fight too much more. They might capitalize off of this.
Scanning ahead.
Still, it's gonna be SISU that comes up on top. 2 already in the bag. Aluka playing it very safe inside of the smokes. Forced to give up that space. Just the fault line. Sorry, excuse me. Aftershock. Flushing them out of the area. And they're gonna be playing this over on C-Long. It's gonna be sprays on sprays. A shooting galley if you may. And here is the overdrive coming up through. Rolling Thunder just to displace her. She is not movable at all. Khan playing it so quickly from Garage, but she has done the damage. 2 already in hand. Ayumi once again, final man left standing. Fault line displaces her. Stunned already. Location determined, and Paiti just swings out, pops her down. And SISU taking away another round. This attack side from SISU is terrifying with how they react and play off their util. See a fault line, they swing out. See an aftershock, they have the crosshairs ready for anyone moving out of the way. You can't really do much when all of the space you are holding has been completely taken away.
And again, it's a Garage play. This time, it's not Graham's, it's Khan to come in from Garage to take down 2 of their players. And BOBA, yeah, important timeout right here. this kind of C strat that they've been running has been working successfully already 2 rounds. Not back to back, but in this half it has worked out. Granted, it was just a low buy of theirs, but now they need to start putting rounds on the board. They can't let SISU get away with too many more rounds. Especially we have that Neon overdrive available. I think a couple more kills would have been better, but still, they got a bunch of ults now for this round they could work with. See what they want to cook up. Maybe something aggressive. Maybe something to push the attackers back with 1 or 2 ults. You got a Yuumi that can be really swift with the slides as well. Let's see what they have in store.
Man, should be a good one, but one thing about Boba is that I really don't want this, 2 or 3 ults to be used to be their win con. Boba looked so strong, especially in round 3, but it's SISU that's been managing to just chain and rounds and rounds and rounds, and SISU, they know how to capitalize, they know how to play together, and on top of that, they're very, very sharp. Ayumi, despite the last few rounds not going well in their favor, she still takes a more aggressive approach. Wanna really be able to hold on to A long. Micro angles noted. Con, it's an idea where she might be. Both of them not being able to see each other. Basically, their vision just split by a hair of a wall there.
Yeah, and you look at the position where Ayumi is, right? She can call for a team to fully stack towards B and C. And well, if SISU don't push back Ayumi, it's gonna be super difficult to take control over C or B. Aljun now gonna come out to clear out this mid position. Not gonna be spotting anyone. Oh, now that activates Ayumi because she gets dinged. She's forced to fall back towards the side, and the rotations slowly come in to bolster her as well. SISU might want to capitalize off of this initial presence. They want to execute into this A site.
Flash as well, but they aren't able to just follow up with that. You can see the fast lane used as well.
30 seconds left.
That's that fault line. Now SISU forced to move out of the way. Graham's already on B site. Caged 1 area. Aluka has an inkling that they might be close by. Gonna move those corners. Rolling Thunder, use Ayumi, good for 1, and so is Kohibi. All these fights happening all around the map. Hunter's Fury for Baby TZ to fight Polly as well. And understanding and just dwindling the number of SISU from different sides. A lot more cleaner round from Boba. That timeout was exactly what they needed to win this. Understanding that to be able to break the aggression of SISU is to be able to break down their play and their numbers.
Yeah, it's the ultimate. The Rolling Thunder denies them the spike plant. You got the Hunter's Fury in tandem with it, so all the players are stunned up. They can't really move too fast. The Hunter's Fury got a kill right there. And Kohibi, I think another key player this time. She didn't use her ult, but she stood her ground towards Garage. And despite, I think she was stunned up, she still managed to get that kill. Very aggressive towards Garage. They've tried pushing Garage multiple times. She fell a couple too many times, but this time she is successful. This time, Ayumi, yet again, consistently pushing up here long. But Con punishes her for that over-aggression. Nice opening pick.
Flash to come through, and Sawamura quickly just moves straight into Garage. Delbisky good enough to fight Sawamura. They get onto the site. Polly try to quickly get to the site as Con. B site taken away from their control. Make that the entirety of A-Link as well. But she's dwindled down. 7 HP left. Aluka will be the one to come up on top here in the Garage play, but Polly gonna be saying that's enough. Takes away another round from Boba. Boba trying their best to try and chain as many rounds as they can. They just can't. When SISU, a team that's just so quick to not only chain rounds, but also adapt. Again, they're noting every single presence of Boba onto a site, marking them 1 by 1.
Yeah, no, exactly what you said. They are playing like the better team here right now on this map. I mean, you saw how dynamic they were. They got that dink onto, I think it was Ayumi, or they got the kill onto Ayumi. They pushed back the players towards A. You saw Con come in from the late lurk towards mid. And they're taking turns, right? Graham's, we saw her a couple of times being the lurk. Now Con becomes the linchpin. And they're so dynamic. They're so fast to change up what they want to do. They know exactly where the Boba players are going to be playing from. And it's this synergy and this swiftness in decision that's going to get them those round wins. That's going to keep them 2 steps ahead of Boba. And yeah, it's rough. They're going in that vicious cycle of a buy and a save and a buy and a save. This time, they've got a couple of rifles that they could work around with. They got Kohaibi's lockdown as well. But of course, you got Khan that could counter it with the Hunter series. So a bit of mind games right there and how they wanted to use those ults. This time, Ayumi not going for A. She's down towards C with the breach. So you might see a little bit more aggression as is kind of that tried and true of a Neon.
This time it's silence from Sisu. A little bit more passive. Usually you can start to see that Corral start onto A site. Not happening this time, so is Ayumi. Her aggression this time will be on C. Saw smokes already happening onto C area. Over onto Cubby here. I think Ayumi is looking to just swing out off that contact play. Notes out one, relay bolt used, and Polly is just used quickly, just give up that space. They'll be skill alone, and Luca is also here to play. Flash to come forward, and Boba says, I think that's enough space. Denied! We have to move out of the way. Don't want to meet an entirety of a 5-man stack there onto C main. As Graham's this time still playing to the garage. Gets away with it. Gives them a neural theft, and Graham's finds another head to pop. Hunter's Fear just to clear the backside. Delbisky, too much to handle. The entirety of the Boba squad knocked down one by one like bowling pins. Kohaibi and Baby TZ, the dynamic duo is still here. Only a sheriff in hand for Baby TZ. Hard to see, can't get onto the site. Denied to go into the space itself. Now the question is, how are they going to be able to break into the site to play together? As for Sisu, they have protocols, they have double swings coming up forward. But if Baby TZ is able to go for this isolated play, she might be coming up on top. But look at this hold! Two people swinging out together, and for Kohaibi, perhaps this might be a call to save.
Oh, she has to. She's being trapped in as well. Con is in mid. Con is in B. Spots her out as well. She doesn't even get a chance to save that weapon. Literally what we were discussing before this round started, Tash, was exactly what happened. Boba, triple man push down C long. Sisu more than aware of it, and then Graham picks up the empty space. She knows that there's a big gap here in garage. Picks up 2 kills just like that. They find the last player at the back of the C site, and the last 2 are just a formality. Sisu are looking so in tune with each other right now. Graham's beautiful looks coming through. Con will pick up that pace if she needs to as well. This team is looking unstoppable against BOBA, what is known as the second best team in the region.
BOBA finding themselves challenged here this time. Any aggressive style play will be read very well by Sisu, and they're quick to capitalize. No crowding corner. You bet Sisu would check it.
No charges left.
Now this time Sawamura ready to go inside. Notes the presence of that Silva. Baby TZ only able to go for one. Ayumi as well. Aluka with that stinger. Polly will also follow up. Very, very aggressive start. Very explosive from both teams. Despite the gun disparity, it's finally a 2-on-2. Delbisky, Sheriff in hand, and so is Kohaibi. Playing it very safe. A good crossfire to come through. They knew her presence. Got her out with her utility in hand. Sisu, Polly, 3 members of BOBA to her name. Heaven side, fully in her control. Kohaibi, one of the best sentinels we've seen thus far. Trying to make this work. It's gonna be hard. The area is held. A crossfire to come through, and Sisu, 8 rounds already, and BOBA still wondering, cannot answer on how exactly they want to play this defense side. Every single maneuver, every single play punished so well by Sisu, and Sisu is just such a team that's so reactive instead of technically aggressive.
I mean, that 2v1 was played to perfection. I mean, Polly just taking from the shadows, like ensuring that there's no way in hell Kohaibi is going to win that. Teleport straight towards A long. They fall by crossfire. They peek at the same time. I mean, that is the small little fundamentals that Sisu have in place that will win them these rounds and will look so clean, so polished. This is a beautiful half coming in from Sisu, and they're looking to extend it to a 9-3 half, right? This the last round of this half. Kohaibi still yet to use that lockdown. Surely she has to use it right now. This is the last one, last chance for her. It's Garage presence this time for SISU. Drone to just scout things out. Nothing for the taking just yet. Kwame pops it down though.
Shadows traveling.
How it happens, how it pans out. It might just flush them back. Yeah, they're gonna respect things. The paranoia as well. They have no choice but to escape here. But that has drawn out the lockdown very early on. There's still a minute 10 seconds left on the clock. They can explore the rest of the map.
Graham's this time. Garage has always been her area of play, and Kohaibi, despite a lockdown being put down, knocked out already. And now SISU are okay for this mid-round call. Just hit the pause button. Baby TZ, forced to move out of the way. That flash displacing her. From the shadows will be used. Notes already where the members of SISU are. That's enough for them to give some information. Polly rushes straight to say, will they check out where Pilski is? No, she doesn't. Found the spike. Knows there's one in garage. Graham's is there
I have
to save the round at the very least. Boba, 2 members down compared to SISU. Moves out of the way, and the sprays come up for somewhere despite the fact that they have been moved out of the way because of that util. Graham's street her name, Kohaibi is here! But Graham's will be the one to end everything at 3-9. We've heard of curses! But for Boba, is this enough? That's the question that we have for the day. So, for Quack and Jen, what do you guys think? Do curses exist?
What do we think? What the heck is going on? 9-3. Honestly, I do believe in curses, but I feel like SISU is so close to winning this series. Like, Boba would have to come up with something strong in the second half to make sure that the curse comes back and they save the day.
Yeah, that's really it, right? I mean, we're 9-3. Who would have thought that in a match between SISU versus Boba, this is what we would have for Game Changer Southeast Asia? I mean, honestly, whether it's curses or not, yeah, maybe, you know, players always have like superstitions and stuff here and there. But the one thing we can say for certain is Khan and Grams are on a whole other level on this map for some reason. I think Coldan made a really excellent point that Grams, you know, normally on the duelist, she's already got that sharp aim, but now on this Cypher, she's dedicated to the kit that she has. She doesn't have to be too flashy with the mobility or anything. All she has to do is to be that backline support, to find those positions, to be able to sneak into garage and get those sneaky shots onto players like Kohaibi and whatnot, and she repeatedly does that more than once. In that final round of this first half, she gets a 4K, 4 kills, just to put her team with 9 rounds in the bag. It's performances like that alongside Khan that really makes SISU such a formidable force on this map. I mean, Sawamura is still doing Sawamura things a little bit here and there as the Jet, but on the other side, you know, we're seeing a Yumi on this Neon, and she's trying some things, but the impact is not quite there yet. Even with the overdrive, it's not enough kills, it's not enough space gathered for a team. In fact, SISU are actually doing a very good job at drawing out Boba's early utility. So as we head on over the next half, that pistol round, Boba needs to get it.
That will be the start of the curse. Okay, back to you, Tash and Coldan.
There we go. We have the idea of what we need to activate that curse. The pistols.
Yeah, as I like to say, it all starts with the pistol. I never thought I'd see Boba on the decider map down 3-9 up against SISU. Not even Zipto. This is SISU. This is the up-and-coming team. And if SISU pull it away, I think this will be the first and biggest upset so far in the playoffs. An incredible one to put them in Bangkok as well.
They need it. As Quack said, the biggest problem Ayumi has been facing was being able to take up that space, take up those kills. Every time she attempts to, she will be punished. All eyes in garage here. There is a trip there at the very least. So Kohaibi has to be a bit more wary of that. Grias have done a phenomenal job of holding garage on attack side. Defense might be the same here. That flash potentially did save Aluka's life. So Omura is low already, but Delbiski Ayumi, look at this push out from both sides of that box, giving them the entirety of Seaside, and they want more. Kohaibi here from the garage. They have put in that damage as well. For 1 and for 2 here, Boba. They take up all the space and more. What's up, Khan? Plays together here. Triple 4-man swing. Shot to push them back. A flash as well, but for BOBA, that is the play they want to do. The teamwork, being able to swing off each other. This is what we wanted to see. And BOBA this round, comfortable. As Jen said, perhaps the start of the curse. Let's see if they can actually stand this anti-eco.
Yeah, I mean, BOBA need to remember who they are, right? The accomplishments, what each individual player on this team has accomplished so far. And that pistol round, that is signs of life. That is signs that they are, you know, alive at the very least. Yumi, I will say, as the Neon, is a lot more potent on attacking side compared to defense. Let's see if that's gonna be consistent throughout this half. Fast push coming from Yumi. Instant entry. Baby TZ picks up short as well.
Power to zero error, and Polly finds two. Right as Baby TZ had her util in hand. You really gotta admire the audacity that SISU has to play that aggressively and take up space. Going for that punish, it's massive. But the guns, a bit much to deal with. That's a classic in Graham's hands. Aluka answers. At what cost? Two members of BOBA left. Good spray from Aluka. They keep the rifle, they keep the Vandal. But it's still quite a number on the economy for the next round.
Yeah, I totally agree. They only bring in those two rifles. I think they fully bought into that as well. So that is a decent amount of damage being done. But you can see the difference, right? Yumi now being so aggressive on this attacking side, you can't really do that too much on defense, especially without assistance from your utilities, which is a little bit harder, right? You're on defense, you don't want to lose map control. But yeah, now I want to see a Yumi being unleashed, being that Neon that we all know she can be extremely potent on this agent. And again, early map control being given over. Sawamura just finds the second player in. Baby TZ with a crucial trade right back. Nicely answered by BOBA to kick things off.
Really gotta admire Baby TZ for being able to play off that. Good discipline coming up forward. Graham's this time. Putting that break of the trip. Putting that trip just deny a little bit more space, but for the other members of BOBA, because they've really pulled and given so much idea and space, really able to clear out the back of platform. But will there be a follow-up is the question. Yumi, Texter, zero error doing his work? No. Rams and Con coming up on top here in this one. Playing so carefully on top of those angles coming in from platform. Gohaibi taps two heads from garage side. Forced to play a little bit more passive here because of those smokes. Paranoia, excuse me. She's still alone, 1-on-2. We've seen magic happen from Gohaibi. But for SISU, they're sharp. They've noted where she is. One angle toward the backside, one from behind platform. She checks it. They know exactly what it is. The double swing will be doing the due diligence and work here to clear the area. Good attempt, saw the vision from Gohaibi, but SISU, a little bit more strong on that discipline.
I don't know how Graham's got 2 kills there. She was stunned up. The slide came in perfectly. I think we're going to be able to see it later, but this opening duel right here, really nicely done to trade things out. Graham's catches a Yumi and then jumps up to catch Delvisky as well. I mean, granted, it was just a bonus. They did deal quite a bit of damage, and SISU's economy will be kept honest, but still, great attempt coming in from BOBA. Now they got to try it yet again. And again, it's going to be this main fight.
Samura once again, she pushes up forward. That Aldron has noted out the other member there. Oh, she still gets one! Challenging that Aldron! But excuse me, Delbisky also answers back. Her name a bit hard to say, but it's okay. She puts in the work, she puts in the numbers and the headshots, so I'm okay with that. Coming into this one. It's Khan's turn to put in the Aldron. So it's 2 members already of BOBA. 2 players coming in for sewers and 2 for A main. 3 eyes onto the areas, onto A site. Still with that recon, forced to move out of the way because of that fault line.
There they are.
Does spot out 2 members of SISU. A beautiful recon played by Baby TZ. Piety for 1, but not before BOBA completely demolishes the other whole members of SISU on the side itself. Graham's over from the other side. All alone here. In A site. Such a terrifying sight to go for in those retakes. Choke point. Potential for a crossfire from hell. So it's graffiti. No idea where to see. For her, perhaps it might be a call to save, but doesn't really matter. She wants to go and still try for it. Dwindling down the economy, the numbers, finds the area, smokes as well as the aftershocks are used here. Moves back. Cam not spotting anyone at all. Look at how much util is there. Tall ask, a mountain to climb. I think she's just gonna end it here.
Yeah, Guardian's not the most ideal weapon you want to save, but your money is completely shot. You don't really have much to bring into this. And while SISU has their double digits, BOBA answers back with one more. Persistence was the key right there. The traits not in the favor of SISU. I think that recon dart on the backer side really exposed their crossfires, right? It tagged out Con as well as Piety. They were playing behind the default box. And from then on out, BOBA, you know, they knew how to place their utility. They knew how to find those frags. And they did so pretty convincingly. Despite SISU placing 3 players on the A side, BOBA still managed to take on that fight, and they win out in what is quite favorably the trade. So really nicely done. They only have the Guardian going to this round of SISU. It's going to be on the hands of Graham. He's here towards this A. I mean, she's here towards this A side. He gets tagged out. So now they know that is where the Guardian is residing. Do they want to test her? That's a question for them to find out.
C side left completely open. No one home. A side more aggressive placement for the utility for Graham's. Bit of a gamble onto B side here with one holding into garage. But for BOBA, they're okay to play a little bit more safe, take some time. That's not the info. Pasao Amura pushing out so aggressively onto window side. Smokes forward, alarm bot will be broken. Is all the info they need. And quickly, the other members of BOBA just rush toward A side. Not able to get onto the side though because of the utility placed a little bit more on the aggressive side. Graham's gonna tag one here, but it's gonna be Kohaibi that catches one right before she's able to really pull back her composure. Delbisky as well. Good for this. It's gonna be a quick rotation onto C around the world in 80 days. Nah, it's gonna be faster than that. Clears out the backside with the paranoia. You see the recon as well. Then understanding that no one is here to greet them onto C site. And Ayumi, she wants to play a little bit more aggressive. BOBA's big problem was not being able to capitalize off each other, not being able to trade off each other. A lot of eyes here onto garage side as well, where SISU, Graham's has been able to really make her mark as one of the strongest holders and crossfires of all time, at least for this map, onto that side. Maybe TZ going aggressive. Answer, Luka Delbisky, one more each. A round win. A good anti-eco for them, and BOBA slowly but surely climbing the numbers.
Yeah, SISU, that was just a low buy round, so they had to take a little bit more risks. You can see here Graham's big kill coming in, and if unfortunately not able to get that win right there. And yeah, it's just the classics on the retake, but the main kill was Delbisky finding Con pushing C long. And once you manage to kill a player pushing C long all the way in your spawn, it's most likely that there's nobody in that C side, maybe maximum one. So nice rotation being called by BOBA. That is what you want to secure these round wins. That's a gun round this time. Up in the hands of Saramura. Stun comes in as the escape out of there. Aftershock will allow Saramura to live for just a little bit longer. Ayumi forced back on that one. Meanwhile, the creep up towards C long. Delbisky testing the side yet again, breaks the trip. So Graham, aware that C might be compromised, wants to be aggressive and will pay with her life. And that is the key. That is indication for them to accelerate. Where the Cypher once held the C side completely overrun by BOBA players.
Curiosity killed. Graham's there. Punished for really trying to go a bit more aggressive and take out space that she had no right to do or take. BOBA, a little bit more of an aggressive role. Kohaibi are ready to pop that lockdown anytime. There she does it. You see the Paranoid used it. Yeah, already. Sawamura quick on that swing out. Con as well for one more. A retake that's just very strong. SISU what does what they do best. Putting in that firepower, swinging out together. Coming up on top in terms of numbers here. But it's gonna be hard. His long area to hold. Hunter's Fury. Like some time. Finds Sawamura. Gonna find two. Still holding, they managed to get it to half. The Alter gonna find the other member here. And BOBA, show us a beautiful play on how you want to play off that Hunter's Fury. Bringing them to an 8. A big lead, whatever big lead that SISU had before, dwindling down. And SISU forced to call that timeout.
Oh, well, what a back and forth round that was. There were so many ultimates in BOBA's hands that lockdown just delayed it for such a long time. And then Baby TZ's Hunter's Fury just to confirm things. Pilski, we didn't see it exactly from a POV, but her managing to find 2 kills as they were trying to scamper onto that spike. Super crucial. And BOBA yet again put another round the ball. That's 3 in a row, and a timeout by SISU to really reevaluate things, because now they're back on that eco round, right? If BOBA win this, they're up to 9, the round difference drops to 1, and at that point, I think even at this point, we can kind of see that the tides are slowly turning, the momentum is a bit shifting a little bit, and it could be anyone's game.
Loving how BOBA has been really proactive trying to note. So as Graham's, they love playing a little bit more aggressive. So what they've been doing is just sending Ayumi a little bit more aggressively and playing off that contact, really shutting down Sawamura in the second half. She's been forced off her aggressive angle so many times, but she really still gets that value on retakes with that op. It's phenomenal to see. Coming into this one, let's see what SISU has to offer.
A reminder that the winner of this map goes to Pacific, goes to Bangkok for that land. It's crazy that we're in this spot, but here we go. Just the knives of Sawamura, the only thing that's really that much more potent. I say that, but we've seen how the shares can do the damage as well. Can't count them out just yet. I will say Graham has got herself to a really deep corner towards C. So that's at least information. They know that C long is not the commitment just yet, at least.
Aldrin. Spots up, Polly. Oh, she's still not deterred at all. Unafraid, not scared.
Ooh.
Not sure if Ayumi had spotted her. I don't think so. Not too sure what happened there. We saw from the shadow as Pilski is just so cool here to hold the entirety of the backside, denies it from SISU. There's one more inside of this smoke as well. Kohaibi taking note of the potential lurks coming from Graham's. Pushes them a bit further up. Notice there's no one there. So good idea coming forward, puts in a bit of chip damage. You have to take him down, and Baby TZ just completely tie up the last few remaining loose ends. Only 1 round away from equalizing things, and BOBA already 4 in a row, showing us the attack side is completely in their control.
Yeah, and I don't think they heard from the shadows being teleported. Pilski just catching Polly, unawares at all, completely.
One enemy remaining.
So, I mean, and then the flank being watched by Kohaibi. They've got the final player coming in from CT as well. SISU. Okay, got the guns in their hands right now. Got the operator for Sawamura, but Yumi super fast on this one. They break the chip and garage into the seaside.
As well, the fast lane just clear out. She just turned around. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize off it, but it's gonna be her teammates that do. Information played off perfectly. Ayumi can't get value, but can get the info.
Spike planted.
They get the plant as well. Khan here takes out the turret. Gotta play off together with Sawamura. Unfortunately, Recon Ball could have spot her out. Forced to move out of the way. How forced to just buy some time. Sawamura this time not able to get that positioning correctly with that op. Reaching the op, it's quite a big thing to ask for. Khan capitalizing off the whiff, but BOBA, what they have is the power of friendship. And finally, a 10 to 10. That half looked so far away for BOBA to catch up. But BOBA is a team that has insane resilience.
Oh yeah, you can say that again. I mean, this anchoring from Graham's fantastic to find the first, but the trades, this when the smokes went down, 4 players just staring at Graham's position right there, and their attacking side looks like a completely different team. always back and back, you know, neck and neck with each other, ensuring that those trades come through. And it's the fast-paced rounds that are catching SISU off guard. They can't handle the pressure of Ayumi. And yet again, the slide comes in, blindsides Polly out of the round. And again, the C-side compromise, give it over. BOBA, man advantage in the post-plant. SISU, with weaker weapons, has to somehow contend with
what
this.
What happened there to Grams? Nanoswarm was there. Sawamura here. Over on the other side. They say it's a attack round or defense round. She's over on attacker's side. All alone. Still good enough for 2. Sharp as ever, Sawamura. Quack says that's Sawamura things. Maybe TZ notes her. Takes her down. Kohaibi as well. Gonna find the cleanup to garage side. So BOBA gonna be able to take another round in their pocket. BOBA, all eyes on the prize. A team that came in a runner-up. It was devastating for them being crushed by Zipto. They need to show a lot more if they want to make it to the other side. Coming into these next new superstars of Southeast Asia. Loving the step up from SISU. But BOBA showing us that they're not to be counted out quite yet.
Oh, I mean, definitely not. This attacking side's pace, the tempo change up has been stifling for SISU. They have no answer for these fast pushes, these hard executes. They cannot hold on to the site. They aren't able to find those crucial frags that they need. And in the chaos, BOBA are thriving. Sawamura again with the op in hand and peeks out, spotted out. And still re-aggressing Sawamura. Sawamura things.
Ooh, still enough chip damage to take out half her life. Still, for BOBA, a little bit more discipline and a little bit more hesitant. Trying to really find anyone from SISU who wants to aggress, but SISU this time says, yeah, that's enough aggressing for us.
Shadows.
Gonna just clear out those areas on mid with the Owl drone. It's time to see that paranoia come through. Not talking about the body, but the mindset. Over in Sunset, them not checking or doing the due diligence in those corners have been BOBA's downfall. It's really set them to really overthink every time they try to dig around. As you can see from the shadows used already by Delbisky, position has been noted, but they do have their teammates here. And Kohaibi, BTZ answers. A rolling thunder through and through, util dumps all around. This is chaos, and they love this. But Khan shuts out down Ayumi. Maybe TZ good to answer, but the same could be said for Paiti. What is happening on this side? It's almost like a shooting galley all around. Paiti is here. Luca for 2. Polly answers. And now it's down to a 1-on-1. Time, 5 seconds to go. They need to buy time. Then Polly gonna capitalize. SISU brings it back when they need it the most. Getting their op as well as a consolation prize. We might potentially be going to see our first overtime for today. Holy!
All 24 rounds required. That kill right there by Con. That was so important to let them have control over the site. It made things so dicey, so back and forth, incredibly messy on the site. There's so many smokes that both sides were playing upon. But yeah, SISU with their man advantage at the very end. Not even man advantage, it was down to 1 versus 2. Polly manages to win that one out again. Fast-paced round from BOBA.
This time around, Ayumi not met with a lot of resistance here. Khan is still there. She is sharp as ever, but still displays her fast lane.
You should run.
Cracking the site open in half. Playing out this off angle. Sawamura walks straight to crosshair, but Luca and Baby TZ completely collapse onto the members of SISU as well. Graham's left her own devices here, excuse me, all alone. Multi-frag queen, we can call her that. But post plans for BOBA is nothing shabby as well. Has a bit of semblance of idea where she should be. Smokes all around. Ooh, capitalizes off that. Jump shot onto Luca.
Everyone hiding.
Gives her the neural theft. Enough information for her to play with. A lot more pressure from Kohaibi onto the top side. Can see a push start to happen there towards stairs as well. Nice little cage to play with, but Delbisky will just shut it all down. Good attempt from Grahams, but BOBA will be the one to reach match point first.
I would have loved it if she saved that rifle, because now that money is horrible. It is not in a great spot. And yeah, catching Con out there in the open, that was uncharacteristic. Going back into the smoke with the op in hand. I think that's what Quack would call Sawamura things. This time it's not going to pan out. And these fast-paced rounds, yeah, they stopped it in the previous, but it was extremely scrappy. It's not consistent. And SISU need to somehow find an answer to this. Either play full retake of a site, or stack a couple more players, you know, fight for the site with a bunch of util. Because Baby TZ now is Hunter's Fury, and they're pushing down long, spotted out, the sun comes in. Sawamura still wants to push on this. Paranoia will force her back though.
Good hold, good discipline, Boba understanding. A lot of players seem to have this mindset when they hit round 12. Just to play a little bit aggressive, fast, make these mistakes, but Boba doing the due diligence. Piety answers, Piety for Luca will answer back. Hunter's Fury just to clear out the entirety of that side itself. Despite the gun disparity, this Pilski is so low. Con! 3! Bringing us to an overtime con with heroics! It's been that the entirety of this game!
Overtime.
What a round!
2v3, she pops the Hunter's Fury and across the map, she takes down 3, and we're going overtime. I was blind, no, she didn't have a dart, it was just blind Hunter's Fury shots. The top fragger for her team, 23 and 15, saves them and bails them out. Oh my god.
Our two Silva players, 22 to 23, just really outdoing themselves in this map, showing us how much they want this. We talk about Boba over and over again about their rivalry and how much they want to overthrow Zipto.
Area.
But for SISU, we have players who've played for so many years, Capricious and Khan. Some of the best sharpshooters here for Game Changers Southeast Asia. Hasn't been able to find success quite yet, but this is their best shot to show the world what they have to offer as well. All eyes on SISU. As you said before, it might be the biggest upset to come forward if SISU weren't able to overcome Boba.
The little trap play set up in towards Garage. And it might get some value. SISU, I mean, Graham's is outside of Garage. She's gonna test it and falls victim. Sawamura's turn. Oh, nice pincer again from Boba. And it's gonna catch onto Con this time.
Kohaibi already for 2. All these skirmishes happening throughout the map. Baby TZ taking up that space. Knows exactly what Sawamura is. Polly. Shadow steps onto the side, moves all the way to the backside. I think the members of Boba has noted this. Baby TZ gonna be sharper this time around, but Polly as well could do the same. Former team members
30 seconds left
from Sapphire going above and beyond despite being on 2 different teams. Polly all alone here, but does she know timing might not be her best friend here. Ayumi is there. Good pincer all around, and here comes the collapse coming in from the members of Boba. They struggled before on defense side, but this time around they don't show it. Piety all alone, but Kohaibi, the master of Seaside, gatekeeper, call her whatever you want, is the one that comes out big in this one.
Yeah, that mini trap play towards Garage, that was all it needed to break apart that round.
Sides.
Graham's a little bit overeager. Got caught out first. That is not typical that we've seen her play in regulation. But she was the first one to go down outside the Garage. The A main push was successful thanks to the breach stuns. And then from that point onwards, Boba with that man advantage was able to clean things up pretty convincingly. Timeout now taken by SISU. And again, their backs up against the wall. This is match point for Boba. 1 round away from Bangkok, from that Pacific land. And it's the harder side now for SISU. SISU struggled on this defensive side. And they now have to do it in overtime.
SISU has relied so much on heroics. Whether it be from Piety, Sawamura, Polly, Graham's Khan, all of them able to multi-frag out and take these spaces and rounds. Each sharp, each with their own experiences coming onto the stage. But they cannot rely on heroics to be able to take out a team like Boba, who are a little bit more mechanically adept, a little bit more quick to play off each other. But SISU, if it's any team to really challenge Boba, it will be SISU here. Split 2 looking like they're split. Despite the change in roster, despite not having the previous IGL, they show us they can come here into this tournament with a full Southeast Asian roster and still thrive.
what's the change? Right, Boba in regulation, they were so aggressive on their attacking side. Tech pause coming in. This game has been going on so long.
Has it really only been our first series?
Yeah, it does feel like it though. Still got 2 more, Tash.
Dang!
I'll be moving to the desk. You can continue with Pilski.
Man,
A
hope
couple more
that
bangers after this. I can't believe it. Still got 2 more.
hopefully Pilski doesn't crucify me for making fun of him earlier.
I think did he heard it? I don't think he heard it. So I think we're safe for now.
It never happened.
What?
What are we talking about here? Oh yeah. But coming into this one, you're really gotta give it to Boba. Push comes to shove when the mountain looks almost nigh high and impossible to climb. You can expect a team like Boba to be able to do so. We're seeing a lot of teams step up here in Split 2. We saw it yesterday, almost on the first mapper where Zipto played. And now again, against Boba, both these teams are winning each other's map picks. And Haven, I don't know why, but throughout the entirety of Challengers as well as here, Haven has been a lot of the teams' go-to for deciders, and I don't blame them. The 3-mapper,
I like it though.
I love it. I love it. It's
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I prefer it more than the Ascent pick for deciders.
Yeah, you and me both. I think Haven is like that perfect map 3, where it's not too weird. Both teams probably have some experience playing on it, and then sometimes it just gets down to a fist fight on the side itself. And we've seen it a couple of times already in this map. But yeah, I'm very interested to see what Boba have. Might be a fast one yet again. That's what got them here in the first place.
But that fast pick did not do them any favors in the last round. But this time around, good shock dart, and now the fast lane. Full entry onto B side, and here comes the zero error movement. That's what we wanted to see. Ayumi taking up so much space all the way to C. In fact, Pilski beelining it straight onto the defense side. Very aggressive hold. The util will give all the value they need. The paranoia uses as well. Cloudburst denies them a bit more space. And you also have this smoke just to cut down any information forward, but it's gonna be Pilski play this corner to perfection with Kohibi. Boba, they know how exactly to play this, reading the members of SISU 2T, Kohibi and Paiti, 1H and so it's Khan. Aluka finally ends it in the end. That looks terrifying for Boba, but Boba comes up on top. Very, very close map, 13-9, 13-9, and in overtime, I could not see a more perfect ending, and congratulations to Boba making it to BCT, well, rather Game Changers Pacific over in Bangkok, Thailand. And once again, good morning, baby TZ. What a game.
That was a pretty long morning, all things considered. What a decider map. That was insane to watch. Unfortunately, SISU at the very final hurdle, they stumbled, and Boba, you know, swept them off their feet. Absolutely stole their last round away. I'm lost for words. I mean, that series was insane to watch. It was so cool to see SISU, you know, take it to Boba and really push them to their absolute limits, which I thought only Zipto could do, right? But now they are showing that they are really, you know, poised for that 3rd seed, for that 3rd team to get into Pacific. But yeah, that is how the cookie crumbles. Boba are into Pacific. Boba are the 2nd team. They'll be going in together with Zipto. But yeah, that was an incredible 3-mapper. We'll see what the panel has in store for us. Take it away, guys.
Thank you guys, and what a match that was. We were just screaming, oh my gosh, just tell us who's winning, tell us who's winning already. But as you said, Quack, a pistol round was definitely what Boba needed to activate that 9-3 curse, and now Boba are playing in Pacific. What a great accomplishment for them to have enough energy to get themselves across the finish line.
Yeah, they were really energized at the start of that second half. The aggression that they're brought to the table. I mean, first of all, Ayumi is starting to really go in a lot more, well, apart from aggression, it's just a lot of decisiveness in how she wants to use that fast lane and also just the whole team working around it. They were working so well right off the bat, getting that pistol. They started to chain those winning streaks together, and then we got into overtime, Jen. You loved that, didn't you?
I was like, OT!
You got 2 more games to go. I really hope you're okay. But yeah, this was really just insane to watch. You know, apart from some of the craziest plays from players like Ayumi, a little bit of chaos from Sawamura, Kohibi as well, clearly, but also the Sova players, right? How we even went into overtime was such a sight to behold. Just the Hunter's Fury coming out from Baby TZ, and then Khan firing a Hunter's Fury back of her own, but she got more than she bargained for. She had like 2 kills right off the bat, and then got the final 3rd one. Oh, I don't even know what to break down because there's just so much going on. But at the end of it, it's really all of these heroic performances from these star players from both teams.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, look at the first kills. 17 from BOBA, mostly Ayumi, I guess. You can definitely see why they chose to run the Neon once it got into the second half.
Yeah, it really has to be that. I didn't even know I could reach such a high pitch saying 17 that way. But yeah, it really was a Yumi. I think it was a really good call. Both sides trying to have some of the reads, especially for the first half. SISU had some reads for how BOBA was trying to push out on the defensive side. But once we went into overtime, that's when BOBA really started to exhaust, most of their playbook, right? Trying to pull off some of these crazy strategies whereby they're trying to create false presence or bait out Sawamura. I mean, if we take a look at the heat map right here, you can see a lot more kills going on throughout the C site, but there are some going around the A site where, especially around A lobby or sewers, the fast lane is often something that a Yumi throws out just to bait Sawamura into peeking or just to check if anyone's around the corner. And I think that's kind of what their game plan kind of revolves around. Apart from that, there's also this round where a Yumi would sneak in through B site, but not to attack B. She goes from B all the way back into C site, and using that neon movement, like Tash calls it the zero error movement, slides in and snipes and chops someone down from the back. And then her team just controls C site that way. And it's just that much more difficult for SISU to retake from that position.
That's exactly what happened and what BOBA, including Ayumi, did to make sure that they win the overtime. Now, Kohibi as well, she was doing everything she can to keep BOBA, in that lead during the overtime as well.
Yeah, Kohibi, I mean, of course, it has to be her. That's one of the more impressive things about this squad of BOBA is that Kohibi is IGLing. She's plays with such a high sensitivity, which is always one of the fun facts to throw out about her. But she's still able to play that stable and to play alongside her teammates, not just, like expecting them to dive in first and then doing everything else, but she shows that she has the fragging power. She's someone that
the fragging IGL, we keep emphasizing the importance of having an IGL that can also frag, especially these days now where everyone knows how to aim and everyone knows how to shoot. So definitely the proper IGL or the exemplary of what kind of IGL a team needs.
Oh my god, I actually just noticed also, she's not just the top fragger for this map alone. She was also the MVP for Icebox, having 22 kills total, plus 10 out of everyone on average. And she also had the highest kills on her team on Sunset, even though they lost that match. So, overall MVP, definitely,
the MVP of all maps.
Kohibi. Yes.
Alright, well, BOBA made it into Pacific. I think they're gonna do really well in Bangkok as well. But for now, they have another match left in the playoffs, which is playing Zipto next. But I think they can be pretty confident in their performance today and how they will do against Zipto. Is interview ready? Production?
I guess we'll wait a little second.
Okay, not yet. Right.
She's connecting to
But
the
yeah.
call.
Right, so I was thinking though, when we were watching the highlight, you know, pretty unfortunate for SISU because they had 9-3 lead. I was thinking, you know, how many did they need to eventually close it out in the second half? Like, you know, theoretically.
How many like rounds?
12-1? Was that the scoreline that they needed?
It's 11-1.
You know, yeah.
That would have been so much. I mean, yes, it is a 9-3, and I really don't want to, you know, fault SISU too much. I feel like even with that many rounds, the main reason why they kind of lost at the end was just because of how good BOBA were at the end of the day. That's really what it was. We still had rounds where Grams was doing incredible things. Polly, even with the From the Shadow sometimes, and how they set themselves up around Hell on A site. And especially, of course, we can't not talk about Khan and that Hunter's Fury, or even
that
everything else that she provides. Yeah, exactly. They were doing so much, but a lot of it, I think, was just reactionary because they weren't expecting this kind of strategy from BOBA. They weren't expecting the Neon, and that's just kind of what happens in Game Changers Southeast Asia sometimes. Just not having enough reps against your opponents, and you just need to adapt quick enough. But, you know, they weren't quite able to, and BOBA were just keeping them on their toes at all times. So a lot of credit to BOBA.
I think that's where Neon and Breach kind of shines the most. You know, you're always in control of the pace, especially, you know, when you're attacking as well.
Yeah, it really is. Just so much being controlled, and you really see it with a Yumi and how she slides in behind her opponents. Even sometimes when it's just like a blind full send into C site, a Yumi at least gets one kill.
One. That's what you need from the duelist, you know. At least one kill.
Oh, actually, okay, so that's interesting. Ayumi, yes, always at least one kill. She does have 5 first kills, also 5 first deaths. But more interestingly, it's Kohaibi with 5 first kills as well, and only 2 first deaths. Baby TC has 4 first kills, 0 first deaths. So I think that just tells you like how much this whole team provides when they are all online and, you know, fragging out of their minds. Everyone is, as the casters say, firing on all cylinders.
It's not like there's a specific someone that has to carry the weight, you know, for the team to win. So that's always a good news and good stats to see. In the case of BOBA, SISU played extremely well. So I think they have a lot to look forward to. Of course, it's not the end of the day. I mean, end of the journey for SISU as well. So a lot of things to, you know, be excited about for us watching Changers.
Yeah, I'm actually now wondering about the third spot. So first one we have is Sipto, qualified for our Game Changers Pacific already. Second one, of course, is what we just saw, which is BOBA, and those two teams have a lot of history together, a lot of rivalries back and forth as well. But the third one, now that's a really interesting one because
we have
it would make sense.
SISU, right? Yeah,
exactly. It would make sense for it to be SISU, or, you know, previously known as Aura Differential, because they were that top third team from stage 1 of Game Changers Southeast Asia. But I believe we have a new challenger now, and that's Invincible GC. They look really good. I can't choose between the two.
I guess when we move on to the interview, it's better to ask the BOBA player, right?
Oh, yes.
I mean, they faced SISU, so
I guess we'll wait. Do we have the interview ready yet?
Is interview ready?
Oh, I think we're swapping to another player, so it's not... Yeah.
Because we just can't wait to hear from the player.
Yes, we can't wait.
Okay, the interview is ready. Here is Kohaibi, everyone. Hello, Kohaibi, and congratulations on making it to Pacific. Now, today was really close, but you guys got the job done. So, how thrilled or relieved are you right now?
Very happy.
Very happy.
That's it?
Yeah.
Just extremely happy.
Yeah,
okay,
because
so,
we got
you know,
to
Haven...
dessert.
Oh,
they're gonna eat dessert!
In Thailand.
Oh, mango sticky rice? Or like...
sweets, yeah. with coconut, a little bit of coconut. But congratulations on making it to Pacific. But Haven went overtime. You know, today was 3 mappers. What was going through your mind as you guys entered that overtime on Haven?
Nothing. We just play our own game. I don't know.
Okay, so you guys were pretty confident that even though it was overtime, you guys can win.
Yeah.
Okay. Quack, is there anything you want to ask?
Yeah, I mean, I do have a bit of a question in line with that because, you know, feeling confident is always important. But you guys, I think, were a bit challenged on Sunset for sure because, like, you know, you picked that one, but then you kind of lost it to SISU. How confident were you going into Icebox, and how was the team's like feeling? Like, what was the vibe like? Did you guys mentally reset and just tell yourself like, okay, Icebox is for sure we're gonna win?
I think we did mentally reset, but we hate Icebox. Yeah.
You actually hate Icebox.
You hate Icebox?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys were like, oh, I hate Icebox, but you know what? We need to win this. We can win this.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, so you talked about having desserts in Thailand. It's going to be Zipdo, and you guys in Pacific, we still have one more team that can qualify. Who do you think will be the last team to qualify for Pacific and possibly have those desserts with you?
The team we played against, because they're very good.
I guess
Okay,
it would be
Sisu?
Yeah, Sisu.
All right, Sisu would be your prediction. Okay, thank you, Kwaibi, once again. And you guys are facing Zipdo, though, still in the playoffs. More matches for you to play in SEA. So what's your mindset going into that matchup? I mean, the rivalry.
Zipdo did say that they want to play them, yeah.
Best friends, I guess. We're gonna play now together.
Okay.
Okay.
Friends in the server. Outside the server as well.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Kohaivi, for the interview, and congratulations once again.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Alright, best friends.
Kohaivi with the interview. She seems extremely happy and thrilled to go to Bangkok and eat some desserts, right?
Yeah, desserts. Lots of desserts, I guess.
But yeah, with today's win against SISU, BOBA are in the Pacific contention. So congratulations once again to BOBA. They will be facing Zipdo moving forward in the playoffs. But we have 2 other matches coming up, which would be the elimination match. So I'm going to toss it over to a break. But thank you, Quack, for joining me on the desk. Job well done.
Thank you, Jen.
Congratulations on getting your predictions right. But yeah, let's go over to a break, and then we'll be bringing you our next matchup of the day, LILAX versus Cardboard Dinosaur. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the desk, guys, where we get ready for the second matchup of the day, which is LILAX going up against Cardboard Dinosaur. Jen Lee over here, and joining me right now will be Coldan. So, hello.
I'm back, but I've switched seats. From caster, I've been tasked to take over Quack. You know, Quack just had, it was such a long series, so he was like, I'm just gonna go off. So I was like, okay, I'll take your place then.
You picked him up though, right?
Yeah.
But lucky for us, this is where things get real, because we have to say goodbye to two teams in total, but one of the two teams that are about to play. And LILAX, Cardboard Dinosaur, which one's going home? Just tell me already.
Whoa, you're putting me on the spot so fast. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to say I am leaning in favor of Cardboard Dinosaur. I think from the games that we've seen so far from them, albeit it's not a lot, but I'm looking at the past matches as well. I think Cardboard Dinosaur have a pretty strong team. LILAX, pretty new team, all things considered, a lot of new faces, and I think they might be struggling up against Cardboard Dinosaur here today. So I will say Cardboard Dinosaur will have the advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, okay. But the thing is though, I know you said we didn't see a lot of games from them, but the games that we did see was LILAX going up against Zipdo, and then Cardboard Dinosaur going up against Invincible GC, which is, you know, Zipdo and Invincible GC, they're super strong teams. So, you know, both teams today looking forward to kind of redeem themselves and get back into the groove, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think we have the team lineups ready. So yeah, let's take a look at the teams that we have here today. Cardboard Dinosaur and LILAX, excuse me.
LILAX.
Yeah, LILAX.
Okay,
So we've got
LILAX.
Sentry, Nuki, Jelarak, Marpandi, as well as Mimo. I think this is a full Thai squad, so super cool to see them here in the playoffs. I think any Thai squad would love to be playing in Bangkok, right? Their home country. So I guess they have that kind of motivation going in for them, but it's going to be a tough task up against a pretty strong team on the other side.
When it comes to the style of how they play, how would you describe their play style?
Of LILAX, I think they rely quite a bit on the individual strengths. I don't think they have that sort of chemistry that we've seen from teams like BOBA, as well as SISU that we just saw, right? I think it's going to be a bit of a different style of play, but here is Cardboard Dinosaur. I think this team, another pretty strong team, all things considered. I think they were in stage 1 as well in the playoffs. They were known as Mummy's Kittens. But they've had
Some familiar faces, but they leveled up to being dinosaurs.
from kittens to dinosaurs, yeah. They brought in a new player, which is Kikowo. She was previously on Team Sync Pink, and I think she is one of those up-and-coming stars of the team as well. She's a really cool fragger. Elfie is traditionally on a duelist role. Now she's coming into a bit more of a flex role for the team. And the rest of the team, right, Envious, Senpai, Pigruto, all veterans in the scene. They've been in Game Changers for as long as I can remember. So we got a couple of veterans with some new stars up against a fresh team in the form of LILAX.
And this will be the matchup that we should keep our eye on. You know, the controllers, Jelarak versus Envious. Stat-wise, I think Envious has an upper hand.
Yeah, Envious, I think we
Definitely,
saw in the game versus was it Invincible GC? She had a lot of very clutch rounds, and I think she has that veterancy that not a lot of players in Game Changers has, right? She has been playing on multiple teams. She knows how to operate within a team, assist them with all those smokes as well as paranoias as that Omen controller main. So really cool to see her still back in the scene, you know, fragging out as always. But yeah, Jelarak, on the other side of things, I think she has a decent amount of potential as well, but it's gonna take more than what we've seen so far for them to beat Cardboard Dinosaur.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting how we put these two, you know, next to each other, because Clove and Omen are two different types of controllers, but for LILAX, Nuki, right? Someone that needs to perform for the team to beat Cardboard Dinosaurs.
Yeah, she has a rather interesting role. She's been playing Phoenix for quite a number of their games. She's also been playing Sky as well as Reyna, so a bit of a flex player, and a bit of the X factor. I think if LILAX wants to win, it might need to rely on a couple of the more supportive players such as Nuki to come alive to support their team, give them a little bit additional firepower. But yeah, speaking of their opponents, Samfire, another veteran in the scene. She is super solid in her role. If I'm not mistaken, she is like the initiator main. She's mainly on Sova. Plays the Breach, plays the Gecko as well. Always there to set up her teammates. And yeah, Cardboard Dinosaur will rely on her for a lot of those setups to really capitalize on a couple of frags. And I think she's pivotal as well for any kind of success that they will want here today.
So as you mentioned, you know, tons of experience coming from Cardboard Dinosaurs. Let's talk about their previous matches though, because for LILAX, 13-1, 13-2 loss against Zipto.
Yeah, expected.
That's pretty normal for every other team in SEA, right? But the thing is, how does this team kind of, you know, fresh in the scene, take this loss and kind of build on it?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is what they've learned from that series. Albeit it can kind of be a bit rough, but as you can see right here, map pool, we don't have too much data on this squad because they are a fresh team in the scene, right? This squad has not played in stage 1 of this year. A lot of new faces and a lot of opportunities to really put their name out there, right? This may not be their chance to really, you know, top the playoffs, win the entire thing, but it's consistent performances and appearances like this that will give them experience, and you know, maybe in the future they'll be the veterans that they are facing up against.
Next up is Cardboard Dinosaur. They actually managed to get Lotus off of Invincible GC, going all the way to OT. Also close map on Sunset, although the stats really don't show it, but I feel like they have a really good potential of you know, making their map pool stronger.
Yeah, I think the map stats come from stage 1 as well. So it's the playoffs back then. So back a couple months ago, they faced up against Zipto as well as Aura Differential. They lost both series 0-2 fashion, so that's why the map stats are kind of, it don't look too great. But like, if you take into consideration the group stage matches as well, they've taken some good wins. They've taken down Penny Sitter, they've taken down Kitsune. A close matchup against Invisible GC twice this stage already. But yeah, let's take a look at the map video to see where we're gonna end up here today.
Okay, Find taken off the board, Ascent banned from CBD. Icebox is interesting. Lotus. Okay. What's next? Haven, Ban, Split Ban, then Decider map, we go to Sunset. Now, Icebox is kind of interesting because I feel like LILAX, when you look at their stats, they have a pretty good win rate on Icebox from what I've checked. Correct me if I'm wrong, but for CBD, Icebox is somewhere in a map that they would like to avoid as much as they can. So yeah, interesting pick.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. It's hard to really say for certain what maps LILAX are gonna be the best at because the map pool has not been tested too much. They've only had a couple of runs on Icebox up against teams that I personally wouldn't rate them too highly.
Yeah.
So yeah, they did have wins. They are technically 2-0 on that map in this stage. But I think it does give them a good shot because, as you mentioned, right, it's Cabo Dinosaur. Their map win rate on Icebox has not been very great. It's been 25%, won once, lost thrice. But then we have to look into a little bit of the context. Why, right? They went up against SISU, Invincible GC, and Full Sense Pink. Sorry, yeah, Full
teams
Sense
of
Pink.
higher caliber, right? Yeah.
Pretty decent reputation, all things considered. So again, we have to take into in consideration, the strength of the teams they face against, but then the map pools, they don't really play that much. So hard to say for certain, but still, I think it is a decent map choice coming from LILAX. Understandable. They see weaknesses in this map of Cabo Dinosaur, and we'll see. We'll see if they can capitalize and expose those weaknesses.
What do you think about Lotus though? Do you feel like they have equal chance, or it's like Cardboard Dinosaur all the way?
Oof. Lotus is an interesting one because there's a lot of map data on Cabo Dinosaur. This is by far, in a way, their most played map for Cabo Dinosaur. Very comfortable on it. A couple of close games, Invincible GC, SISU as well mentioned in the most recent matches. They did win out Invincible GC, a super close match though, 14-12. But I think again going, match at least map for map up against Lotus of LILAX. Couple of decent wins, but again, it's teams that we don't really have too much information on. Teams that haven't made it to the playoffs yet. Watermelon, Lavana, Estrella, Iris. Not teams that we're too familiar with. So again, I do think Cabo Dinosaur has a little bit of advantage in the map pick there. It makes sense as well, right? The most played map, the map that they're most comfortable with. So very cool to see how I guess the map veto kind of pans out for both teams.
Yeah, but for LILAX though, winning Icebox would be crucial if they do want to walk away with that W and survive another day in the playoffs. Agent Select will have to wait for a little bit, so we have some time to kill. So let's have a debate on, what the logo for LILAX is. I was thinking, is it a snow fox? Is it a cat? What else can it be? Is it a minx? I don't think it's a mouse.
Surely it's a cat, right? I think cats are pretty popular mascots for teams. It does look like a cat. Has like the two ears are pretty obviously feline-ish, I think. There's like the button nose, which indicates to me it's probably a mammal. Actually, I don't know why I said mammal, but it doesn't have a snout, right? If it's a snout, maybe it could be a fox. But the fact that
not a reptile though, right?
I don't think reptiles
are not a furry reptile, yeah.
Unless I haven't been doing my biology, I don't think it's furry reptiles. Unless someone has been like crossbreeding some stuff.
Don't do that. I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
We need this guy as a mascot though. I think that would be cool.
But yeah. Do we have to wait? Oh, there you go.
Here we go.
Agent Select for Icebox. Okay. Though I feel like the logo might be Snow Fox. Okay, so we get Reina versus Reina.
Okay. Oh wait, it's an animal face-off. Sorry, I'm a bit off track. It's a dinosaur versus a cat. Just realized.
That's what I've been telling you. Yeah.
It's the first animal face-off we have here in the playoff.
Is dinosaur an animal though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, dinosaurs don't exist anymore, so LILAX, at least the mascots are alive in current modern day.
What are you saying?
I'm just going on a
What
bit
I'm
of a
saying,
rant.
we have to talk about the agent comp. Because I guess Cardboard Dinosaur, it's pretty common, I guess. It's something that we see.
The Clove is something very interesting, though, I will say, for LILAX. They have been picking it, so I don't expect it to be uncomfortable for them. They've tried the Deadlock. Doesn't seem like it's something they want to go on with. Nuki just opting for the Reyna. A little bit more simplistic, but also with that steamroll potential. Carbo Dinosaur on the other side of things. They've tried the Harbor, but I think going back to, again, that Reyna and the Viper, the tried and true comp, just sticking with the basics, sticking with their raw aim and firepower, I think that is the key for both of these teams.
Okay, now I think we're ready to jump into Icebox, so it's time to toss it over to our beautiful casters, Pilski and Tashbunny. So I've been thinking of their duo name. You guys can choose Pilbunny or Tashki.
Yeah, I'll let you do the. I think Pilbunny sounds a bit more.
Pilbunny?
Yeah.
Pilbunny? Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Let's go with that, yeah?
Yeah, I'm keen for this game. You know what, Tash? This is going to be Senderi's 20th game of playing Clove in a row. It doesn't matter what the map is. We play Clove. So let's go. Let's see a Clove specialist duking it out on Icebox.
I like that.
That's going to be hard to get into some of those sites, I think.
Yeah, coming into this one, I love seeing that Sage as well. I think we've seen Paper X run Sage as well for this map, and Jing can go really aggressive, it can go really defensive, depending on what you want. Off angles can be played as well. But coming into this one, a LILAX, brand new comer into a game changer C, alongside Cardboard Dinosaur, a team that's had quite a name here for this stage, showing up especially on this one. Loving seeing the return of Samfire and Envious to the big stage, as well as Yuki for this one. So definitely a return of the OGs alongside their newer teammates.
100%. I mean, yeah, we saw the core of this team playing last season. I think they made it into the playoffs, so pretty solid stuff from them. 2 seasons in a row in towards the playoffs. They don't want to get knocked out in the lower round yet again. So we'll see how they go here today against LILAX. Seems like Cardboard Dinosaur want to fight pretty heavily for B long here early on, Tash, and LILAX going to go heavily towards middle.
Love this pressure coming in toward mid, but a little bit more passive play on A site. BD coming forward. Wealthy. Completely popping the head of Lilsandri, but missed little Marpandies. Excuse me, saying the name quite wrong there. It's going to be answering back with 2 in hand as well. A lot of trades coming in for both teams as quickly. See a Sage well over a mid side to deny a little bit more space coming forward. Alarm bot as well. Gonna be used there at the same time. Nemo, what the heck is that? Turns around, pops the head. Samfire forced to give away her space. Over on Boiler. It's a 1-on-3 rough position to be in for CBD.
Yeah, a lot of time already ticked off the spike, unfortunately, for Samfire. Darting some shockies to work with, but too far out of position. I think it's really just a question of farming up some ult orbs, seeing what damage she can try to inflict at this point, because there's no time to get this clutch done any which way. Nano popped to kind of zone her, maybe intended to be over towards on the spike, but there you go. Jellerax going to close it out. Tash, and that's a nice pistol win early on for LILAX to start off their map pick very, very well.
LILAX looked really good. I mean, their last time they played was, what, 13-2 over on the qualifiers? I mean, in CBD, they had quite a devastating loss just recently against SISU, 13-5. So, sort of give an idea to us on who's a little bit more better on this map. But again, CBD playing against a team like SISU, that's already such a, a statement in itself. Regardless, round 2, let's see if the anti-eco would still remain onto the LILAX hands. And the Aldrone taken out quickly as Envious does as well. Elfie still holding on to the off angle, will be punished. Jillarakas as well. Love this aggression coming into it. B main taking control of that and noting that previously in the gun round they had held that as well. Yuki Kiko answers. It's all about just finding the last final member. Samfire as well. Quick and easy. Just like the doctor ordered.
Yeah, nice anti-eco. You're bringing into the bonus 3 Bulldogs and a Guardian. So pretty nice looking bonus, all things considered. Sender is going to get Vandal light armor and still buy down to around 2k. So it's going to be a pretty solid looking buy on the bonus going up against the first gun round here. Interested to see how they continue to kind of tackle this map with the Clove. You can see the deep smoke in towards Snowman there. They're using the Sage Wall for a fair bit of cover to cross mid in previous rounds. Obviously, traditionally see the Viper sometimes mixed in with the Harbor on this map, so only playing Simple Controller on the Clove is definitely a different approach. Sage Wall straight across middle. They're trying to fake that they're going mid to B and walk up A, and they have actually pulled rotations away. All of B long taken by Cardboard Dinosaur, though, so they've got a lot of information and a pretty quick flank for this A play the longer that LILAX take to actually kick it off.
Samfire took up so much space onto B already, but it's A all along. Coming in forward. Aldron just clear out, sussing at anyone in the backside. Finds no one. Nuki walking straight onto the side. Full control onto the area. Mimo just so quick on that Samfire to answer back. Regardless, you want to be able to go through as many rounds as possible with these guys. The next one, Kikoa finds one, and here comes the revive. So quick from Jillra. Round 3 already. Nuki from the backside as well. A lot of space denied and space taken away by LILAX. As we see the final 3 members try to go for this retake. Sprays all around Sindari and Yuki. Nice crossfire to come through. Elfie still very much alive, but not before Yuki has something to say about it.
Wow, bonus 1 that cleanly. You come away with 3 rifles into another anti-eco. I mean, this pick of Icebox is looking really good for LILAX. Nuki's running around the server on the Reyna, winning all her aim tools. That's exactly what you want to be seeing from your Reyna on this map. And, you know, given the fact that, you know, Cardboard Dinosaur was into the playoffs last stage, they are the team with the more kind of game changers playoff experience here. They played a lot of top teams as well. Looking at their gains recently against SISU and Invincible, you'd be backing them in this matchup. You know, or at least I would. But so far from what we've seen from LILAX, it's been very, very solid.
This round, Envious is going to be taking a little bit more proactive measures toward this mid-side area. Probably remembering how much pressure LILAX has put toward there. But that's been the problem. LILAX, every round has been a change for them, whether it be A aggression, B aggression, or mid. Gamble for CBD not paying dividends this time around. Only Sheriffs in hand, but these past 3 days, we've seen quite a number of insane thrifties all around the area. We have the plant coming through a little bit more deep. Just heading off that area onto bridge side as Marpandis and Nuki gets 1 each. Pushing all the way toward Snowman, finds nothing. Noted the position of the player of CBD there. She's quite low, Elfie. Needs to ever get a kill. The thing about Reyna is that you want to be able to get those pickoffs, get those situations where you're able to reposition yourself. Jillra still playing very safe with their teammates here. Sindari with 1, Yuki as well. What a swing, and that is teamwork! LILAX showing us their prowess on this map, and CBD no way to answer at all.
Yeah, I mean, another really great round. Look at the economy now for LILAX. Early on here, going to have plenty of money to continue contesting this attacking half. Not that it's looking that closely contested, if I'm honest. So far, Cardboard Dinosaur haven't really got into it too much. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Empress is all night for both sides. Not that close to too many big impact ults just yet. And for LILAX, it's been very much a lot of pressure on B and middle. Again, that seems like their approach early on here. Going to be dart to orange, and wall goes up, and another mid to be on the cards here, Tash.
Very quick onto the side, playing off that Lear. Nuki getting dividends from that Reyna. Jillra as well. She hasn't really...
Why does it look so easy?
I don't even know, man. Just a quick swing, the util come through. And Pigruto over here in kitchen all alone. Let's just spot the head of Mimo first, and Mimo is very careful not to put a single pixel out into the area, finds no one. So, all idea that kitchen might be clear is here, so Mimo getting the right timing would be phenomenal for them. Pigruto goes out, there we go. Timing. Mimo doing well on this one as Elfie, once again, the final person left standing, pops 1 head as well as Zetlier. Finally get the reposition, goes for 2, overheal, but Marpandis stops the bleeding.
Yeah, they've got to call a timeout or something. Like, this approach is just not working for Cardboard Dinosaur. Back down on another half by here. They're kind of getting the big site just hammered round in, round out. Whether it's a pretty straightforward approach going out through B long towards you know, yellow, and then just kicking off that B execute, whatever variation they're running, or whether it's that mid to B, it's not something that Cardboard Dinosaur's been able to stop. And looking at their comp, they need to use these duelists as solutions, or potentially just set up that yellow hold. Like, honestly, looking at the comp that LILAX is running, they cannot break a good yellow hold. If you're going to put like a full killjoy setup and a one-way over on B long towards yellow, that's not something that LILAX can really deal with the comp that they're running. They're only running the single initiator. They don't have the jet to dash across, so that could be something that works very well for CBD. Other than that, they just need to get more info around the map and be a little bit more proactive with the duelists. Like, they need to get a duelist deep down A, get that deep info line, or do a close B long setup with the duelists, which they have run that 3-player B long setup a couple of times, but LILAX just swings them and wins the duels. So we'll see what they come up with after this timeout. Definitely a couple of different approaches, but I think just looking at what LILAX's comp does and just abusing that is what CBD needs to realize here. But post timeout, you already see LILAX going for the change up here, Tash. They're going towards A for the first time outside of the mid to B fake into A.
Here be a good read, honestly. But let's see how this one goes. You want to see Envious come online? We haven't seen that quite yet. We talked a lot about how Envious previously on SMG was one of the most star players all around, sharp as she is. Fortunately for today, we haven't seen that quite yet. Bit of a quiet start here for this game. Micro angle gives Mimo all the info she needs about where Envious could be. So that itself is already a bit of an information that A might be a weaker round. Still holding down the line, and Elfie this time around will be the one who gets the value from this push. Just sort of punishing Mimo for daring to hold up a little bit too long, much longer than she should. Pop comes through, Pigrucho good for one, and these sheriff plays can be deadly. Our Pandies from the top side here finds no one. Envious walks up, but here not dead yet. Here two play as well. So our Pandies good for two. Envious will be able to get one more, but that revive twice in a row already, just into round 6. Delivering dividends, getting all those pickups and all those alt orbs as well. Making it so hard for CBD to recover when your teammates just get revived over and over again.
You get 7 players in the server, that doesn't seem fair.
So true.
That's broken. This is the new meta comp, Tash. We're watching it unfold before our eyes. Let's see though, after the half buy is done, I mean, decent attempt from CBD has to be said. Forced out a lot of those ults with the revives, as you mentioned, and did try to get more active across the map, right? So looking forward in towards this gun round. Let's see what they've come up with to getting close to a lot of big impact ults coming online. Lockdown, as well as the Pit and the Hunter's Fury almost there for CBD, and they're getting active up here on Belt, but pushed off the line after a little bit of damage done to Nuki here.
Shock dart.
Shock dart just to clear out those areas, finds no one. Nuki gonna get a little bit of a top up at least, so everything back to ground zero, but not before the amount of usage used already. Bit of a quieter round might be potentially been a re-hit. Kiko might be able to suss that out here, moving all the way up to B long. And the beautiful thing, we'll see how LILAX plays the aggression, how they just completely aggress and explode onto the site. We're potentially gonna be seeing that once again. Here comes the Lear. Spots no one. Envious good for one, not before a trade back out. Alfie as well. There. Just really band-aid the area. In this situation, for the first time, we're seeing a CBD with a man-to-man advantage. Elfie finally popping off, finally finding that value. Jillarat displaced. Elfie good to hold. You know exactly where she is, but no clue where the final person would be as Pigrucho. So just end that round. Took a few rounds, but CBD finally get a point on the board.
And that's the adaptation that you needed to see. You had the Viper down mid, full info in mid. The Killjoy was down B long, full info on B long, and the initial aggression towards A main. They could read exactly what LILAX was doing, LILAX rather, and with only the single initiator comp that they're running, they can't really break these lines without playing contact, and that's where Elfie just punishes. She's just holding lines, spamming the dismiss, and winning these aim duels when LILAX tries to contact up into the site, and that's exactly how you have to play this comp as CBD when you're running the double duelist. There's the Pit over on A. Trying to dissuade LILAX from ending towards that A site. And once again, down mid, getting a lot of info is Envious. Down B long with the rain up. Elfie, unfortunately, not a great timing for her.
Walks up, pops ahead. It's been the recurring theme for this map, at least for LILAX. And yes, at least for the fight with their own. Oh, make it 2. What a hole there. All the way over onto their own spawn. Mimo from the mid side, at least gonna fight Kiko answering back. Almost full control of B side now. Fully in their favor. Gets a bit of an overheal, a bit of a top up here. Sundari, our one tricker, showing us why she is one of the most scariest cloves that is to be feared. Smokes all around Samfire. Has a bit of idea someone might be close underneath her. Moves out of the way. Throws it out, but doesn't check underneath of the bridge itself. Brings me a bit of worry there. Coming forward, there we go. That's the area. We'll give a bit of value on to Sundari, not before Pigruto shuts her down, but with only 30 HP left and 2 members to go, it's a tall ask. The amount of util coming up forward as well as the pressure. Tall ask to come through, takes a bit of space. A crossfire setup already perfectly done. And LILAX takes back the round. CBD, once again, lost in the sauce.
Yeah, I mean, denying the aggression from the Rainer on B-Long is an excellent start. And despite the fact that Envious catches 2 on the cross back from A there, I think what LILAX does best is just the basics, right? They're just going into these sites together, you know, setting themselves up some favorable scenarios. It's a simple approach, you know, where straightforwardly they're just working together, throwing like these high percentage pieces of util, not doing anything fancy, but it's working really, really well for them. And their players are just winning these duels a lot more consistently. Again, a very straightforward approach. They're losing the whole map right now, guys. You got Rainer down 2, full A info, but it's a drone onto B, and LILAX just says, you guys can have the whole map, and if we can just execute this B site right and set up a good post plant, we're going to win this round.
Alarmbot does get triggered, but Pico can't do anything for that. Pigruto does buy some time with that snake bite. Going onto the side, fakes going up that rope as well. Sundari, very forward aggressive angle. This wall denies a lot of space and info. At the same time, CBD forced to play a little bit more aggressive and gets good for one. It out once again. Gary is going to be very proactive with that. And so does Yuki. Whose attack, whose defense is the question at this point. And Fizz moving up can't get any value from Blade Storm. Empire all alone cannot get dividends. Question marks all around, and LILAX, they make this map look so easy on attack side.
They do, and it's just basic teamwork. It's just them swinging together, playing the comp the way it is, you know, double smokes from the Clove onto B with a wall across Snowman, and all of the girls just push over into Snowman. You love to see it. CBD just do not seem to have an answer for that. If they're not winning these duels in the early to mid round, they're just not winning the rounds. We've got too many players that are way too quiet. And at the end of the day, you got a team running at you, just running these executes over and over again. If you don't slow them down, yeah, I mean, Elfie has been really the main person having impact for CBD, right? If she finds openers, they can potentially win this round. We saw that over on the A side. So there you go. A nice opener from her. Gives the player advantage over to CBD. They got the Hunter's Fury as well for the mid to late round. And LILAX is very tentative trying to breach B here.
Honestly, the LILAX have been doing pretty much the same thing over and over.
Out of charges.
Yep.
Finally, after 10 rounds, finally they have an answer to that mid push. LILAX is just walking up and just walling without any punishment until this particular round. Regardless, Lear comes through, shock dash just to clear out that util once again. B site completely in their hold. And here comes the lockdown as well. Legendary not dead yet will be used. The problem! This collab looks amazing for CBD this time. Flawless round. They get it. As you mentioned before, Pilski, that opener was everything for CBD to be able to just win it.
Yeah, up in numbers and just rotating a bit more heavily and actually like respecting that LILAX isn't going to have anything on the lurk, that they're just all committing in towards that B site. You know, you need to, you know, sometimes you fall into these habits of playing certain teams over and over again, and then you play a team like this with a certain style where there is no lurk on middle. It's just, you know, 5 players committing to something, and you need to respect that and adapt. You need to actually rotate to where the threat is and fight together. And CBD did that a lot better that last round. Here's this full A info for Envious. Down B long, Elfie winning another opening duel, and CBD reaping the rewards of that.
This looks great, honestly, if you think about it. More proactive instead of reactive. LILAX have been punishing CBD for that reactive play. Taking matters into their own hands. Miss Marpandi is gonna find no one with this owl drone. Slowly making their way up here. Will be found by that Util and CBD just react off it.
Swarm grenade.
Massive round for them. Still out here. Have this op in hand, trying to spot out one member. Swaps the gun. Slowly but surely making their way down B long.
Orb will give res here if Jalarat can get it. A killer and Orb. Full A info here for Envious, so they can really heavily stack towards this B side here, Tash.
Here we go. The util use Elfie, an unmovable force here in B long. Felt like quite a long time for them to really understand how to play this. But good for CBD, they managed to bring back 2 rounds in a row.
I mean, 100%. Like, Elfie is having so much impact, but this is how everyone on the team needs to be playing. Like, Kiko also swinging in off that contact towards B long. Like, they need to stop giving so much respect to LILAX. They are the team with the playoffs experience. They are the team with the game-changing experience from last stage. Like, they just need to get in the face of LILAX because exactly like you said, LILAX has been running very similar strats, the same or very similar kind of game plan over and over again, same approach. And it's taken a while for CBD to not only adapt to that, but at least, especially these duelists, start to win some duels and play with a bit more confidence and wake up a little bit. And that's where they started to find a lot more success and a lot more impact.
LILAX has 2 ults to play with. You have the revive once again, and Marpandes with the Hunter's Fury potentially could not just clear the area, but also to deny that post-plant defuse. And Jiller, I think this is her 3rd or 4th ultimate already. They've been funneling all those ult orbs onto her. Granted, how many ult orbs you need to be able to achieve that also. Could be something that potentially could work. But let's see whether or not LILAX could bring this back. Being able to get a 9 would be the greatest moment for them, honestly, if they really want to snowball it into the next half.
From CBD, double ops coming out. Only the single initiator. Very hard to push an op off the line with this comp. And the drone's used 10 seconds into the round.
Oh, there we go.
Spot out one of them, but you can't drone every angle. You're going to be losing picks somewhere, and that's a perfect example of it. And that res is dead in the water now.
There we go. Good pick as well as Envious. This reposition to admit may be a massive. Let's spot one more out. Aldron gonna jade her, but Nuki a bit sharper. Rushing toward A side here, knowing that one op has been displaced. I'm not sure if they do know there is still one more.
Probably not. Not at this stage. In towards A now. It's a contact play, which is exactly how LILAX has to play now that they've used the drone. Up on top of Belt here, Tash. A lot of close positions, but there's 2 defenders here.
Surely Samfire. They just swing out of smoke and they get value from that. Gonna find one more. Good hold. Nice collapse onto the site, crunching every single member of LILAX as they hold the site. Yuki finds herself all alone. But pressure mounting on her shoulders. Empress will be popped. Lear as well will be used. Nearly gets tagged by Effie, but Kiko is the one to find her over in the front line, and it will be a 4-8. No curses happening here. So that'll be that. Regardless, let's toss it over our analyst to see what exactly can CBD do to catch up.
8-4 for the first half. Now, Coldan, I was like, what the heck is going on? LILAX, you know, maybe there's a reason why they wanted to take the first battle onto Icebox, but CBD definitely found their response at the end, towards the end of the first half, which was not paying too much respect. My question is, though, can we say that LILAX have a strong Icebox, judging from what we've seen on the first half?
I think that LILAX actually has some pretty interesting ideas. You saw them always using interesting sage walls, particularly towards the B side. It's always to wall off the back of the B side, and then they push into Snowman. The other one that they like to use was towards mid, that they constantly abused until one round where Elfie, you know, stood onto that mid window towards Tube and actually shut them down. So it's those little kinds of maneuvers that I think caught CBD kind of off guard. They weren't really sure how to counter that, but we saw a little bit of resurgence, right? Elfie coming alive, finding those impact frags. Envious and Kiko actually swapping agent roles. So Envious used to be Killjoy, Kikowo used to be Jet. I think because they were struggling on Icebox, so they had to change up roles. Elfie was the Harbor, now she's on Arena. So a lot of changes. I think they're getting into the groove of things, but we need to see that consistently throughout the second half. The duelists need to be aggressive on their defense to really put up a strong showing here on this map. If not, LILAX might run away with things.
I feel like 8-4 is not a bad score for either team, so we have to see what happens in the second half. Hopefully both teams can continue putting up numbers and give us a show. So I'm gonna toss it back to our casters, Pilbunnies. I don't know, you guys take it.
Where did that Z come from, huh?
Plurals, Tash.
Plurals. Not an S, huh?
What? Not what?
Not an S. Plural with an S. You know what? Never mind.
Plurals with an S.
Yes, plurals with an S. Regardless, Mr. Pilbunnies. Coming into this half, CBD 4 rounds away, but LILAX, if they manage to get the pistols, might potentially turn into a snowball for them.
Yeah, it's about to be an absolute bloodbath at B-Long here.
There.
3 players over here. Envious winning the first duel. I mean, all of them going the way of CBD. And you ask what they need to get back into the game of the analysts. I think you're getting the answer of it.
Masterclass, if you think about it. Mimo alone here over on Snowman. Can't take that space away. This almost feels like deja vu, but on the other end, that space denial has been taken away from CBD earlier, doing the same. Marpandes finds one, and so does her teammate. Gonna break those utils with that shock darts, but 2-on-4. A very, very difficult game to play here. Shock darts to clear out the angle. Kikowo playing very, very close, 35 HP to play with. Shock darts all around. Nemo with 20. Elfie is here, and Kikowo just really... just tie on those last strings. Excuse me. My brain just ended there, but so did that round.
Don't worry, Tash. Only 5 more maps to go. All right, stay with us. I'm here for the wild ride. That was a nice pistol from CBD, though. That's going to be a lot of momentum for them. I think they really kind of had the momentum at the end of that last half after getting pummeled for 6 or 7 rounds straight at the start of things. So, you know, winning the majority at the end of the half and then pistol, it's a completely different game now. They can start playing with a bit more confidence with these double duelists on attack. Be proactive, be aggressive, and get in the face of LILAX a little bit more.
Really hope for Envious to really come online on this round, and she does. Goes straight onto the side itself. Sundari was ready for her. She dashed straight to the crosshair, but not before CBD is there for the answer. Pushing up forward, Elfie. That is confidence in the bottle if I've ever seen one. Rifle in hand, finds Yuki. Nemo left to her devices here alongside Jillarat with only a Bucky in hand. I do have some smokes for Sundari. We'll be able to play at close angles, but look at this post-plant crossfires all around. Big ask for LILAX here, so might be at the end for them. Kikowo finds one, and so does Samfire. Here you go. Finally closing up the big gap from the half.
A lot closer now. A couple Spectres in the bonus. Going to be a little bit less dangerous of a bonus. I'm keen to see here how LILAX do kind of adjust as they've changed their comp a little bit, playing the Sage instead of the Deadlock. Can definitely change how you want to approach your defense. And we are going to get a tech pause, so they're going to have a little bit more time to think about that. Judge straight away for Jellarak. I respect it, honestly. Judge B-Long on the Sage. Why not?
I mean,
unfortunately, if CBD does commit to the side of the map that they're looking at, I'm not sure she's going to get much of a chance to use it.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say that we did see quite a number of Judge plays the last few days, which honestly, which blew my mind, because some of those Judge rounds that they shouldn't be winning were won, so might be able to get away with that. But coming into this one for Cardboard Dinosaur here, already 5 in a row chained. That's what I want to see from them. But this tech pause, my question is whether or not it would sort of like kill their momentum.
Maybe. We'll see. I think they're feeling pretty comfortable. Like, they're going into the bonus here with pretty good guns. 2+K on all of these players. Couple of rifles, couple of Spectres. You know, you kind of reserve your expectations. If you're able to win the bonus here, you're off to the races. If you're able to take at least 3 guns, you're happy with it. Looking at where the KJ util is placed, though, for Mimo, it's going to really restrict her movement. Usually, You know, you want to put your turret backside a kitchen if you put your alarm bot over on yellow there so that you can have some mobility towards B long. But, you know, if she rotates one way or the other, it's only going to be one piece of her util that stays up unless she literally sits the entire round in orange. So that could be a problem when it comes to the late lurk timings out being long or someone slipping through under tube, something like that. We'll see if that ends up being a problem.
Yeah. But...
Loving what we're seeing from Senderi. I respect it. Just pick an agent and stick to it, you know? I try too hard, Tash.
So you're a one-trick wonder too, huh?
No, I try to play all kinds of different stuff, you know? I'm in the ranked queues. I'm going 10 for 10 every game. And at the mercy of whether I have some, you know, cracked 17-year-olds on my team. But Senderi, she just says, I'm going to play game changers. I'm going to go in the playoffs, and I'm playing 20 games of Clove, and I don't care what the map is.
Nothing wrong with the Clove. Can play as aggressively and defensively as you want, as Jillerat will... Aggression, excuse me, will fall to her hands with that Outlaw. They're expanded already, finds no one, envious this time. Lots of utility use, have to cross by, finds Marpandi's there close. Senderi is here as well, so... Fortunately for her, not able to push up forward because of those slows. Both all around buys a little bit more time. Yuki with the very aggressive high ground held. Spots one out thanks to the Aldrone, but so can be said about Senderi. Metal thrown out here as well as CBD, the other members saying, okay, we have already drawn out as many util as we can. Lost 2 members.
Nice.
Make it 3.
Gorgeous. As
they just move straight into B site. The utility here, you could see how much control Mimo has. And quick rotations all around as well. So, like it or not, MDS has to go a little bit more proactive. Finds 1. Good to find Marpandi's. Can he go for 2 here? Gonna be pops all around here. Mimo not able to hold, but Jillera and Yuki will be the one to band-aid the round as they go to 9.
Nicely done. Just reacting to that A pressure, Judge was sold and an Outlaw was purchased, and that turned out to be a very good decision. As I was kind of mentioning, you know, Mimo had to be aware that, you know, with a util spread the way that it was, you could get some lurk timings out B long, and it's exactly what you saw from Kikoa there. I'm not sure if the alarm bot was taken away or if she did just lurk up towards B long there, but good positioning from Mimo. Just allowing the rest of LILAX to stack towards A and keeping an eye on the under 2 walk and the B contact play.
No peeking.
2-1-2 from CBD here, and the duelists are getting very active towards both extremities right now, Tash.
Envious this time taking a little bit more of a passive approach. Her teammate not close enough. Senderi up here close on the top side. Both players sustaining quite a bit of damage, but no harm, no fall, at least until this push from Envious will happen. Moves back, a one-way setup as well. So, another drop, put in the noise, put in the util as well. Samfire checking once again, trading off their util. Aldrones both used as well, so Kikoa all alone on a B long here. Forced to wait and buy some time as her teammates join her over on B long.
Yeah, it's the same round again. A lot of A pressure, trying to pull rotations across, which they did. Jelerak coming back on in, trying to find the right duel. Beautiful shot from her to thin the numbers before CBD can get comfortable on this B site. And you can see LILAX just chilling now. Sender has been lost in the meanwhile on the mid lurk from Elfie. She's now applying a lot of pressure through the middle of the map, and Pigruto getting that spike down, Dash.
Now here comes the wall from Pigruto, just slicing the map in half. Kikoa finds 1, 2, in fact, no! Marpandi's quick on the reposition. Unfortunately, for Samfire, spotted out here already. Her teammate is here to answer. At the very least, a very close round, but CBD looks strong. Same thing over and over. Both teams doing that, but it's all about that adjustment and outplay.
Yeah, that's where, as LILAX, you need to be aware that this B lurk is continually being a problem and not give that much space. And that's what I was saying about the util placement on the KJ. This time, placing both of those pieces of util towards middle can very much limit whether you can place like an off angle on yellow or jump swap B long, get on that B info line. If you lose all A control, you usually want to take space or info somewhere and not just play, you know, blanket passive. But you saw the downside of playing so passive is that CBD is able to just cut sound on A and head back to B off the back of that Killjoy lurk. This time they're being a little bit more straightforward about their approach though, Tash.
Oh, look at the blades come up forward. Spots a little Nemo, unfortunately whiffs. Goes down, whoop, knife out. But she still gets one! Her teammates are there to answer. Mimos and Derry, one each. Marpandes with the shock dart. Crazy shot coming up forward. These utils are giving so much dividends. One by one, the members of CBD fall. Kikoa, the final person left alive. A big ask from her. And the only guns in LILAX's hands were just half buys.
Yeah, they were on a half buy. Like, I don't know how this has gone so well for them. See if Kikoa can win this one on 3 though. Able to steal the spike away, maybe? Gonna peek over onto Snowman. Spots out the Marshall at least.
Gonna hide away from that util. Pika once again gonna use the turret just to give a bit of idea. They do break it with the Outlaw. Already marking Marpandes' placement. Throwing the storm grenade, clearing out the area. A lot of question marks in her mind. Where to look, where to check. That's one. Can she go for 2 is the questions. 69 HP. Can't do more than that. Delara with that Marshall. Unmovable. And Snowman is her playground.
That's a huge round for LILAX to win though. Couple of rifles picked up, but that really puts a dent in the money for both Pagruto and Kikoa. Like, you can see that, you know, Samfire, Envious, Elfie, they've got a little bit of cash, but that actually breaks the money for 2 of the members. And when you're already, you know, trying to chase down a scoreline deficit like this, you are not in a great place. Big economy swing in the favor of LILAX. Not only do they have a fair bit of cash in the back pocket from picking up those 2 rifles that you can see on Senderi and Mimo, but now they're going into the anti-eco to potentially get even further ahead and push things up to 11-7. But look, if LILAX can win an eco, so can CBD. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt, and there is space to actually lurk up 2 here if they take advantage of that. Drone goes into A. That doesn't really pull too much of a reaction here for LILAX. They're still just kind of spread around the map.
That's done. My ultimate is ready.
That is disgusting. Oh, she was so quick on that Kikoa. Showing us a little bit of a taste of what she has to offer with her own raw aim.
Take flight.
Marpandes doing due diligence, clearing out kitchen here. You can see the Viper wall just spread on over onto B site.
Bomb grenade out.
Mimo playing a little bit safe, waiting for her teammates to potentially play together. That Dinosaur does buy some space, but for Envious, she's gonna be the one winning this. Fortunately, Mimo finds herself with her util in hand. Trade it out at very least. Marpandes is here. Top side of the area just to see if any pixel is out of sight. Gets tagged, and Hunter's Fury to come through as well. Samfire looking for the right time to swing out. Senderi good for 1 as well. But Effie, being Elfie, doing what she does best. Being Reina and swinging, and Senderi and Marpandes punishes. And there we go, LILAX showing us why this map is one of the highest win rates for them as they go for this defuse, bringing them to 11.
It's a good position to be in. Definitely taken a fair bit of damage in that round, but this is where the game starts to change now. A lot of big ults coming up for both teams into this next gun round. Pit, lockdown, Hunter's Fury on CBD. These are the kind of rounds that kind of play themselves. If you've built up the reps in practice, just being able to put yourself into a position where you can get that lockdown down into a pit can get you a really, really easy gun round. You can chain those ults together, but seems like they're just sticking to a bit more of a straightforward approach. 3-1-1, taking some B long control here. The LILAX, they're getting a bit more active towards middle this round.
B long. Once again, CBD doing what they do best, taking up space as fast as they could. Util popped already, buys them a bit of space, though it's slow. And finally, Jalarak moved away from their area. No man. You can hear the Empress on the other end. Popped already, taking this fight. Samfire, as well as a teammate, being more proactive and taking up this space, denying as well. But where is the spike going on? To A, Kikoa already on the A side itself. Go away by Marpandes. Quickly rotating over Kikoa. She's able to really hold and just catch them off guard. This could be huge. They hear the sound of the footsteps all around the Lear to come through, and the one to come up on top will be Kikoa. Marpandes go for the trade. Over onto this end, you can see the pit already dropped as well. Marpandes good to get out. Samfire finds her counterpart. Crosses from Mimo as well. 1-on-1, Elfie quite low. could come up on top. Just need the right timing, just need the right util to play it. But Mimo is just quicker on that contact.
Yeah, well worked. CBD, again, they're trying to pivot late round off Kiko's lurks. She's been working her way up, B long. Whatever the active side is with the 3, she's always on the quiet side. This time trying to contact walk into A in the mid to late round and find them a good time. You can see her walking up belt in this replay here. And that does put CBD in a decent enough position to win one of these rounds, but that's where LILAX, you know, from the start of the game, they showed it and they've continued to kind of win a lot of these duels. Like, they are just playing better individually than CBD in this game for the most part. Elfie's definitely been a standout for CBD. But across the board, like, these players on LILAX are looking sharper here on Icebox. Or Shocky combo. I mean, it's cute, but it hits absolutely nobody. I think it might have hit Bruto for like 50 damage.
And Lilson's daring for 2, in fact, not dead yet. Online, Elfie only good for 1. Going more aggressive here as Biguto. Let's shut her down in the end, but the damage has been dead. Kiko all alone. She's sharp though. Our Pandy's taken out. She's able to isolate these fights. Could work out in her favor. Clears out the area of rafters with her Nano Swarm. But she's alone. Good read to Mimo. Rushing up forward, the swing to come out. Notes the position already. More of an aggressive push here. Finds Yuki. Needs to challenge and take up space, possibly deny. Perhaps move all the way to the backside. Here's her footsteps noted already. We'll try to break this. And for now, it's Mimo that goes down! The revive comes through. Dilarak. A lot of space to work with. Just when the numbers dwindle down, that revive has been a thorn in their side. Holding a more aggressive stance here, finds one more, and Yuki will end the dreams and potentially the crutch from Kiko. A good round, but LILAX is the one to come up on top.
That was a really good game from them. Like, you did get a little bit of a resurgence from CBD end of the first half after the pistol, but LILAX playing both halves really well. The Icebox pick has worked out really, really well for them, and I think it kind of reminds me of like EMEA a little bit, where like you get some of these teams coming through from contenders or like open quals that play teams that are already a bit more established, and they surprise you sometimes. Like LILAX, they looked, you know, far and away like the better team, not only individually, but they had a really clear game plan that they stuck to, and it was working really well. So, look, we'll see if that's an off map from CBD, and if they are a little bit more comfortable on the map of Lotus, where they have a lot more reps.
Well, we have heard a lot of the information coming in from Pilski, but let's have a look at what our panelists have to say on to you guys.
Thank you guys. An amazing start for LILAX on their map pick, Icebox. Now, it looked like during the second half, especially in the beginning, CBD got them figured out, but LILAX looked really solid on Icebox and they managed to push through.
Yeah, I mean, LILAX at the end of the day, they look like they were more comfortable playing with the composition, and I think a little bit has to be attributed to just CBD's uncomfortability, I like to say, on this map. If you guys recalled, when they played Icebox previously at the start of the playoffs, I think they had that Harbor pick on Elfie, and they were struggling already on that composition, and I think they just tried to, you know, simplify things down with this composition. But again, I think it's just the lack of reps, the lack of comfortability coming in. There were some moments to shine. I mean, in that last round, we saw Kiko almost pulling off an incredible clutch, but I think it was just too little too late. I think the strats were just not in line with each other. Util was a little bit off place. There were small little gaps, and LILAX were more than happy to abuse that. I mean, Senderi going up on top of pipes, she had done that multiple times in a row, but still no one was watching for that kind of a play. So yeah, I think that's kind of how the cookie crumbled. We resulted in this kind of a scoreline. Elfie did an amazing job, but on the other side, LILAX, it was a team effort in this one.
Yeah, it looked like they had a deeper understanding of how they wanted to play this map, and thus the win, and also the firepower from LILAX. You know, they matched up really, really well against Cardboard Dinosaur, which wasn't something that I personally expected as well.
Yeah, no. I I think if you look at pure mechanics, I think CBD does edge them out just a little bit. But it really comes down to how comfortable you are playing the map. And interestingly, CBD with 11 first bloods, but they just weren't able to convert those rounds, especially in the tail end. In the later rounds, when the rounds got towards its later part, right, when you need to close out those rounds, I think CBD were just a little bit more uncomfortable, weren't able to connect the shots. Some util was misplaced. A lot of awkward rounds that happened towards the very end of that map as well. And yeah, I mean, LILAX will just punish you if you're like looking up in the sky trying to find someone coming in from kitchen. You're not counting where the players are, and you get this kind of a result.
LILAX looking stronger on Icebox. Now, the heat map. How should we look at this, Coldan?
Ooh, there's a lot of action towards B, huh? Right? Usually, typical Icebox, we see a lot more action towards the A side of the map because usually it tends to be easier to plant there, right? Because on the B side, in my opinion, one of the least ideal maps or least ideal sites that you want to take as an attacker. But you can see here, I think on that attacking side, they were very comfortable as with that Sage to push into the B side deep. They were able to gain control over that portion of the map, and they were very comfortable playing around that site. So yeah, MVP going to Sendiri. I think she put up a decent amount of stats, some really good clutch kills as well, especially towards the tail end right there.
Yeah, she was definitely a huge source of trouble for CBD as well, and they just couldn't really, couldn't really kind of find a right response to what she was going to do. So yeah,
and let's take a look at the highlights, right, of how this all panned out. I think at the start it was like LILAX with that commanding start. They definitely showed that they had comfortability on that map. We saw CBD trying to gain control. You see this wall right here. I think that is a wall that they really didn't have much prepared. Yeah. They didn't really expect this. And small little plays like this, Marpandi in the corner, missed timings right here, no assistance from a teammate, Elfie going down. And yeah, it is that small little mistakes that will cost you big rounds. But yeah, a couple of really cool shots as well. Yeah, it's all the details, right? The devil's in the details.
Honestly, Icebox, really good pick from LILAX, especially after watching how Icebox unfolded. Now the thing is, CBD have their backs against the wall, and they really have to win Lotus if they want to keep themselves in the contention. But the way when Icebox went down, it's not the greatest feeling on earth to head into the next map for CBD.
Yeah, I do think they need to have a little bit of a reset, but I do believe, right, they have that understanding that Icebox isn't one of their core strengths. Lotus definitely might be one of them. It's coming up next. But yeah, I think they understand that they did put up a decent fight up against LILAX. Maybe you can see a little bit of cracks in the armor. I mean, not most, but some of the time when LILAX were doing stuff, there could be small little mistakes here and there. I think CBD will look much more comfortable on Lotus, but that we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, what they need to do, they just go, forget about Icebox, you know, it wasn't our best map anyways, let's head to Lotus, have a banger game there. But we're gonna head over to a short break, but don't go anywhere, because after that break, we have CBD's infamous Lotus coming up. Welcome back to the desk, guys, where me and Coldan will be talking about Icebox and mostly about Lotus this time around. Now, Coldan, this might be the map that decides whether or not we go to map 3.
Oh yeah,
Obviously.
I mean, that tends to be the case. Map number 2 and then map number 3. But
and then, you know, we were talking and we're like, it's likely to go to map 3.
No, you were talking.
But you know, 13-7 not bad for LILAX, but the thing is, Lotus, it's, you know, one of CBD's strongest maps.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the most comfortable maps. 9 times played already. And yeah, they've got a pretty decent track record, 78% win rate, only losing, if I'm not mistaken, is to SISU as well as Invincible GC. So those 2 teams pretty decent in their own right. We'll have to see though, because LILAX did definitely look like the more synergized team on Icebox. If they can bring in that form, right? If they can bring in that confidence that they've got from map number 1, and then, you know, in a clean 2-0 fashion, knock out CBD, push themselves to the next stage of the brackets, I think that would just do them wonders in terms of confidence.
But now we do know that CBD feels comfortable on Lotus, but the thing is, what about LILAX? What do we know about their Lotus? Not much, right?
Not too much. They've gotten wins over Iris, Lavana, Estrella, as well as Watermelon. Those teams, you know, didn't make it to the playoffs. Obviously, they were in the open qualifier as well as the group stage. So a decent track record, all things considered, in the most recent matches. But I think they're going up against different beasts. I think if we see Elfie activated again, if we put Envious on a comfortable, like the role that she's most comfortable in, Kiko on the most comfortable role she's in as well, which I believe it's going to be on Lotus, right? They are going to be rocking with that raised composition of theirs. They've got Samfire and Samfire assisting them with the breach. We've seen them do real wonders yesterday. It was yesterday or a couple of days ago? No, yesterday. 2 days ago, I think, versus Invincible GC. And they definitely showed like they were a better team back then compared to Icebox. So yeah.
So if you're LILAX, what do you need to do to kind of make sure that you beat CBD on this map? Is there any gap that they can exploit, or maybe the, you know, playstyle that they can take advantage of?
I think they will need to rely a little bit on how Senderi plays, because they are going to rock the Clove yet again. I think Pilski mentioned that Senderi is just picking the Clove with every single map, and they're somehow going to make it work. So again, it's going to be aggressive coming in from the LILAX side. They got to set her up. They've been experimenting with a couple different compositions. They've run with the single Clove, no duelists. They've with triple initiators up against Lavana Estrella. Up against Watermelon, they brought in the Reyna as well. So I do expect them to probably bring in a double duelist setup, or not double duelist, a single duelist together with Senderi. Yeah, so they can go in together and trade each other out. I think that is the most important thing, getting those trades, getting those opening picks.
The thing is, though, I personally don't know how I feel about Clove on Lotus, because on Icebox we see other teams, even in Pacific, running the Clove, but for Lotus, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Clove smokes are one of the shortest in duration, right? So you don't have that long to smoke off any corridor, to smoke off a doorway, a choke point. So you really need to capitalize on the small window that you have as a Clove. So typically when you see a Clove smoke, it's most often the case that the majority of the players are going to be there, right? The Clove's range isn't big either. It's similar to a Brimstone's, and that is why Brimstones and Cloves aren't typically run as a single controller, because you don't have that global presence like an Omen or a Viper. It's difficult for you to throw fakes and throw different, you know, faces on the map. So I think for CBD, if they realize where the commitment is going to be in, where the smokes are going to be at, they can definitely capitalize and expose those short smokes. But yeah, let's jump into the Agents Black screen to see what we're actually going to get here.
But first, we see the beautiful map. Okay.
Of course.
Nothing too left field, just as you predicted. It's going to be important for LILAX on that defense to make sure that they stop CBD. And also on the side switch, as you mentioned, they need to be as accurate as they can be and as explosive as they can be with the small window that they're given.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, Club of Dinosaurs going to agents that they are very comfortable with. Samfire on the breach, Kiko back on the duelist, Envious on the Omen, Elfie on that flex roll. And the other side, I think one of the players that we highlighted for LILAX, Yuki, right? A player to watch out for now on that Reyna. Overheal potential together with Senderi. They could steamroll things as well. So very interesting to see how these two teams have different dynamics, but they're going to go up head to head here on Lotus.
Whew. I feel like LILAX is also taking a breather or two, you know, taking a deep breath to make sure they prep themselves against CBD. Okay, so we have our casters ready on standby. I'm gonna throw it off to Tash and Pilski once again.
Wow, no Pilski Bunny this time, but you know what else is going to be exciting this map in particular? CBD showing us a lot of a masterclass on what they can do on this map as well, but LILAX showing us a lot of what they can do on their map pick as well. So if they're able to do the same thing, the same sort of teamwork that we've seen, this might potentially go into 2-0, but a lot on the line here. This is an elimination match.
Yeah, I think again we're seeing a bit of a weirder comp out of the LILAX team on Icebox. They were running the single controller Clove that I talked about with the Sage. This time, double initiator is not that uncommon on Lotus, but when you're running Sova Fade, that's a bit of a weird one. I can understand it on a 3-lane map, like especially on attack. You know, you do want to kind of go and retake map control a lot. Usually people rely on the Fade. You can have the Sova as well for that, but no dive as well. You're only playing single duelist Reyna with Clove. It's going to be very hard to get into sites, things like that. They are starting out on defense, and exactly like Coldan said, the first thing that I think of when I see Clove on Lotus is just the lack of global map presence. Like, you have short smokes, you have no global map presence on a 3-lane map. Very hard to run C control unless the Clove is standing at C, or, you know, smoke off A main with the one-way and take rebel control, for example.
That's the value of that Fade. CBD starting off real strong. Yuki chunked down to barely any HP left. Going down to those pain shells. Rough start, but it's a one-on-one trade still. As you can see, the quick change in trajectory for the other members of CBD, making a beeline onto A site. Door opened. Smoke's already set down, as well as the other members of LILAX have to find their way into the site itself. So turret has been accounted for. The other two going to be holding on to Haven. Choosing to play a little bit more passive here. Playing together has been more of their strong suit. Pushing out onto the top side. Kiko nearly goes down. The answer is back from the Samfire, but she goes answered. Once again for Kiko. Alfiazel is here very much online. Jalarak and Marpandes. Once again, the dynamic duo to just really swing together, leaving Envious to our own devices. Drop. An idea is there. She's low. She spots out her leg here, needs to go for that shot there. She does eat a lot of damage from that shock dart, but Envious finally showing us the infamous aggressive Omen play that we know and love.
Yeah, CBD, very lucky to get away with that one. I think, you know, the round was going decently for them. They found the opening pick over towards C, and similar to what you saw on Icebox, they're actually running a 3-1-1 with the lurk out A that was used as kind of a contingency plan. And that's something that at this point LILAX has to be aware of, has to kind of read into. Weren't able to complete this 2-on-1 clutch though, so that's a pretty massive missed opportunity for LILAX, particularly when you're playing the Clove Reyna. That is a strong comp for winning pistols, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, what a shot.
That was an insane shot.
She is nasty with the Marshall and the Outlaw, honestly.
Yeah, saw that on Icebox, seeing it again here on Lotus. This map in particular, we had questions about this comp, but it's looking good so far, as Elfie forced to move out of the way because of that. Our Pandies, always quick to play close whenever the util hit. Good spray from Pigruto, double swing as well. Good protocols all around from CBD, wanting to make sure they can bring as many guns as they can forward. Might be stopped here. Go around where this force has happened. Sundari doing what she does best, just running it down, playing aggressive, and this is what 21 maps in a row looks like when you play this much Clove. And the beautiful thing about Sundari on this Clove, and as well as the rest of the map of the Agent picks for LILAX, is all those comfort picks if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said for that, for sure. It's great when you get these flexible players that can play a bit of everything, but they're usually kind of not the standout fraggers. Usually when you get players that are very comfortable on a certain agent. And I mean, look, winning the duel with the classic, getting the pick-me-up and picking up something like a Spectre is very scary if you're the attacking side team trying to complete an anti-eco. So that's a massive round to win for LILAX, especially after a bit of a deflating loss in the pistol previously where they lost that 2-on-1. Now they've won that anti-eco. They picked up a lot of guns. And CBD back to the drawing board. Sheriff's out. Just working this map control.
Haunt finds no one. A lot of value can be given from that haunt, but CBD hasn't able to fully capitalize off it quite yet. Senderi huge on that wall bang onto Pigruto. Angles all accounted for, making sure they don't get backstabbed. Seen it way too many times on that previous series. But a bit more quiet from CBD this time around. Breaking the alarm bot, sprays out Mimo and Nuki. Full control. C is their playground here. Haunt. Bit of idea, a bit of info given, but Spike fully in their control. Metal thrown out. MBS playing a more aggressive angle. They were so ready for them. Only good for one here for Elfie. That's 2 rounds taken back by LILAX.
Yeah, I think CBD, this is going to be a lot of pressure now for them. They are the team with more experience, but, you know, getting ecoed in the second round, giving away a lot of guns, gives the other team a very strong economy on defense. And you've got to pick me up for Senderi into the first gun round as well. Like, this is getting a little scary. You've got a couple of Guardians as well. I'm loving the Guardians. When you're playing Sova Rays, the potential to spam through all of the paper-thin walls on the A side of the map with a well-timed scan is very palpable.
Senderi. There's a lot of debate on whether or not Clove is a controller, and no, looks like it's gonna be played duelist style. Tip of the spear here, playing this corner to perfection. Finds Kiko as she just moves straight to it, that door area. Metal, they're out the area. Hopefully, just really punish. No members of CBD will be doing that quite yet. Feels like for CBD, a lot of their confidence has been whittled down as you start to see hesitation slowly trickling into their minds. Need to be able to win your duels, win these fights, clears out all these corners, but Nuki faster on that first contact. Senderi as well, a high-low, very well done here. Just completely crush and crunch the members of CBD. NBS all alone onto Mount. Counted for. Can't do more than that. Senderi sharp as heck on that Clove.
Yeah, they need a timeout or something here, CBD. It's looking like the same start as they had on Icebox. Like, they are looking very disjointed. They're very much kind of just taking basic map control on one side and relying on the lurk to kind of pivot back, which, you know, it's not uncommon to play like that. Playing 1-1-3s or even playing 1-4s on, you know, maps that aren't these 3-lane maps is not uncommon, and it's effective for a reason. But the way that they're playing it is not very effective. The lurk is trying to get into C, and then it feels like the spacing is all over the place as they try to rotate to the other side of the map, and that's where LILAX are taking full advantage. They're winning all of these duels on CBD when they're not swinging together.
A lot of pressure onto 8 one more time. This time around, CBD quicker and really not able, really eager to just take away that space onto Rubble, denying it from LILAX. LILAX, they're okay to play a little bit more back. A little less aggressive, understanding that these gun rounds can be one of the most deadliest rounds for players such as Samfire, such as Elfie and Kiko as well. No movement quite yet. Attempt has been made by Jailer, at least with the information gained. And now it's back to the cut of noise as you're going to be a bit of a skirmish over in the waterfall. Finds nothing.
Yeah, again, Pigruto is just trying to lurk onto C-site. LILAX, well aware of that. I'd like to start to see them play more off angles. You're seeing that from Nuki front B right now.
No peeking.
Just play some of these players in off-angle positions and make their lives difficult. Beautiful paranoia, though, from Envious to set up Pigruto to win that duel. Envious making her way back out of the C site. This is drawing a lot of rotations on over, but the real push is over here towards Atash.
Waste on the side, Jalera doing a damage
down A.
And Coldan! Only an outlawed hand! Defended the entire to the side, Envious killing out one more before Nuki takes her down. What a round for LILAX. CBD supposedly supposed to be their map, but LILAX showing us what little information they have. They can use it to their advantage.
Trick shot.
It's got to be pretty demoralizing. I mean, you know, they're finding opportunities, but you line up in tree like that against an outlaw and you're just getting collateral with 2 bullets. Like, that is very demoralizing to be in the server. And I keep highlighting it, but, you know, this is lower bracket. Sometimes when the game is going so strongly for one team, it can be hard to be resilient. It can be hard to stay in it. As a team like CBD, you've had the worst possible start to this half, economically speaking. You're playing the game on hard mode against a weird comp. We'll see if they can stick in it. 1-1-3 again. Omen and Cypher active lurks, but CBD are going to turn this into a beat split now, Tash.
Oh, Yuki holding a very aggressive angle. Not dead yet. Sandit will be taken down. Nemo with the turret for one more. The sprays to the top side here with that Odin. That is disgusting. Put any weird weapon into LILAX's hands and she makes magic from it. 5-2-1 right now, and CBD loves scratching their heads. But they do have 5 ultimates to play with.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Playing these off angles, front side of B main, like just taking these duels in weird positions. As CBD, you know, you're thinking, we've taken A main control, we're going to break open the Hobbit hole and kick off this B split. We're thinking about players, you know, inside of that A link, Heaven, C link. You're not expecting 2 players front side of B there in main. Really hard contesting you.
That displaces Sundari. Forced to move back. Pushes up forward. Good three! What? Sundari, what is that? Shut down though by Pregruto, but not before the damage has been done. Aggression all around, and you can tell LILAX feels very confident right now.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing. You know, they're just taking duels. If you're feeling it, you know what? Just swing through your own smoke, take a duel onto C-mount, anti-eco. What's the worst that could happen? Nothing, because everything's going the way of LILAX this game. Like, it just feels like one of those games where they can do no wrong. And I feel like a broken record, but when you're CBD, you've lost the first map in pretty convincing fashion, and this map is going very quickly downhill. Like, it takes some serious mental fortitude and character to be able to grind your way back in a series like this and try to, you know, keep your lower bracket dreams alive.
Look at LILAX here. Odin still in hand. She's done a lot of damage with that flash into door. Full control tree. CBD. Hard to move forward with only sheriffs in hand. They do have a Vandal for Pregruto. Need to go for these isolated plays, but 2-man disadvantage is a bit hard for them to deal with. Nuki finds one. Gonna just quickly swing in. The Empress doing a lot of work for Nuki. We have 5 rounds to climb back, and the first half is slowly dwindling down. CB to find an answer and quick.
I think it's got to be a similar answer to Icebox, if I'm honest. Like, they need to stop trying to get so fancy with the rotations and do too much on the map. It's not working for them. They're running into off angles. They're getting caught off guard, especially in a round like this. Let's be real. We've got 5 ults online.
They didn't even use it.
Ultimates. Just get in the site. Just get into a post plant. Stop trying to run around the map. Stop trying to, you know, rely on active lurks to be able to pivot in the late round. Let's just simplify a round and see if it works out for us, I reckon.
Hunter's Fury already. Tags a little bit, but nothing more than that. Go straight onto that side. Taking a lot of damage here. Cool. Forced to buy a little bit more time here onto Bend. The cage set up as well. Cool. Taking a little bit more space. Here comes Nightfall as well. And from that goes the Prowler. Cool. Rushing up forward. But despite that, Mimo is still the one to make it out on top. Elfie forced to give away her position. Yuki counting for one more. Quickly dismisses onto the side as well. Elfie alone finds 1, 2, 3 for Yuki. Looked so good in the beginning, but unfortunately not able to tie it up. CBD can't do anything. That was what, 2 ultimates used?
Yeah, I mean, what you're seeing is just one team being a lot more clean with how they're playing together. Like, they're playing the retake together. Kikoho needs to win that duel on a player that's been Nightfalled and seized, and you're running in as the Rays, like, towards CT. But, like, it's just so disjointed the way they're taking duels. Like, their spacing is all over the place. It feels like they're really trying to force the issue a lot of the time against LILAX, and it's just not working out. Like, look at this. 1 player C-mount, 2 diving CT, and 2 on the site. There's no cohesion here amongst this attacking side. They're trying to do 2 or 3 different things at once, and it's not working for them. Whereas, you know, LILAX, they're committed to the retake, they're committed to the plan that they're going for, and they're swinging in together, and it's working a lot better for them.
Coming into this round, once again, see hit. Bit more passive for Mimo, holding all the way in backside, punishing the onto B side. Oh, Lord Pigruto. The lurk will not be successful. Here comes the Rolling Thunder at least. Now CBD looking to take a little bit more space than usual, but this double push forward toward Waterfall will punish Iko for daring to play all alone. So Derry and the other members of LILAX are okay to play a little bit more passive, okay to play a little bit more patient. It pays off in dividends for them. One by one they fall. Envious at least gets one to her name. Can do a little bit more than that. Not dead yet, Derry says. They do have the lockdown use as well. Jilirak with the Odin doing a lot of work. Samfire alone. The crossfires and the crunches coming through all around. LILAX, one more to their name, and CBD, unfortunately, still a little bit too overwhelmed.
Yeah, they're not adapting the way they're playing at all. Like, their active lurks are not working for them. Punish front B again. Double swung by Arena and a Clove, and then we had a Rolling Thunder into Waterfall that catches nobody, and multiple players that aggress into CT and Waterfall that are punished by LILAX that haven't even rotated into the site yet. Like, CBD, they're getting onto the site for free. They need to just recognize that they can get the most favorable post plant possible and just wait for LILAX to attempt the retake, and then use these big ults, like use the Nightfall or the Rolling Thunder to disrupt the retake, or the Showstopper to secure the round. They're really just trying to force things way too much, and it's not working.
A lot of pressure coming through from Jilirak. Has a lot of space onto Rubble. Envious doesn't care. Angle played to perfection. Sindari punished. Might be big. Sindari has been their biggest heavy hitter here. Rushes up forward. Here we go. Online already. Envious. Or Aggressive Omen. The first one we saw back in 2022. Moving back to just really rendezvous with our teammate once again. Mimo. Not spotted out by the Roomba. Could potentially be dangerous running into this area. Opted to wait for her teammates, and that's the beauty of it. Nope. She goes a little bit more aggressive. Spots one out. Can she go for two? Prowler is here, but here comes the shiny play! Before finally taken down Mimo! This is her playground! Damage done already. Kiko left all alone. It's all down to her two teammates. A double swing forward. Clean round. Nuki has always been good to just really clean it up.
How is it so hard to kill a Killjoy in spawn, in a corner? You've ripped the rocket as well and really just said to yourself, look, we're on a half buy, but we need a bloody round, Tash, please, for the love of God. Let's just kill this one player in spawn. And Nemo somehow got 3 out of that altercation. When Envious is out A fighting, you know, World War 6 by herself, getting multiple picks, and we just can't convert the round. Like, that's crazy talk. That is crazy.
So
it just really doesn't look like CBD's in this game right now, and I gotta say it, like, we're at 9-1. This tack needed to come way sooner. We needed to see them recognize what wasn't working for them, recognize the way that LILAX has been playing, because they've been playing pretty much the same way this entire half, and start to adapt to that, and they just haven't been able to do so. And now they're in a position that's almost untenable, right? Like, we're already down a map. We're down 1-9. No one's really feeling it outside of Envious. This is a very difficult situation to recover from.
I thought that it would be a mirror of the previous match, where it was just a slow start for Cardboard Dinosaur, taking too long to really figure out the start, but starting to feel like this time around they're not finding an answer. As you mentioned before, they're all over the map. They want to do too many things at once. You know what? LILAX just playing their own game. Sometimes this overthinking is just leading them to...
Like, they've had a clean game plan on both maps that they've just been sticking to, and it's been working. Like, they know what they're doing, and so they're a bit more cohesive in the way that they're approaching it. Their teamwork's a lot better, and the players are confident playing in that system right now. Like, they are thriving. Credit where credit's due. And again, similar to what I was saying, like, for contenders in EMEA, it just feels this LILAX performance, you want to lean on the players that have experience and tenure in the scene, but through these qualifier systems, some of these game changer teams are so cracked, dude.
They are. Nightfall used already just to really deny that space, and CBD unfortunately forced to move out of the way. Gonna be changing the trajectory. might be a C hit if you think about it, but look at the amount of utility that's been left on that site itself. Mimo has been going above and beyond to make sure to protect the C site with her life there. I'd be able to potentially spot her out. No, can't. Okay, to just wait it out. Breaks the util. All around the nano swarms just by a little bit more time, a little bit of space. You can see the From the Shadows used as well, just to TP all the way into halls. Mimo is here this time. Not caught up quite yet. Look at where LILAX positioned themselves, all the way far back. And this is the moment we mentioned. We do not want to see a situation where an overheat will be happening. And Via setting it out. Lear as well coming through. She doesn't check the corner, but thankfully Elfie does. Finds Yuki. Spots out one going toward waterfall area. Mimo is here though. So they want to do is go for a double swing. They can. Great isolation for Coco. Excuse me. As the metal will give them a little bit more space. And a little bit more backside, so they need to just hold on to as much space as possible. They need to go for this retake here. Bit hard to do that as Kikowo gonna be great with that 3. Finds one more top tier. Marpandes finds one, but Cardboard Dinosaur finally converting that timeout. Looking good for them.
Last round.
But a 7 round is a hell of a long road to walk to.
Yeah, and the adjustment, looking at, look at the minimap where they're playing. The adjustment in this round, it's not a macro adjustment. They don't change their strategy at all. It's all micro. All of them are actually committing to the same plan. We've got 3 players fighting spawn side together, 1 playing the pivot on waterfall and 1 on the site. You know, we're not trying to hold everything. We're not trying to push waterfall and CT and hold the flank and put the spike down. We're all playing together and committing to an idea, and that's what worked a lot better for CBD that round.
More silence this time. Smoke's already down. How aware LILAX is. A bit more aggression for LILAX on B and C this time. Anywhere CBD quickly peeks, tries to get info, will be punished. Then LILAX is just like, okay, we got our 1, move backwards. They've been doing that many times. But A site this time, look at the shift where Mimo has put in her utils as they quickly open up tree, go straight onto the site. All info all accounted for, and Mimo is all about just getting those pickoffs 1 by 1, putting the swarm grenade just to deny a bit more space. Ooh, pops the head of Elfie. Kikowo going a little bit more aggressive. Mimo with a shorty. Can't find the right angle, but Sinderi is here for that crunch. Finds Pigruto in those lurks. Very aware here as Envia's quick to react off that broken door. Kikowo moving up forward with her teammates here. Samfire with her, just quickly swing up forward as well. And Marpandes all alone. This might be the start of the momentum shift that we were talking about. CBD needed just that 1 round to just really keep them online. Smokes all around. Marpandes needs to go for that defuse. Moved out of the way. Look at this util dump. Hard to deal with. Time ticking, not on her side. She needs to do something, anything. But in this situation, maybe go for a pump. Can't do more than that. Kiko finally online. Looking good right now. 9-3 curse has happened before. Can it happen again is the question. So gonna toss it over to our analysts to see what they think about this round.
Thank you guys, and in the second half, CBD definitely need to get themselves back in the game. It's not looking too good for them, even though we can kind of expect the 9-3 curse to kick in. I think it's a huge surprise, not only for CBD, but also for LILAX that the first half actually looks like this. So Coldan, why is CBD struggling?
I'm a little bit lost for words. It's crazy to me that the single controller Clove with the Reyna is the 9-3 half on defense side Lotus. It just boggles my mind. I think CBD kind of, maybe they're overthinking it, maybe they're just not on the right page, because the second to last round was what they should have been doing the entire half, right? Which was to force a reaction from the defensive side, force them to use both of their smokes. Sinderi was literally running from the C side all the way towards the A side, popped down the smokes, and then they paused, let the round trickle out, waste their util, and then they re-hit towards C. There was no smokes available, the Killjoy util was, you know, there was nobody on the site, and that was what they needed to do, is to play the rotations. That is what their comp is strong at, right? They have the breach, they have the fate, they get info, push away space, but they needed to do that earlier on. I think 9-3 at the half already might be a little too late. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to cope up against that on the defensive side. So if anything, CBD really need to just understand the strengths of their attacking side comp, which is again their explosive overheal potential, but they lack that sustainability in the long term with those smokes.
CBD in a dire situation. They will need to get that 13 rounds on their scoreboard if they do want to take it to map 3 and keep themselves alive in the contention. So second half, here we come. Over to you guys, Pill Buddies.
All right, we get our team name back. Thank you for that, Jen. Coming into this half, a lot of stuff to do. As I said before, long road ahead for CBD here coming into the second half. We've seen it happen for BOBA earlier. Could potentially happen one more time, but CBD, their mental needs to be in the right place to be able to do so.
For sure.
Find you.
Will be a game of mental, just keeping themselves on the same page. Haunts exchange over on C long. It's a very slow opening round here for LILAX. Taking their time. I mean, one of the strengths of their comp is exactly what you just saw. Haunt and Sova Dart early round can give you a decent amount of info. They've been able to take C mount control pretty easily here. Just grabbing the orb and playing this double initiator style, kind of similar to like that old Sky Sova that you'd see on Bind. They can very proactively kind of clear these lanes and apply pressure with the initiator util like you're seeing.
Not exactly where the util is. Both trips accounted for already. A lot of pressure onto B main. Haunt used once again, cleared off the backside, so that's enough info to give them that there might be someone here. That's a very hard camera 2 break as well, as Samfire just waiting for the right time. If they were to burst at the site, she can buy her time just to really isolate her teammates from that, but Marpandies will be the one just break straight onto the site. Elfie quick for that swing, and so does Pigruto.
Spike down. C.
Good hold for them as the wall back through, answers back all around. Nemo and Marpandies accounted for 1 each. 3-on-3 despite the chaos. They have the Prowler as well to play with at the very end, but once again, her pain shell's doing a lot of work. He called for 2 here.
Okay, done.
In fact, 3. A CBD finally, a pistol in their hands might be the start of something great if they're able to just snowball off this next anti-eco.
Yeah, you see the strength of the Cypher breach in that round. Something that you've seen a lot more. It's kind of, you know, if you're not playing the Viper comp, the double controller, this is one of the most popular comps you can play for a reason. The Cypher camp, so many sneaky little angles you can put that, so many trap plays and that you can run, and that was a perfect example of it. Cam up above C, as soon as the contact C hit comes in, you had the fault line in from B. Thrown by Samfire, shut it all down before it even really got going.
Aggression all around. This time around, they put their pressure onto 8 Rubble. Denying space is going to be huge for them. But for LILAX, they're okay to play a little bit more back.
Yeah, they can chill because they're playing this double initiator. I mean, this round, you know, the Outlaws making their life difficult. They don't really have much invested in it. But, you know, CBD, they are playing a comp where they can wrestle space away from the attackers. They can hard take A main, you know, and sit on Rubble. They can take C long. They have all these trap plays, but the strength of LILAX is they can play slow like this, and they can use things like the Prowlers, like the, you know, Haunt, Dart, Drone to be able to retake space in the mid-round and try to read whatever CBD is doing and adapt on the fly.
So say pivot is always one person holding here. Jalera, how was the thorn on the side? Might potentially be Elfie this time. Yuki this time a little bit more late on those lurks. Sprays all around. Pigruto takes full advantage of that down Q. More pressure onto A side. Doors opened. So try to just fake going into B side. Prowlers find no one onto Mound. Yuki all alone here. A trip is there. They do potentially have an idea there is going to be one close. Yep, she notes it. Samfire still waiting here. Just slowly let her rip off that. Gets tagged and quickly Samfire reacts. Beautifully done. Time not on LILAX's side. 10 seconds to go. Mimo pops ahead of Pigruto. Straight onto the site. But tries to go for that plant. They do. 3 seconds. 2. And they finally do get it down. Mimo, despite the fact that she only has a Sheriff in hand, she's really aggressive. That is confidence. They feel good. Kikoa just moving straight up forward. Plus 1 out. Jalera all alone here will be tapped in the face. Converts to the anti-eco. And if they do convert the next bonus, we might be having a game in our hands, Pilski.
Yeah, definitely starting to close the gap. It's similar to Icebox, right? Like, they picked up a couple of rounds late in the half. They took a while to adapt, but once they did, you know, you could see they were really starting to understand how to win. and then they win that pistol in the second half, and all of a sudden it could definitely get much closer of a game. So look, let's see if we get that second layer in from LILAX like we had on Icebox. If they are comfortable playing this attacking side of Lotus. Get light armor on a couple of these plays. You see them actively going back down to Bulldogs to get that initiator util, but also they're aware that the Outlaw's in the hands of CBD, so Sanderi likes to live life on the edge, that's for sure.
Setups all around util, dump onto A main.
There.
Just to deter and deny a lot of space onto Rubble, but CBD, Samfire still holding down the fort of B site here. Playing very well with that trip. 3-4 members waiting here. A drone just to clear them out, as well as those trips. Pushes out forward. Sanderi quick to just pivot onto that. Finds Envious straight in the face. Piguto as well accounted for. Plays 2 players already moving around at the same time. But CBD comes up on top here. And unfortunately, Spike pushed all the way backside. Mimo all alone, and Samfire answers. They convert this round. Looking really good, CBD. Slowly making up the points here with only 3 points deficit, despite the large rounds ahead that LILAX had ahead of them.
Yeah, I think you had that main control there for CBD. Like, it gave them such a easy flood over back into that B side. Big flood in through the hopper hole there. They had a couple of players coming in through C-Link as well, and LILAX, they're really trying to force the issue and fight one of those angles, but I think you need to be active towards A-Link if you've lost control of Rubble, if you've lost control of A-Main. When you take B, you have to really make sure that you're not letting them flood out through door. Yuki on the lurk. The Sheriff here. It's got 2 players to contend with, and Envious is going to get a pretty easy, pretty free one. Ping-ponging off that contact. So the rest of LILAX just walking straight up C mount. Sanderi's getting another orb. She is very much investing in this round, and it seems like she is very confident. Like, I've seen some of the previous series from her, and she does seem like one of the standouts on this team for sure. She's had a lot of big series for them.
Sanderi trying to disrespect that cage, not able to. Moves back. Makes sure to see they're not getting backstabbed here. And CBD, they've been playing a more reactive is their proactive round, playing very back, except for 2 or 1 players over on one side. Nice high-low setup here from CBD. If anyone were to push through, Aldrone as well accounted for already, just to really check out and suss out the area. So these util dumps could potentially buy a lot of time and space, but let's see whether or not Sanderi can just quickly just pivot off that
30 seconds
onto B
left.
site. 30 seconds to go, time ticking. Immediately just break the util as well. Quickly just gonna pop the head of Samfire. Can go for 2. Aggressive. Our panties here. Sharp with the Sheriff. Smoked out already. Can't do much. And 3 gun barrels onto you.
Left.
With only 10 seconds and the spike nowhere in sight. Just gonna quickly dwindle down the time. Has to go down here. Crossfire. Not able to take 1 more head off. And CBD runs away with another round.
Yeah, they're making this defensive side look pretty easy. I think LILAX need to start to see some level of adaptation out of them. We've seen most of the time this A main control out of CBD. That is their go-to, kind of playing the breach on the rotation, obviously. The reactive util. Very strong from the middle of the map, but it's A main control from CBD, and they put the Cypher on C. Like, LILAX gonna take a tactical timeout now. Have a chat about how to deal with that. They are getting pretty close to a lot of big impact ults coming online. Do have the Clove ult, but also very close to Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, Nightfall. So really could start to help them crack through this dry spell, but it's not just going to be the ults that get them across the line here. Like, they have got to make some pretty big adaptations. They've got to recognize the control that CBD is taking and how they're taking it and how that affects the rotations in the mid round, because that is the most important thing when you're playing this double initiator comp. Like, you need to, when you forfeit that aim and control and you take C, decide, okay, we're committing to C site and we're going to actually execute and we have some kind of set plan, or we need to decide, okay, in the mid round we're going to retake A first and deny info over there because we know that the defense has taken that. So we'll see if we do start to see a bit more of that adaptation, if they can test the initial map control out from CBD. If they go C here, though, you've already got a pretty big C trap, and they've swapped the Cypher over towards A, so a bit of an adaptation for the defense after the attack timeout.
Comes the haunt. You get quick to get rid of it. For CBD, look at that, 3 on C already, leaving the B site onto the mercy of a single trap wire. But that's enough, honestly, if you think about it. Have an idea on how to play off this, being able to just react off each other could be huge, and CBD has been doing just that.
Yeah, I mean, the Fade got full info out A. So they recognize this is a different round. And I like that they're going back. Like, they are recognizing this is exactly how you have to play this double initiator comp. Like, they are seeing, okay, they haven't taken rubble. This is clearly a very different setup. We haven't seen anything at A at all. So this is some kind of retake setup. We can just go hit A. So really, really good reading in the mid round. They should get a free site hit. And then it'll be down to the post plant.
Broke one there. They also see using that Prowler just to break all those util up forward plant. Finally, CBD get it down, and with 5 players still very much intact here. But the retakes is gonna be another question. Nightfall is here. Pigrocho rushes up forward and finds herself with the util in hand. Yuki is very good for one Sapphire as well. Kiko force back. Arpani is gonna use that seize. Trying to be able to get one, and she waits for the right opportune moment. LILAX is there just to context play. They need to just crossfire back. They can be able to do so. The stun are doing work, and so does Mimo. Sapphire left alone. Pops the head of Sanderi. Here the Fury, but just corrals her straight into Mimo's crosshair. A good run for LILAX. Finally, they get it in the end, and converting that timeout as well.
That was much better, you know, using the... Oh, I dropped my spoon. Sorry, Tash. Using the initiator util to inform their decision-making and making the right choices in the mid-round. Set them up super well. I love how aggressive they played as well in the post-plant. You could see that CBD, you know, they have this really strong comp for coming back in on the retake. They committed the Nightfall. They committed the breach util as well. But when you're playing forward on some of those aggressive off angles that the defense isn't ready for when they're attempting that retake, you can definitely get caught off guard. Again, the one way towards A main, Marpandies is sticking around. She gathered great info on the fade towards A in the previous round. You're even hiding the camera from CBD here. Here's the drone from Jellarak having a little bit of a look at what's going over on towards C. They don't see anything. Hopefully that doesn't lure them into a false sense of security, because this is a big trap being prepared by CBD.
Oh, Kiko, very aggressive. Playing out the util as well. Pops someone with her pain shells. And she wants more. Pushes out forward. Very aggressive round. Also flash. A one-way smoke. Big area to climb. And the spike is completely in the mercy of CBD. They use a haunt just to really clear those angles. Smoke drop down as well. Sanderi clear the angle with that. Sanderi eating quite a lot of damage there. Util dumps all around from CBD. Hard way, but it's gonna be Sanderi very quick on that headshot. One moment is there. Metal thrown out as well. They know that's one close. Gonna pop the smoke just to really isolate these angles. Finds one more. Sapphire close. Not dead yet. Kikoa finds Marpandies. And now Kikoa 4-4, potentially going for the ace. Gonna be denied by Sanderi. She has always been sharp. Overhealed, but no, I can't do more than that. Tall order, and CBD finds the right opportunistic play. Just bring them to an 8. What a comeback.
Yeah, they just needed a bit more patience there, LILAX. You know, they see the one way over towards A main and they read that as potentially a rubble setup, but that's just poor communication on the part of the A default player. Like, you've only seen an open smoke. There was no raised satchel, there was no boom bot, pain shells, no fault line. These are the key pieces of information that you need to be conveying to whoever's doing the calling on your attacking side, because those are the pieces of util that it's going to tell you there's players out A. Exactly like you're seeing here. Shrouded Step, Paranoia, raised util. They know they're active on A.
Are they going to clear out is the question. They got punished so many times in this angle. Kikoa with the Roomba! Straight to our Nuki. Envious is still unaccounted for, but doesn't really matter. Pivoting into B site, full control of the area. A Sapphire. Huge tap to the head. Jellarak goes down. One by one, the members of LILAX go down. They have no clue how to deal with this defense. Giving them a taste of their own medicine. Ring around Rosie with the door. Elfie goes down. Elfie for 2. Almost equalizing. A 9. This half looked almost impossible for CBD to come back. But understanding what's at stake here, CBD wants to bring us over to the distance.
Looking like a completely different team now. Momentum is firmly with them.
One enemy remaining.
Strong economy to boot, some big impact ults. The individuals are starting to fire up as well from CBT. Kikowo in particular has had a masterclass of a game so far. A lot of big multi-frags on her part, and she's earned herself another showstopper here.
Bring them down.
A main control taken by CBD. Different approach this time. Sorry, A main control taken by LILAX. Different approach from CBD. They clear front B, and the Razor's pushing quite deep there. Envy is playing retake A. And it looks like LILAX are just going to pull the trigger on this A hit. That's unlucky. Losing your omen through the smokes there.
Aggressive pushes all around. Recon finds no one. Sindari. W King straight onto the site. Once again, CBD taking up a little less space here. Punishing any late lurks. Bimo will be the victim of that. More aggressive around Pandies. Finds one. FE. Can't do more than that. Samfire. Oh, but she gets 3 in that corner. Taking advantage of that choke, and Jillera all alone. Needs to isolate this fight. Rolling Thunder just to really displace her, and she does. Falls straight to the smoke. Oh, checking the right angle. Kikowo. Good read. Straight to the smokes to find her. And LILAX brings it to 11. A good defuse as well. And despite the good start by LILAX, CBD showing us a dominant defensive side.
Yeah, this is what I expected kind of to happen on Icebox, to be honest, heading into that second half. Like, CBD showing us some great resilience. Really changing the momentum of this game after a really slow start. Like, they've been slow starters in both maps, but now that they're rolling, it feels impossible to stop. Massive 3K from Samfire. And that, like, winning that duel on the lurk, very important, but Samfire here holding from spawn on the breach. 3 players swinging her on Heaven's side. If she doesn't multi-frag there, they lose that round. So LILAX again, back down onto the half by at 10 apiece. See if they can make some magic happen. They've taken that A control once again.
Jump peeks all around. Finds no one, so gonna opt to go a little bit more aggressive here. Changing their mind about that Roomba. Marpandi's doing the same thing again. Dropping that Prowler just to clear out B main. Try and see if they can punish anyone who goes a little bit more aggressive in this early round. Smokes as well. Look at how many bodies are there onto B main. Trips is there, so Samfire has been great to just really buy some time. The trip goes down, smokes her off this time. Due diligence all around, making sure to cut off any angle they can play with. Here comes the concuss just to clear up those angles and corners. A high, low set up there. Beautifully done. Yuki taking 2 to her name. Nice Pigruto playing very carefully this angle. Pigruto with a better gun comes up on top. Not before she takes up quite a bit of damage. You see the neural theft used as well here. As Martinez play a little bit more aggressive. Sprays all around, knows exactly where she is. Jillera once again tries to make things happen with that Marshall. Can't do more than that. And CBD take the lead finally.
It's been a long road to get there, but momentum is well and truly with them. One off the nightfall now. Winning every single round on this defensive side, except for one. That one got a little spicy. In fact, you know, a couple of these rounds have gotten a little spicy, but they've stayed resilient. They've completed a lot of these retakes very favorably. Heading into the kind of dying moments of this game here, LILAX getting close to a lot of pretty big ults in this round. See if they can use them. A bit more of a direct approach as they make their way out A early on. They're not interested in running around the map and informing their decision making. They just want to commit to this A hit straight away.
Sindari this time being the tip of the spear, gonna feed herself those alt orbs. Really need to rely on that pressure they get from the Not Dead Yet. Samfire is here. Ready, just really put in that fault line just to clear off the angles. Sindari W King forward, finds Pigruto and gets answers back, but so does Nuki. They also have the lockdown used as well. Kikowo gonna fall down Nuki here as Mimo, a flash anti, but not quick enough. Samfire a little bit faster on that whole FV as well. One by one, the members of LILAX not able to do anything quite yet. Not Dead is here, but nowhere for her to run as she immediately gets felled once again.
No more distractions.
Hard round here for LILAX. In fact, hitting match points here for TBD.
Yeah, unfortunate. They just take a little bit too long to get into the site. Like, they knew they had a pretty good approach to hit into A.
Point.
But by the time they actually start to get that spike down and the lockdown, you know, ticks about halfway done, there's already 5 players there for CBD. They've already fully rotated into that site. As you see the players in tree here, you can see the rotators in heaven there. The Raze and the Fade are already there before the spike gets established. So you're basically trying to fight your way through a brick wall as LILAX. And unfortunately, they come out the worst of those two. Nightfall and Hunter's Fury up here, but I don't know. I haven't seen anything too promising out of this attacking half. Opts out to Elfie now. A main control taken by CBD.
Look at that. It's been such a big problem for LILAX. They want to take these early fights. They want to fight for control. But CBD has just been denying them that. Opting to go for retakes, opting to go for post-plant situations. From the shadows used as well, just to get some information, finds no one. At the very least, it's just been defaults upon defaults for LILAX. Not finding an answer, not finding an hold. They know where the other members of CBD are. They know how to play this. But the fact of the matter is, they have these protocols for this defense side, and CBD showing us what makes them tick on this map. It's always been this defensive rounds.
Yeah, LILAX have a lot of information. They know exactly what the setup is. Going to start to make their way over towards C here. Elfie and Pegruto ready to defend. Nightfall's there. Reactive util out of the Fade. There's the aggressive Nightfall from the attackers. Trip gets triggered, but it's not punished there, Tash.
It's a lot of damage though. Wall bangs all around. Elfie low already. Answers back to own Nightfall. Pegruto playing this corner to perfection. Finds no one though. As the sprays come through, Pegruto and Envious capitalizing on that chaos. Sundari is still holding down the line. So is Mimo. But 2 on 3, 1 man disadvantage. Look at this 3-way high-low. A bit much. The plan does come through. They know what Mimo is. They know they're isolated. Can't do more. All alone here. 100 HP, but the double swing's a bit much. CBD convincingly show us what a comeback looks like. And we go to map 3.
That's huge. 10 and 1/2, I think, on defense there after going down 9-3. And after a similar kind of story as what we saw on Icebox, they showed a lot more resilience there on Lotus. And I think that's going to give them a lot of momentum heading into the 3rd map. They could definitely make the reverse sweep happen now.
Yeah, reverse sweep could be very impressive. We saw that happening in VST Pacific. Let's see whether or not it'll happen here. So let's toss it back to our Atlas to see what they have to say.
Thank you, casters, and the dinosaurs are back! Definitely a sigh of relief for CBD. Second half looked drastically different from the first one. Now, tell me all about it, Coldan.
I mean, they completely look like a different team. It did not look like the CBD we saw in the first half, and how they played in that second half was so beautiful. I mean, every single piece of aggression that they did, it was always with 2 players or more. You could see the amount of utility advantage that they had, right? You compare utility to clear out certain parts of the map, and I loved what they had in store for us. And a little bit of a jinx, I might admit. I said there's no way that they could come back from it. They left themselves 2 little rounds to work with, but LILAX only had 1 round in the second half. It was a 9-3, right? It only managed to pull 1 round away. What an impressive run from CBD, and credit to Kiko. I think you compare her performance to Icebox, where she was on the Killjoy. She didn't really have that that freedom to, you know, go entry into sites to take on those duels. Now she's top of the scoreboard, 25 and 17, 299 ACS. Incredible work coming in from CBD.
I mean, I guess comfortability kind of comes into play as well. Meanwhile, Sundari, speaking of being comfortable, doing everything she can on that clove. You know, looking at the first kills, it was neck and neck. Yeah, I have to say.
I mean, despite it being so close, just the fact that they were able to come back from such a deficit and really look like a completely different team. Like on the first half, they really had no idea what they were doing. LILAX were just completely tossing them around the map, just doing whatever they wanted. But when we swap sides, you can see, you know, the comp diff, I would say. Like LILAX, yeah, they have that team play coming in within them, but when CBD have the chance to exert their dominance on the server when they have the opportunity to do what they want to do. Set up for those trap plays, set up for those retakes. The barrage of utility is so oppressive. The players of LILAX just had no idea where to look. 5 different angles coming in. Yeah, the C's flying in your face. There's a nade coming in as well, a stun and a flash, you know, all over the place. Some of these scenarios were just really chaotic, but still very controlled coming in from CBD. And I think you look at the heat map right here. A lot of fights on all 3 points of the map. It was very dynamic coming in from them. Very willing to go for retakes as well, and it was executed to perfection.
Good news for CBD. Oof, I thought we might be losing a dinosaur in the contention, but they keep themselves alive for now. We have another map coming up, but before that, Kikowo, like, honestly, if it wasn't for her, there were a lot of rounds where the CBD might have lost their momentum.
Yeah, I agree. I think Kikowo coming in as the duelist player on this squad as well, putting up this kind of a performance on that entry duelist as well. It's not an easy task, especially on the defensive side, right? You don't have that much liberties. You have to really work with your teammates, call for flashes, call for the Fate Seizes to team up. You know, right there, literally the first kill was that paint shell kill. It is these pieces of information that gets passed over to her to allow her to set up for those kills. But of course, right, on the other side of things, Senderi also had an incredible performance. I mean, part of me doesn't even know how she's able to pull away with some of these kills. It just looks crazy from her.
That Odin. I like that new skin.
This one as well.
I digress, yeah.
The awareness to just go for that peak by herself. I don't know if that's just confidence or if it's just like a sixth sense, you know, just knowing that you have that little bit of a timing. And these rounds are so close.
Killjoy with the shorty.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, just looking at how the map panned out. A lot of great shots coming in from Kikowo. Stop actually getting quite a bit of value as well. The last kill right there, Elfie with the shorty. She's been a fantastic player as well. I mean, I remember one of the rounds where Senderi was kind of flanking Elfie. She turned around 180, just completely destroyed her at the C-mount position. So everyone on CBD really turning up and looking like the team that we all know them to be.
And they should turn up. I mean, it's an elimination match, right?
Oh, yeah.
Saw a lot of heroic plays from Kikowo and every single one of CBD players when it was needed the most and when it mattered the most. So scoreline is 1-1, and we have a Sunset coming up as the decider. How excited are you for that one?
Jen, would you like to take a wild guess what agent Senderi plays on Sunset?
I don't know.
There's so many agents she could be playing. Yeah.
I'm gonna say Clove. It would be a shock not to see Clove.
it will be. I do expect things to be exactly the same going onto that map. It is a map that both of these teams actually don't have too many reps on to play for each respectively. So might be a pretty interesting one. As a decider, both of these teams not that familiar on this map. It really comes down to who can adapt on the fly and who really turns up, you know, when the pressure is on them.
All right, Sunset. It's all on Sunset to decide who gets to stay and who gets to leave. Now, production, should we throw off to a break? Yes.
Silence means consent, surely.
No.
Maybe you can just.
Should we talk more?
Yeah, we can talk a little bit more.
Okay, yes break. Yes break.
Okay.
Okay, take a break and come back for Sunset. Welcome back, guys, and hello again, Coldan. It looks like we're going the distance for the second match of the day today as well, with Lotus going the way of CBD. I think both teams are really fired up and they have that last motivation to really try their best on Sunset.
Yeah, Sunset, the final decider. You can see the scores of the first two. I mean, they each pick up their own map picks, but incredible comeback coming in from CBD on Lotus. But yeah, this is going to be Sunset, the final decider. One of these teams is going to get knocked out, Jen, and it's going to come down to literally the final map of this series. Winner of, obviously, continues on in the brackets and has a chance to be that third team to make it all the way to Bangkok. But yeah, today one of these teams will have to go home.
That being said, you have to choose Cat or Dinosaur.
Oof, I will say Dinosaur has a...
one.
Yeah, Dinosaur can fly, this one specifically. So I have a Dinosaur here as well, so...
Oh, yeah. Please show us.
Yes, he's the milk dinosaur. I think some people might be familiar. Yes. This one's not exactly in Valorant, maybe not yet. Maybe soon. New agent.
Yeah, maybe the new agent about to be released during champs or something. But with Sunset on the horizon for us, I feel like CBD kind of has the edge over here.
Yeah, CBD I think have a better synergy when it comes down to things. I really like how they played Lotus in the second half. But going over to Sunset, it's a little bit of a different, or a rather similar situation, because we're going to have double clove if CBD runs with the exact same comp that they have been running. They both run that clove. LILAX on the other hand have that Phoenix and a Sage, so a very interesting composition from the LILAX side. And I think it comes down to whether CBD can adapt to this different approach, right? You got the Phoenix, you don't really have that entry potential from the Raze. You don't really have many abilities like the paint shells to break the trip darts. You have the Sage wall that can cut off lines that we've seen Paper X do. But again, it comes down to the execution as always.
So when you say similar situation, you see like a 9-3 curse coming in and then a crazy comeback, a long map.
No, I was just kind of alluding to the double clove, so it's like similar on both sides. So yeah, but if it's that kind of a situation yet again, I don't know how I feel. If we have like that sort of a comeback, both times that these teams played, it was it's been back and forth. I mean, there's not much consistent results that I can go off of. It really comes down to who shows up here today and who can maintain that momentum that they've got in their own map wins.
Well, when was the last time that these two teams played Sunset? Do you know?
Yeah, so LILAX has played it the last time, the start of this month, so the 4th of July. Combo Dinosaur, 22nd of July, so that was just recently up against Invincible GC. So yeah, a little bit more reps on that map. But yeah, they could change the comp, I think. But I think they're just gonna, I think LILAX is just gonna stick with that clove, stick with the tried and true composition with that Phoenix. Which is pretty interesting because we don't see a lot of Phoenix in the current meta.
Yeah, true. We just don't see a lot of Phoenix anywhere on the map. Right?
Yeah. Nuki plays the Phoenix, and Nuki has been performing pretty solidly in this series so far. But yeah, I'm curious to see if Sundari can actually keep up the performance, because she's been like that star player for the team on both of the maps already. So if she can keep up that kind of form, then maybe I think that they have a very strong chance, because obviously if your smokes can stay alive for longer, you have the ability to move to different parts of the map, etc, etc. So yeah.
I just want to see how these two teams would take the mid control, because I feel like that could be one of the winning conditions too.
Yeah, mid is a portion of the map that a lot of teams like to really take control over, and you have the opportunity to split towards market. But with that Phoenix, I think they might be prioritizing the mains more, right? A main, B main, get those orbs in the hands of Yuki, use that, run it back, abuse the fact that it's such low orb count, and then just cycle that all in. And if CBD aren't able to get wind of that strategy, then they might be in. Okay, never mind, forget everything I've said right out the window. No Sage as well. They're changing the setup. Yuki going for the Raze instead. And Jelrak on the Breach. Interesting. Jelrak has... Yeah, Jelrak was on the Sage previously. So now they're opting for a bit more meta of a comp. And that's the other thing. Couple of Dinosaurs moving away from the Clove. So again, throughout everything I said about the Clove hit-to-hit, and just going to be opting for the Omen instead. LP on that flex role as Gecko, Samfire, Classic. We know her as that Breach. And of course, Kikowo on that MVP performance race that we saw on Lotus.
It's going to be head-to-head battle between Yuki and Kikowo. Not too left field for both teams, I guess, comp-wise as well. So I guess it's time to hear from the casters what they think about this comp changes. So over to you guys.
Thank you very much. A very, very exciting thing looking at this one. Now, coming into this one in particular, I just want to really point out both teams suffered losses the last time they played on this map. But again, Cardboard Dinosaur looked a little bit stronger, coming toe-to-toe with none other than Invincible GC, the team that nearly took a map away from Zipto. So that is something to put into consideration here.
100%. So I'm keen to see how this map goes. I mean, this will be a decider where both of these teams have pretty limited reps on this third map. So especially with a couple of last minute kind of agent comp changes coming into the equation, we'll see. Less so last minute for LILAX, just in terms of officials. Yes, they have shopped around a couple of agents, but as Coldan mentioned, a couple of weeks since they last played this map. So maybe they've had some time to implement those changes. Over on the side of LILAX, they also did kind of change up their comp a little bit before Icebox, and that went quite well for them. So we'll see if we get the same story again. CBD starting out on attack, working their way through B main, working their way through tiles as they smoke off top middle. And it seems like they're already kind of moving their way towards what I would assume to be a B split, but more so kind of just a slower default. Feeling out the map, having a little bit of a look around as Kikowo cops a dink.
Last time CBD showed a lot of potential coming into on this map. Yes, it was a loss, but CBD looked a lot stronger coming back onto the attacking side. So this could potentially work out in their favor if they're able to just really go onto the site itself. Look at how far back LILAX has placed themselves, especially Pigruto. Just really wanting and opting to play off the util instead of playing up forward and just dying very, very early.
Contact, straight up elbow here. Raze left on the lurk in towards middle, so no usefulness of the boombot and the paint shells really. If she cops a single shot, she'll go down for free. It really comes down to just the retake and this single kill trip across spawn side here. It's a full retake setup from Emo. Cam gets popped early. I really would have liked to see them hold on to that for the late round, but Kikowo finds some impact on the lurk here before she's taken out.
Very chaotic trades all around. 1-for-1 at the very least. Tiles will be where LILAX wants to come out for him, but there is a trip noted there. They're going to try and crunch in from CT side as well as main. Breaks that trip, rushes up forward. So Diary taking a more aggressive move area forward. As usual, wins it. Takes up a lot of that util to her face. Soundfire holds still for one more. And regardless of this, one by one, the members of LILAX fall down. It's going to be Nuki dwindling down the numbers, but despite that time, not on her side. A flash to come through as well. And Soundfire easily cleans it out. Pistol into CBD. Good start for them. Good round.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially given the fact that they've been slow starters so far, it would be really good to see them get off to a good start on this attacking side of Sunset. Raze very, very low, left behind on the lurk in middle. Found some good value, so although they lost a bit of that entry power with the boombot and the paint shells getting through onto the site, as she was low HP, she did find a way to be useful in the round after all. So just a save here for LILAX. They have managed to win one of these, you know, save rounds with a combo of like sheriffs and marshals, a bucky or two mixed in there. They've got 2 buckies. So we'll see if those find any usefulness.
Go rushing up forward. Just the Roomba to clear out one area of the site, and for now, a little bit more proactive coming up onto B. Kiko already on the site. Notes one out that Bucky paying dividends. But Alpha and Sapphire, they answer back. Finding 2 to their name. Retrieving that wingman once again. Envious their teammate playing a more closer angle on the site itself. With crossfires all around. A swing forward will give Grucho an upper hand in that area. Recon found out our Pandies playing very aggressively, just disrespecting that cage. Gives Grucho all the information in the world to play off with Envious. They still retain 4 of their guns. It's looking really good for them.
Yeah, 1 off of the Thrash as well, heading into their bonus. Could be a really, really big ult to give them an in into this next gun round. Keep an eye on where Senderi's playing on the Clove, because it's going to very much limit where she can smoke. You know, you don't have that global presence as we've mentioned on the Omen, and she's just going to play in the middle of the map to make sure that she can lend smokes to either side where needed. Cypher and the Sober playing the B side together, as you often do see. This bonus not looking too fearsome, but we'll keep an eye on Elfie in particular. Like I said, 1 off the Thrash, so any kill, orb, or plant could give them access to a really nice tool to try and win this bonus.
Bit more aggression, more pressure onto mid area. Senderi managing to really dwindle down Kiko's HP, just pushes straight into Marpandi's crosshairs and gets trades back. Nemo here crosses, unfortunately has to switch her weapons around, but still comes up on top! How on earth did that happen? Energy is so low right now. Senderi cleans up the backside. Nuki here with the Roomba. Retake looks good for LILAX in this corner. Checking out every single nook and cranny, and Yuki just walks up there. 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and they get this round.
Nicely done from LILAX. Again, showing us that their retakes are really clean. Like when they're able to react to whatever the pressure is, to a bit more of a straight up approach from any attacking side, like they do a really good job of scaling in together. It's been their ultimate asset in this series on defense so far. You've seen it do them a lot of favors on both maps. Lotus in particular, the way that they were attempting a lot of these retakes was very, very clean. Thrash is online now for CBD, 1 off the showstopper, so keep an eye on Nuki. She has another pop-off game like she did on the Rainer, I think it was, on Icebox. Here on the Rays, that could be something to keep an eye on. Again, same approach time and time again for CBD. Oh, look at this aggression from the Clove though. Senderi getting very, very cheeky inside a B main.
How is she
Thrash gets invested, but she's getting away with so much here, Tash. This is ridiculous.
It really is, and she goes for 1 more aggression all around. Oh, ends it at the very least. There's the spike. Pushing straight onto the site. The damage has been done. She's alone. Only 87 HP to her name, but she finds another one. Wants to go for 1 more. Flashes, not able to capitalize. Done a good job. Just using its utility to buy time and space. Smokes as well. Just disallow them to play together. Showstopper is now online. Pops it. Jalera comes up on top. But she still gets 4. Envious low. Nuki is here. And LILAX, they managing to chain 2 rounds in a row, getting that defuse. So it's looking very competitive for these 2 teams over in the first half.
Yeah, that's taken a big chunk out of their economy though. Only 1 player surviving for LILAX. CPD got that spike plant down as well, so they're going to have something to play with in this round. Probably just a half bite. This was ridiculous from Senderi though. She throws the default B main smoke and then plays inside of the corner of it and gets 3 when you could see exactly what CBD wanted to go for. They were going for a market split, wanted to throw that Thrash out of B main and getting contested with that Clove early on really threw a spanner in the works. Their plan started to kind of crumble apart a bit more. Once again, Outlaw comes out here for Marpandies. This time a lot of half-armored players to the half-bar here for CBD. Need a clear round here for LILAX. Their money is not good after only having 1 player surviving in the previous.
Yeah, Marpandies. Let's go find some players here onto mid side, only noting Kiko moves out of the way. Quick reaction with that. Marpandies been very deadly with the Outlaw. Both her and Jalera has been good for that. As CBD opting to play a little bit more silent here on the mid side area. Still alert coming in from Pigruto over on A side. LILAX playing very, very passive, not wanting to take these fights, very aggressive onto mid area despite the chaos. Only Marpandies is going down in the end. Flashes all around. I'm going to note that trip going to be broken. Walks all around, flashes up forward as his face comes through. Elfie, quick to trade back. Gonna get a little bit of an upgrade as well. A little bit of close roll near the area as the showstopper finds no one. Unfortunately for Nuki, can't deny that plant coming forward. A little bit too much firepower to deal with. Double swings all around. The 2-on-2 still here. We still have the not dead yet as well to work with. Nemo gonna find the angle. Crossfire set up here. One side of the area isolated, and it's just about that swing together as LILAX. I take another one on the board.
Too fast. Can't even keep up with the tracking. Just keep swinging.
Some swing.
It's like Dory told me.
Dory.
3 up for LILAX. Beautiful stuff. That's what she said, right? Just keep swinging.
Swimming or swinging? Which one is it?
Swinging.
Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, you got to take that advice. Look at that. That's as wide as it gets. And trust me, I've been pretty overweight in the past, but that's another story. CBD. We'll see what they're able to do here. 3 in a row, like you said, for LILAX. They're on a bit of a run. They did, again, take a bit more of a expensive route. They lost a lot of guns. Not dead yet, still up there. They've got a couple of big impact holds coming online here. CBD, once again, B main control being taken by them early on. The all being farmed. That's Elfie getting one off another thrash in as many rounds. Envious has taken a fair bit of space over towards elbow here, but you can see Nuki posted up on the line. That's going to be a duel won by the defense early on, and no smokes for CBD.
Very aggressive for both these teams. Feel the weight on their shoulders, the pressure. Understanding that losing this map means the end of their run here on Split 2. Both these teams really want to make it to the top. Potentially a chance to go up against BOBA. And as well as for that third slot, against SISU for that third slot onto Pacific. Regardless, still far ahead of that. They need to come through this win first. All eyes onto the A site. Pivoting forward. Look at this off-angle plate by Nuki. She capitalizes. Could be deadly. So much utility dumped already. Yeah.
I think there's another orb here. Elfie's got her thrash.
I think so. There we go. The thrash coming out here.
Straight up short. Nuki can't get a pick as they come into the site, but they've still got a player advantage here. Oh, the aftershock is beautiful from Jelarak. Dear Lord. Nuki's going to follow up as well. The Boombot's kiss inside of the site, and Kikoa's got another one. This one's getting spicy. But doesn't matter. LILAX is going to come away with it there. And they continue their streak on the defense right now. 4 in a row. And for all I was saying about, CBD, they want a pistol. They haven't started slow this time. I think I've cursed it a little bit.
Yeah, you did.
It feels like LILAX is dominating early.
Yeah, coming onto this one, I'm surprised that, we saw the neural theft was there. And I think for LILAX, it's all about playing very, very slow, very, very methodical. Waiting to just react off of that. CBD, they hit B, find nothing, go toward A. And then I think for LILAX, it's all about just being able to just react of everything. No need to kind of force the issue. It's all about that punish.
Taken pretty early on here by CBD.
Okay.
Gonna get Kikoa throwing down that boombot. They're gonna force the issue into spawn here, Tash.
Mark Bandy's here playing very aggressive, and despite that aftershock, she still takes up the space. Samfire to punish his Soda's Elfie. But the same thing could be said by the members of LILAX. Sundari, 2 already picked up, leaving Elfie all on her lonesome. Gotta go for that retake. Changes the bite of playing with the man. Wants 2 hands in the court, noodling down the numbers. Still, I think this fight could be huge. But Sundari doing Sundari things. Our one tricker showing us why she is so adept on that agent.
It's beautiful stuff. Just another successful retake out from LILAX. It's been what they've done best this entire time.
Sit down.
We're now here. You can see that Elfie, she played that to perfection. The angles already. Unfortunately, a little bit too greedy. It should have been okay to just allow some space, just mentally reset, but it's all right for them. Knowing that LILAX is able to take 5 in a row, and this, personally for me, this timeout, a bit late.
She's always got another thrash. This will be her third thrash in like 8 rounds. insane, but then they're really having a tough time converting rounds off the back of those big ults. Like it seems like CBD, they're getting into sites, they're getting into post plants, but the retakes are just way too strong for LILAX. Got the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury up now for Marpandes and LILAX, so those are going to be difficult to deal with. Sandfire, Rolling Thunder of your own. I think CBD, you know, you've seen them run a pretty similar default, pretty similar map control time and time again. It hasn't really been working well for them. It's been a big focus towards B main and market with active lurk towards A.
I think
maybe we need to work the map back to front instead. Let's go take some elbow control, something like that, and change up the way we're approaching things. In this case, though, that wouldn't work particularly well for LILAX. They feel like after the attack timeout, CBD is going to go and do something over towards A, and they're well and truly ready for it.
Yeah. Rolling Thunder is there for Jelera as well, so doesn't really matter though. All eyes are on B site.
There's a Thrash.
Yeah, Thrash as well can be used. Can be used to break that trip. Playing a little bit more passive, I think. CBD changing their mind, opting to take
right there.
Full pressure of mid area.
Yep, smoke to top mid. Cypher Cam's getting info over towards A. You got to be careful as Pigruto, though. It's a two-player setup. There was a potential to swing off the contact. Finally, it comes in a little late, but still good enough. And here comes this mid to B with the Thrash.
There's the entire jump backside as well. Good to be picked up once again. Gonna use that wingman to go for that plant. A crossfire just to deny any more space taking. Mimo for one, and here comes the Hunter's Fury alongside that Rolling Thunder. Yiko gonna be found by Marpandes or two as well, playing off all that info, all that util dump. A good start by CBD, but it looked worse and worse as more time went by. Idea was there, but LILAX very passive instead of reactive, and they go for that punish. A flawless round to their name.
It's just so easy for LILAX. It's the same thing as on Lotus, right? Like, we're getting these big shoves into CT, into spawn rather. We're getting aggression as the spike goes down very early on in the post plant that's getting punished every single time. Like, you need a different approach here as CBD. We got to mix in like a lurk that isn't in the early round. Like, their lurk timing has usually been off. It's usually been punished. LILAX puts a lot of effort and emphasis in actively going and clearing out the lurk a lot of the time. If you go for a lurk, you know, late into that post play, I think you're going to be a lot more successful finding a timing.
Timing is key.
Control taken this time.
That's right, moving in with that util. This time around, it's gonna be orb into their head. They line up for Alfie. They have neural theft to use as well. Notes all the positioning for the members of LILAX this time around. Looks looking good for CBD. And this gonna catch Marpandes over on the mid side. Elfie waiting for the right time to straight go into the side itself. Mimo getting traded off here. Jelera as well. A flash just really swing onto the area. Notes one, notes two. Can she go for one more is the question. Numbers dwindle down, and no better time for that. Just to really play off the information as well as those util. Samfire might get a bit antsy, but she goes a bit more safe. Moves out of the way, stabs and strafes away, but Samfire comes up on top. Unfortunately, that whiff, a little bit much. The pressure too much for Jelera to deal with. And CBD, they finally find another round to their name.
It's always the last one that's the hardest. I don't know why, but that was so clean from Jelera. Like, really nice retake attempt there. The flashpoint catches all three, and she's tapping heads for days. But as we saw in the one-on-one, couldn't hold her nerve, unfortunately, despite dodging the fault line really nicely there. So MT's in the chat. But that'll be finally a third round for CBD, and Elfie's almost up to her fourth Thrash here. Showstopper's up for CBD. That round, I mean, coming back and retaking A in the mid round after applying a lot of pressure on the mid to B and trying to draw a big reaction in terms of the rotations from LILAX worked very, very well. A little bit fortunate to catch that lineup there for Elfie, has to be said. Very passive default to start things off here for CBD.
Scanning ahead.
Scan. Finding no one here as CBD once again. Playing mid area has given them so much control, whether it to be to A, to B as well. And it really just puts LILAX on their toes. No clue where to look at, but Sundari this time. Bigger aggressive style play, shorty in hand. Able to do it before, wants to do it again. Marpandes moves out of the way despite all that util. Kikowo rushes up forward with that showstopper. By some time, just gonna clear out the back of sight with that. Nuki gonna find at least Pigruto at the end, but they do have their own showstopper to play with. Tagging, ping-ponging, whatever you want to call it. They find one each here. Elfie forced to move back here. The Marshals to clear out that angle, deny some space. Kiko will be found in the end of the day, but the members of CBD will be walking into every single one of LILAX's crosshairs.
Even had a completely different approach this time from CBD. Like, they turned the mid control into a mid to A. I like the call. You know, going up mid to short with the showstopper, it just doesn't find the right target. And again, like LILAX, every time they know exactly what's clean and dirty, and they always have a good approach in the mid round on these defense, you know, scenarios. They recognize exactly what CBD is going for, even when it's not a strat that they've seen before, and they're playing to their win conditions. Like, they're all turtling side, running away from the showstopper, and then go back in with their own showstopper and a flashpoint really cleanly to be able to break apart that push on short. And in the meanwhile, you're getting multiple players rotating in through top mid and crunching the push together. Like, it looks just so clean the way that they're playing these mid rounds on defense.
LILAX, players from Thailand, some of them seasoned, especially Nuki. But most of the players in this team, very new players. Some of them never even made it this far before, showing us and putting a fight against very seasoned players. I'm talking about Envious, I'm talking about Samfire. And for them,
yeah,
being able to make it to Pacific could be a big thing in Thailand, where they live in front of their own crowd. Could be one of the greatest stories of a rookie team in history if they're able to make it come true. But for now, after this, sorry about that, Pilski. Go ahead.
No, so far, like, I feel like they've been the better team today, no? Like, outside of the Lotus defense, their Lotus attack, which was really not great, most of the halves have favored LILAX, and this one's favoring them a lot as well. Really nice push timing down A main. No trip there. There has been no trip there a couple of times.
Rushing in straight into the side itself. W keying forward. A lot of pressure coming through. Sanderi only good for one. Liz Mimo is here to equalize. Neural Theft comes out, and Envious takes full advantage of that. Gets a bit of an upgrade into her hands as well. Elfie with only 5 HP left. Shadow Step gives her a little bit more space and control of Boba as well. And Yuki with the Lit Lurk. Great to find Samfire. Roomba just to clear out. Our Panties quick to equalize. Ignoring Lil Bro and being able to spray out. And LILAX takes this round. After the timeout, looks just so good for them. Taking it back. What a great teammates coming out. 1 kill to their name each.
Last round before the switch.
Last round of the half here to see if they can scrape together 4. You know, I'm saying it's their 4th, I think, 4th or 5th thrash this half, but they haven't really been able to convert many rounds off the back of it. Would love to see them, you know, they've used the thrash to take the site really cleanly, and LILAX, you know, as I've mentioned a bunch of times, has been very comfortable playing retake. As CBD, I just love for them to use the thrash to take space, pick it back up again, and then use it to contest the retake. Don't force the issue too much. Op comes out for 2 players on Sunset. You are never ready for 2 ops on this map, and oh, they almost lose their smokes off the bat. Nuki was checking the texts. She's texting, you know, some of her mates. And what's up? I'm probably going to go play a LAN in Bangkok soon. Anyone want to hang out? Oh, someone's peeked me. Oops.
That was the biggest nope I've ever seen in my life. Coming into this round here. Still, LILAX forcing CBD to play in their tempo, in their rhythm. Thrash up online already. Gonna find 1. Elfie, unfortunately, will be taken down. No, CBD will not be able to follow up with that. Kokomo will be the one to find Jillarak. Trades
down A.
Counted for by Barpandies here. So quickly push, taking a little bit more of an aggressive approach onto Ali's side. 55 HP to her name. She needs to pop some hits. Can't do so as Kikowo gonna potentially go for 2 with Samfire. Great teamwork, gameplay as Yuki just rushes straight into the site. Pikuta is there. She just really denied that space and area. But Yuki, how on earth is he winning all these duels? They have this crossfire set up just for her. But Samfire is there to stop the bleeding, but you gotta give it to Yuki. The amount of damage she's put into that team. And now we gotta ask our panelists what they thought that of that particular round, excuse me. Jen and Coldan, desk is yours.
Desk is ours.
Yes, it is.
But yeah, similar story to Lotus, 8-4, LILAX in the lead. I mean, I was watching Yuki, I was like, what the heck is going on? But yeah, LILAX looking great in the first half. CBD, they have the potential and the strength to eventually bring it back, but what did you think of the first half?
I think I agree with what Pilski said, right? They do look like the better team here yet again. Just coming down to those executes. Yeah, sometimes when CBD find themselves in the sides, they get the spike down, but it's the post plans, right, that seem a little bit disjointed. It doesn't seem like they're on the right page right there, just as the round just ended, how that post plan happened. Again, it was down to such a scrappy 1v1. I'm not sure if they have the protocols in place. Maybe the change of composition might not have given them enough time to decide what they want to do. But whatever that LILAX have been doing, have been very consistent. They've been taking those fights together. Yuki, one of the players that we mentioned early on when the series began, right? One of the players to watch out for. She is again putting up those numbers. So yeah, if LILAX continue with this kind of performance when they swap sides, I think it should be a pretty convincing win for them. And CBD, their turn to step up to the plate yet again, similar to Lotus.
Here's the thing. What are the chances that we're going to OT?
I don't know. Odds aren't 0, but I don't give it a very high odds, I will say.
Yeah. Well, second half is coming up right now. We get to find out who gets to stay and who has to go home. So over to you, Tash and Pilski.
Pilski.
OT, 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 OT.
Would be a good one.
You want some OT?
Yeah, why not? Elimination match, baby. Why not go all the way? Regardless, coming into this one, it's been a very, very long day. Our match starting in our game starting what, only 6 hours ago from our first series.
This one really, for me, comes down to does LILAX have a good plan on attack? Because
do they?
Icebox, they did. They did, right?
Yeah.
But Lotus, they did not. They had a very not good plan on attack. They've had a great defense.
Wait, no way.
That's cheeky.
No way Kiko gets away with this. Oh, they're not gonna go there anyway, so regardless. Give me a number on that door, huh, Pilski?
Yeah. That thing's been hitting the gym. Washboard, abs, like, I don't even know how many panels is on that door. Like
built
8?
like
That's
a
like
door,
8 pack,
man.
dude.
That's crazy.
Built like a door, bro's built like a fridge. And that's what LILAX need to be built like, hitting this B site. Rotations come in though. Alfie's already along towards spawn side. So it's a double setup on market with a cheeky little trip on the site here, Tash.
Yuki is gonna just completely disrespect the area, walk straight to the trip, stuck in the corner, can't go anywhere, but still, they make it work. But Alfie, with 2 to her name, puts a lot of damage onto the team. Over on mid-side here, there's a skirmish of their own. Mimo gonna go down to Kikowo. Sundari in a 1v2. Kikowo quite low. Can take full advantage, but Sundari has other things on her mind. Going all the way to backside here. Perhaps being able to find the right timing could be great here. Spots 1 out. Ooh, unfortunately whiffs. Drop down to 28 HP and makes a beeline straight to A site. Tries to be a little bit more smart. That was outplays on outplays, man. I can't deal with this.
I got you.
Alfie can though. Alfie
Truly.
is reliable. We'll see if she can top her Thrash collection record.
How many was it just now?
I think it was 4 in the first half.
4!
remaining.
It's insane.
A little bit easier when you're planting every time though.
Oh yeah, that's true. Makes it very, very easy coming into this one. We've seen anti-ecos already. I mean, we've seen eco round wins as well, so let's see whether or not LILAX can do that. Dizzy, thrown upwards. Finds no one. That's enough info for them.
I mean, CBD, they've won both pistols, so you can't, like, there's no excuses there.
Trill.
Get this one done, then that's going to be rough.
Oh, NBS good for 2. Has to go for the reload. Pops out to that classic quick reaction time. But Mimo still has juice in her. to go a little bit more aggressive. We've seen some insane pistol rounds before. Classics is our free gun that's one of the best. But the triple swing might be a bit much to deal with. But Mimo putting quite a number there onto two of the players of CBD. But with 3 guns,
it's nothing but digs.
Quite healthy. Quite healthy.
You cursed it. You set it up so well. Like this free gun is OP, and then it's just nothing but headshots.
Pilski, come on, stop playing on that, please. I'm begging you.
Spike down.
What? What did I? No, I didn't say anything, dude. Who do you think is gonna win, by the way?
Yeah, great. Woohoo!
Yeah, woohoo! Yeah, let's go.
If CBD does lose, you know who to blame, yeah?
I would say you can only blame yourself, and that's coming from someone that has already been knocked out of the league that they're playing in, so...
Damn.
We'll see. You can always make excuses, though. That's a little easier to pallet sometimes. Kikoa walking down middle. Spotted on the cross by the Sova. Marpandi's beautiful punish. There's another player here, though. Envious hasn't been cleared out yet. Well traded. That's good stuff from the Sova. And a player advantage now for LILAX.
Kikoa potentially had taken up a little bit too much space there, resulting in both their deaths, but Envious, bit sharp, especially since she had shifted over to this Omen. Perhaps less pressure on her shoulders. As the shift comes through here for the members of LILAX, all eyes onto A site. Quite a lot of time to play with, clearing all their angles and corners. Scenario, unfortunately, this game isn't able to blow as aggressive as she wants to, but with this neural theft, gonna be displacing all the members of CBD, going a little bit more passive and opting to go for that retake.
Spike plant.
Yeah. It's about damage now. Trading out Mimo in middle is nice. That's another rifle hitting the deck. 2 players trying to attempt this retake from short. Out goes Dizzy. Fault lines exchanged. They're going nowhere fast. Mosh trying to zone that player back and create an opportunity for Elfie to find an entry. 2-on-2 now, and Wingman going onto the spike Tash.
Our Pandies will be great for that wraparound. Noting her presence here, but her teammate is there just to go in for that trade. A tap forward, Jalera actually got forward, but the shorty, surprise, surprise, from that corner. Jalera does it once and twice, and she does it again.
Oh, have you met my friend Shaw, Tash? Shorty.
Shorty.
Shorty. Shorty.
As I remember correctly, you're a pretty tall person, though.
No more.
I'm like mid-height. I'm like very average.
One enemy remain.
But coming into this one, I think it's really impressive seeing up forward. Yes, they can isolate these fights, but she didn't take into account of that shorty being pulled out of the pocket here.
There.
Fortunately, not able to convert that bonus, so still very much alive for LILAX.
Jelorak is strapped. That's what I've learned. CBD. They're taking out this A main control, getting contested pretty heavily though. Standfire punishing. Senderi going down. No smokes left here for the attacking side. And they're getting chased by a Thrash Tash.
Yes, they are. Oh, this util jumps forward. Kikoa takes full advantage of that. Unfortunately, her Payshel's wheel just dinked over into the wrong trajectory. Unfortunate. But for now, 2-on-5. Perhaps a call to save might be wise here. Mimo all alone onto tiles. Well, as she know, right side by side is someone else. Bringing around the Rosie, hasn't noted their presence quite yet. Jalera, all alone. Rushing up forward, Thrash coming through, doesn't want to get caught. That's unfortunately not able to break it. Straight into Envious crossfire. As Mimo, last man standing, swaps out that gun. I think they hurt her there. Holding, Kikoa is here. Mimo, sharper. Still making her way onto the other area. Protocols forward here, making sure to guard the spike with their lives.
30
Utility is
seconds
still
left.
in hand, but what can you do here?
Save. Or go next. Do some damage to the economy, maybe. Get a neural theft. Find a new apartment. I don't know. What would you do, Tash?
Probably hide in the corner and cry,
10
but
seconds left.
time running out. Mimo, only able to survive, wants to be able to do so. The second half has been problems for LILAX and Lotus, and now on Sunset. They need to do something fast.
Yeah, their attacker side has been a problem, that's for sure. CBD is punishing that. Contesting that A main control very heavily. They've got that is the strength of this comp. They're playing Breach, Gecko, Omen, Raze. These are all characters that can just, with the reactive utility, absolutely bully you out of an area. You are not, if the defense does not want to let you have A, you are not getting into A. You're just not.
Truly. CBD, I think both these teams playing very, very similar styles of play. Less on aggression, more on reaction onto the defense side. Mid area for contention, once again, we've seen some insane thrifties, especially for today. Both very close and quickly reacts onto that. Takes a fair bit of damage, but does that really matter? Yes, it does. With two players holding down the line, understand that Kiko loves to play a little bit more aggressive. They are patient and they wait. That's exactly where Nuki is. Envious puts in a fair bit of pressure onto mid area. But she too has to give up that space. Pain Shells just denies her that area. And both teams just moving backwards, retreating for a while longer.
I like this for LILAX. Going back towards A, the Clove can smoke the entirety of the site from where she died, close to elbow there, so smart to pivot back there. Dart's going to clear out elbow. In the meanwhile, CBD's getting a lot of info across the map, and they've got a good rotation timing towards short here.
Utilities all around, just denying space from Ali. Nuki eyes on to the area of drop, finds one, Envious to trade. Envious, sharp as ever on that Omen. One of the most aggressive Omen players here in GC. See as Yuki plays for two. And then we're alone. The flash is gone. And Sapphire chips out of the way. How is she able to do that? Yuki is so low. Aftershock to buy her some time in that corner. Pain Shells traded out here. She's so low. 7 HP. Waiting for the right moment. She goes and tries to go for that redefuse. One more time. Tries to displace her with those satchels. But the swing out. And Sapphire wins out in the end. With only 7 HP. Sapphire showing us what dominance looks like.
Oh, that was crazy. That was like PTSD for me, Tash. We were both at an event in Manila, and in that event at 11-12, one of my players satcheled someone, thought they satcheled someone off the spike, and it didn't push them far enough away, and they just ninja defused, and I thought we were about to see the same thing. I was getting really triggered for a second. But that was crazy, that 1v1. Like, the paint shells coming back up, the showstopper, doing classic showstopper things. You know, what is it? How many? Can I count? Is that 8 or 9 ult orbs? I can't remember, but it only does 100 damage and it doesn't kill people. So is it worth it? I don't know.
Truly. That forces a timeout from LILAX. Look at that. Out of the 5 rounds played in the second half, majority going to Tartboard Dinosaur. Basically, both teams just feeding each other a taste of their own medicine. Less on aggression, more on reaction. Both teams kind of like denying each other the chance to fight on these early rounds. Just retakes all around for both these teams. Impeccable.
That's a good attempt from LILAX, has to be said. After how that round started.
That goes there.
And that's one of those things where it's like, not something I think about that often because I don't really see that much Clove. But yeah, if your Clove dies in front of elbow, it does make sense to just go A.
Yes, this should do.
It's one of the strengths of the agent that, you know, doesn't always come into play. But dying, tactically feeding in the right position. Very good. It turns out.
Still holding. There's aggression coming in for CBD this time. They try to fight for B main. It tilts all around just to really deny space. This allowing Kiko to play off her teammates. And despite all that util, she goes aggressive. Showstopper popped already, throws it out. Spots us in Dairy, takes her out, and so does Yuki to get her. Traits, great. Usage all around. Notes out Samfire. Does she know that Elfie is close? The Roomba doesn't. Looking terrifying. They note her out as well. Every corner checked out. Due diligence done. Pigroto fights Bimo. So the skirmishes all around the map here. It's all down to fundamentals as the sprays come through, and Yuki blinded, but not before she takes out NBS. And here comes the Rolling Thunder to just really deny that plant. Swinging out into the side itself, Pigroto and Sapphire for 1 each. Great play coming in from CBD, equalizing a 9-9. Happening way too many times. CBD catching up in the end. No matter how big the round differential you have ahead of them, they come back.
Yeah, they're really, really good at changing up their setup as well. Like putting the Cypher on the weak side and playing 3 towards A. Previously shutting down that A play and this time over towards B main. They're really keeping LILAX guessing about, you know, where their setup is, which side is the strong side. And it's been working a treat for them. Back down onto another half buy for LILAX here, but you've got a couple of players who are forcing straight down tiles though. Kiko in combination with the paranoia, putting a lot of pressure on. That's the second time she's paint shelled off the wall, but we won't talk about that because she's fragging out of control.
Giving me a deja vu of that Jing ace coming into from this map previously. Kiko holding Marpetti's reading her like a book, but Kiko is the one to come up on top. Shorty in hand here, playing inside of the smokes. Just trying to go for that punish if anyone were to push through. Envious, good read this placement, rolling thunder to come through. Priguto just quickly reacting, and so does Envious. But Sundari still being a thorn in everyone's side. Noted for that, Kiko so low right now. But I don't think she's gonna try and go for that pickup as they go for this refuse. Taking away another round.
Yeah, 10's up for CBD. And I'm getting deja vu, to be honest. Back towards Lotus. After a bit of a lackluster first half, they are making a massive comeback. Very one-sided half on defense here. LILAX just does not seem to have the same ability to string these rounds together as they do when they're on their own defense.
Looking terrifying for LILAX. I really gotta give it to CBD. One of the strongest mental resilience and fortitude I've seen so far. Bit late, but better late than never is what they say.
Ops out for Elfie now. And she's posted up over towards B. Got to be careful not to overstep as Mimo. She could be losing this first pick early on. Just jiggling, shouldering her way around. LILAX looking their way up middle. Fault line in preparation. Does
dangerous game.
But you can't chase her down. Good stuff. Great punish on the top mid play there from CBD.
Envious. Looking really good, especially this third map. Finds
Spike down.
elbow. Was in knee of one player. Sundari answers back at least. Neural theft, counter forward, trying to go for a wide swing. Will be taken out. Envious one by one. Tapping finally goes down. Mikruto is here. To answer back. Runs for her life. Will be found at the end. Sundari back in the game once again. Pick me up used just to give herself a little bit of an overheal, bit of a shield. Nowhere close to that spike. But she doesn't know that both players aren't really close. Trying to go for a crossfire from main as well as mid area itself. Sundari eyes onto Elfie, but close to the right side. Can't do more. Kiko was ready for her.
Yeah, 11's up for CBD now. Ult retained as well. Great stuff on the top mid punish there. It just feels like positionally they are able to put themselves in the right setup to deal with whatever, you know, LILAX is throwing at them. Like this round, took that B main control. They're leaving the Cypher solo on A on the weak side once again, and the rest of the players are able to reactively respond to this mid threat, which is exactly how you want to play this comp. You know, you've got the Gecko, Raised Breach, like I mentioned, the Paranoia. This is all great reactive utility.
That is aggression to Cole. Despite being a recon, she does not care. She takes this fight head on. Paige shells to buy a little bit more space. Look at how many utils just to clear her out of the site itself. But she's patient. One more satchel to work with. A Roomba in hand. But no clue where they are. You see the shadows, sorry, from the shadows will be cancelled. Now, no duelists in sight, cannot get into the site as aggressively as she wants to, but Sundari is there. Envious punished for playing a little bit more aggressive. Spots one more out. Cole still holding on to the area alongside Samfire, but despite the gun despair for Andy's and Mimo, one each. Neural theft just to give them a little bit of an idea where everyone is, playing this corner to perfection. Notes where they are. Cam just go forward. Naziz rushes forward. Unfortunately, not hitting anyone quite yet. Mimo with the spray is huge. Marpandi's as well with that stinger. What is it about this stinger that does so well? What is it about these rounds with the gun disparity that makes them go forward? As LILAX still very much in this game. 10 to 11, CBD not able to hit match point quite yet.
Yeah, another half by one for them. Missed opportunity for CBD to take that series point there in the lower bracket. Going to be kicking themselves, but still enough cash to be able to buy up into the next nuke. He's got the showstopper online now, though. Could be a great tool for LILAX to be using into the next one off the Hunter's Fury, and over on the CBD side of things, one off both the showstopper and the Thrash. A main control being patiently waited on by LILAX. There's the fault line up through elbow. They're trying to isolate Kikowo here, dodging the fault line and the aftershock very narrowly, but the trades are going for LILAX there.
Coming up forward, very aggressive. Both teams showing aggression, but very controlled from LILAX here. Now, Elfie shots all around just to see where the util would be. Finds nothing. Aldron goes all around. Zendari tries to put a bit more pressure. Nearly going down. Jalera to find Envious. As the utility goes up here. 4-2. Playing so carefully with Pigruto on the side itself. They are the defenders of A side, and they are your first team to hit match point.
Match point.
Yeah, that's crazy. After how the initial exchange went in that round, just feels like they're able to kind of crunch the site together really well, and that is the strength of this comp. Like, look at how they're playing it, running on in with the Dizzy and flooding through short. You know, you can run in there with the Paranoia, with the fault line. See a lot of very strong teams on this map. Lean on that retake A with that Gecko util and the Breach util, the Omen util. Once again, same approach here for LILAX, but Showstopper straight down tiles.
Aggressive Ikowo. She's done it before, she wants to do it again. Pops that, finds no one. Very passive. Chip damage onto her. Undeterred. Still denying that space away from LILAX. CBD here. Full control of tiles area. A lot of pressure to come through. Samfire, the spray is gonna find Nemo over on the other side. It's not done quite yet. The Roomba not spending up anyone. Yeah, it does. Enough information for them. But they still try to force their way onto the A side itself. They do. Finding no one. Flashed out. Nuki still very close. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Here comes the Showstopper. And here comes the Trash as well. Util dumps all around. And Gary with the run and gun. Finds Pigruto. Nuki with the Showstopper. And with that Bucky, they're trying to put in the damage. Hiko is still very much here. 3-on-3. The plants come out. Samfire gonna fight Yuki here, and here comes the Rolling Thunder as well. So many ults traded all around. Samfire with 3 to the name. Not dead yet. Will be popped here, putting in a little bit of pressure. But on tail us, that is Kikowo with 2, and despite the chaos, CBD able to tie out the round. What a game! What a round! And what an end! But unfortunately, for one of these teams, for LILAX, has to say goodbye here. A valiant attempt, first time on the big stage, and they show us the world.
Yeah, they won the first map so cleanly, and they had a great start on Lotus. They even had, you know, a good run of things in the first half here on Sunset. It felt like the game was theirs on a silver platter, but you got to give credit where credit's due. That's experience from the side of CBD. That's a bunch of players that have played games where they've had their backs to the wall previously, and this time, despite having slow starts in all 3 maps, they're not going to go down. They're going to continue along in the lower bracket and have a crack to try to go over to Thailand for the Pacific land if they can qualify.
Yeah, trying very hard, but Tall Order coming in this season has one of the most competitive teams we've seen so far. But the breakdown is happening here. So Jen and Coldan, on to you guys.
Hello, and CBD, they live to see another day. Unfortunately, for LILAX, their journey ends here. But Sunset, pretty much the same story as Lotus, of course. CBD with that huge comeback to close it out and, you know, move on with their lower bracket run.
Yeah, it really does seem like CBD are a defensive-sided team, I guess you could say. I'm making those comebacks on the defense side, obviously, on both of those maps. But yeah, it really does seem like they are a completely different team when they're playing on defense. It's so funny to me because even though they're playing on defense, even though they're a bit more reactive, they're still going for very aggressive plays, right? You see Kikowo always sending it down with a showstopper down towards mid or tiles, towards A main or B main. And they're getting the access they want, they're getting the success that they need. But funnily enough, on the attacking side is where they can't really convert that kind of aggression. So it's interesting. It's an interesting case to be examined. I guess you could go further in depth and really find out what makes CBD work or doesn't work. But you can look at the scoreboard right here as well. Clearly, I mean, Kiko top of the scoreboard. 23 and 18, 7 first bloods. She was really the one that was cracking open those sites for retakes, getting aggressive on the defensive side as well, and credit to her, she put up a fantastic performance.
And Samfire as well, she's someone that really stood out, especially in a situation where if she lost those clutch rounds, then it would be easily LILAX taking the map. But over and over, Samfire just knows how to clutch, knows how to stay calm and collected, and take away the rounds.
Yeah, and again, I think it comes down to the utility. I really like the util that CBD were using for those retakes, for those aggressive pushes. You always see either a Gecko flash, a stun, a flash from the breach. The paranoia comes in as well. And you can see that communication always coming through constantly for the CBD side. LILAX, though, on the other hand, stumbled quite a bit in the second half. They really couldn't find their footing at all. Had a couple of scrappy rounds here and there, but I think CBD really managed to control where they wanted LILAX to execute to sites. And they were very much comfortable playing retake on A side. Like, they had the protocols in place, they had all the util available, and that is just the recipe for a really strong half.
The defenders of A side, as Tashbunny put it. But as you can see, we saw a lot of duels happening and kills happening on the A side, but CBD able to hold their line when it mattered.
Yeah, you can see a couple of those kills that happened towards B main and A main as well. And that was when DINOSAUR decided to be aggressive, decided to take the fight to them. Other than that, their side holds and their retakes, you can see mostly centered towards the side itself, mid portion of the map. They were able to shut down any, aggression that came in that direction, even though sometimes, yeah, they took control of mid, but they were fast on the response as well. And, obviously some rounds going in the favor of LILAX, but at the end of the day, they win out the rounds that were most important. Take that series 13-10, and yeah, very much deserved.
Kiko, of course. Let's talk about her a little bit more, because I think 40% on headshot is insane.
It's a pretty insane stat line, especially considering how scrappy these games were. I think both of the Razors on both sides really put up a fantastic performance. But Kiko's presence with the util in hand from her teammates, I think that was what made her so scary, because she was always backed up by either a flash or a stun or something that's going to throw you off.
CBD feeling comfortable on knowing how to enable or activate Kiko, make sure she gets enough support to pick up those kills and create space. Let's take a look at the highlight a little bit more.
I can see how the map kind of started out. Again, I can't believe it's so similar to Lotus, right? Where LILAX actually had a great start. They found so much momentum, and they were just playing like it's almost ranked. But then, CBD, they hunkered down. They found what they needed to get. Like all of these fights, you can see so much great utility coming in before they take those fights. And yeah, I mean, credit this flash as well. There's always something. There's always something to come in.
Always something to block off LILAX, right?
Yeah. Again, look at this, the breach aftershock. These are the kinds of fights that really forced LILAX to be respectful of A main, not go for fast pushes. They tried aggression towards A main, and they tried aggression towards B main, anchoring on the side as well. Very dynamic with the teleports coming through. See, there's another flash coming in when they want to take a fight. So this is the real story coming in for DINOSAUR. The resilience when it gets tough. We saw that up against Invincible GZ, and we're seeing it here again up against LILAX.
Smart with their utils and also with their timings, knowing how to pick their duels and those fights, and thus CBD get that W, and they can continue their run in the lower bracket. We have an interview standby with Elfie. Is it ready now? Okay, not yet. All right.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, Elfie is like one of the X factors, I would say. I think she was in a couple of Game Changers teams, but never really had that kind of success. She put up crazy numbers in the qualifiers, though. Whenever I go to see like the stats page for the Game Changers qualifiers, she's always near the top, right? But her team was never able to kind of make it to playoffs. But now she's found a squad that can really, back her up. You got Kiko as the newest player as well. So I'm really excited to see her opinions are, like her thoughts on the team and how the tournament has panned out so far.
Great, we can ask that when she's ready, but sad to say that LILAX will be out of contention and their journey ends here, and we're saying goodbye to a cat level team. Hurts me so much.
that is truly a loss,
cute.
a grave loss. I think it's a bit sad as well because they are a Thai team, and so it would have been really cool if they managed to get to land in Bangkok, but unfortunately maybe they can go as viewers. Okay, that's yeah, you can go and see their friends still, maybe, or the enemies, I guess, depending on how they're viewing things, but yeah.
3 maps as well for the second series.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, okay, we have Samphire for the interview, so let's head right over to Samphire and see how she feels about today's match. Now, congratulations, Samphire!
Thank you!
I feel like today was a grueling day for you guys, playing all 3 maps, so just talk to us about what you guys were going through for the past, I think, 3 hours or so.
Well, for us, it's always the first map that I don't know, it's like a warm-up game for us. And it's always a disaster. It's on the first map. And then the second map, we tried to reset, even though at the first half, we were like, what to do? We're getting headaches. And then reset again for the second half, and we got it. And thank God, on the third map, we managed to get our mental ready, and then we got it.
So Icebox was just a matter of slow starts, I guess, as you were saying. But speaking of mentally resetting, you guys had to play from deficit both on Lotus and Sunset, and it's easier being said than done. You know, when you're behind, especially in an elimination match, that's when the pressure kicks in. So was there any moment when you were like, oh my god, we might lose, or oh my god, what if we drop this? Was there any kind of pressure or anxiety coming in?
I think individually, we all have something in mind that, oh no, are we gonna lose? But still, we have in our team that goes like, reset, we got this, something like that. So it would keep our vibes as a team together and keep up again.
Well, thank you. Coldan, do you want to add anything?
Of course, I have to ask Empire. I mean, there was one moment on Sunset where if you lost that clutch, the entire map could have been different, the result could have been different. What was going through your mind when you hear the showstopper being popped, and then you kind of just do a somersault in the air, avoid it, and then still manage to get the clutch at the end? Like, what was going through your mind? What was the comms like in your team?
Well, for me, I was quiet because I'm trying to focus on what's going on. And I think we were quiet on that round. It's just like the ones who's on the back, they were screaming. Some of them are screaming. The rest were quiet.
You need to go back and watch it from a third person perspective, and you will be screaming as well. With that in mind, we have For Fun and AVERNUS coming up for the next matchup, and the winner of that match will be facing you guys. Do you have a preference, or can we get your predictions on how things are going to go down for the next matchup?
I believe For Fun will win against them. I mean, AVERNUS. And yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see if For Fun can. Yeah.
Can I steal the last question as well?
Sure.
Okay, just a fast one, I guess, but like, how did you form this team, right? I think you were formerly Mummy's Kittens, and then you picked up Kikowo, and she's been an incredible star, especially in this series. Like, how was that process like to find that player and then bring it in and incorporate into your team?
Well, it was actually a very long progress on that. It's like we keep trialing lots of girls, and we got Kiko like in the last minute. That's why we only get a chance to practice with her like probably less than a week.
Ooh. That's what
a great pickup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
all agree? Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, after today, I mean, she came in on the Killjoy and then opted for the raise on both the last 2 maps, and then really popped off crazily. Yeah.
Yes,
congratulations.
Congratulations. I mean, you guys gambled, went from kitten to dinosaur, and, you know, won today. So congratulations once again. Thank you for the interview. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Can I say one
Bye.
more?
Oh.
Yeah, sure.
Miss Jenly, I'm a big fan.
Oh, thank you.
What? Fan.
What about
Don't worry,
Coldan?
I'm a fan. I'm a big fan too.
I'm a big fan of you too.
Oh, well, thank you, Sapphire.
Thank you.
Bye.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How sweet. I have a big fan who knows how to somersault her way.
Would you put me on the spot? You
You
gave her pressure. You gave her pressure. You know.
Well, how
I wanted
did I give her
authentic.
pressure?
I wanted authentic from the heart. You know. I thought you were asking if I'm a fan of you, and I was like, yeah, of course. Because I'm a fan of
Okay.
Jen.
No. Yeah. We all know it wasn't authentic, but you know, one day maybe Sampire will acknowledge you. Fun interview with Sampire, with CBD, keeping themselves alive in the contention. Now, next up, we have another elimination coming up. For Fun versus AVERNUS. Now, Sampire said her money is on For Fun. We have to go see how that's going to pan out. But first of all, let's take a short break and come back for the last matchup of the day. We'll see you soon.
go. 24. Got them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an 03 kit. Room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got through C 100 the end move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine. Telephone cut that right. Shout out my son for the rain tone. I don't want cut my line. Running fist fire, scare no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I promise so if I wish I put one pistol on my head. What's poppin' and poppin', love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. 24. Got them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an 03 kit. Room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got through C 100 the end move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Scared of my life. Skittle. Scream pet flavor. Great. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为先将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade go on the more.
Renegade, let's go. 24. Got them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an 03 kit. Room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got through C 100 the end move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine. Renegade, let's go. 24. Got them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an 03 kit. Room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got through C 100 the end move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine.
welcome back to the stream. We are now on to our last matchup of day 4 of the playoffs of here with Game Changers SEA 2024 Stage 2. I'm your host, Jen Lee, still here with Coldan, of course. Now, Coldan, we were having so much fun, during the break.
Yeah,
now it's
we were.
for fun to have fun against the AVERNUS with the elimination match. But I don't think they're just here to have fun. I mean, they need to be serious. This is elimination match.
Yeah, again, similar to the series that we just witnessed, this is do it or bust. These two teams, I think, fairly well matched up. We even got a prediction from Samfire earlier on, thinking that For Fun's gonna take it away. So I might have to back her up on that one. I do think they are slightly better, but again, it comes down to how they perform in the server. We saw how the previous series went. Despite you going into a map with a a decent advantage, who knows what might happen.
It's a ride or die situation for both teams. Now let's take a look at the team lineup. Over here we have For Fun.
Ooh,
Tell us
wait,
about
Chloe's playing. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Chloe is a substitute player, but okay, let's just go down the line. Okay, we have Ivory, Tuya, Sheena, Iceling, as well as Chloe now coming in. So I think she's replacing Shinobu, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Chloe, I think this is one of her. It's the first time she's in the playoffs games at the very least. So yeah, this is interesting. This is cool.
It is interesting. I wonder how much time she had to prep or scrim or practice with this roster. AVERNUS, on the other hand, we have 5 amazing players, of course, and similar faces here too. Tell us about AVERNUS now.
Oh, tell you about AVERNUS. Well, you've got Sid89, Makshin, Kathrina, Arki, as well as Shira Hoshi. And well, this squad, pick up obviously by AVERNUS, went into the group with Zipto. It was a tough group to get out of, but still they managed to get here at the very end. Yeah, they had a tough game up against BOBA in the upper brackets. But of course, BOBA is BOBA. They are a very reputable squad. Qualified to land already, but yeah, now they have a chance to prove the doubters wrong, go up against For Fun, I think in a much more even matchup to see who's coming up on top.
Now here's the player to watch. We have the head-to-head between Ivory and Makshin, the 2 duelists.
Yeah, Ivory is, hasn't played too much of the Jet, just opting for it one single time, at least in the playoffs, at least. She's been playing, actually. So, perhaps capitalizing on that little buff that that ISO had early on in the patches. But yeah, now most teams, it seems like, moving away from that ISO pick. So we'll have to see how she fares on the Jet. I don't think it's going to be anything short of amazing as well, though.
That ISO nerf coming in hard on some of the players. Now, For Fun, Sheena. What do we need to know about her? Except that she's really good.
Yeah, I think she used to play Chamber back in the day as well. So now still staying on that Sentinel role, has picked up Chamber 1 or 2 times in the recent months, but mainly Killjoy and Cypher, and she's that anchor player, right? She's still super sharp on the aim, and she's one to watch out for, because if you disrespect her utility, she will absolutely shut you down. She's got pretty decent stats as well. So going to this, they've got a pretty strong backline in the form of Sheena for Fun.
There to watch the background. For AVERNUS though, here we have the player Shira Hoshi.
Yeah, Shira Hoshi, another new name on the block. I haven't seen too much of her in the scene. Yeah, she has been playing in Game Changers, but just not really reaching this playoff stage just yet. But now with AVERNUS, yes, she's here. She's been playing a lot of the Reyna, sometimes opting for the Sentinel role as well. So we have to keep an eye out on her, because she has that pop-up potential, being that Reyna main of hers, and really, escalate and launch a team to extend certain leads in the matches. So very excited to see her in the server as well.
It's going to be interesting, definitely. Let's talk about the teams that these teams have faced. For Fun, they lost against SISU, both 6-13 on 2 maps. I don't think that's bad, considering what we witnessed from SISU going up against BOBA today. And on the other hand, it was AVERNUS 5-13, 3-13 against BOBA. So the comparison is kind of there, and it's like circle of life, you know.
Yeah, I will say, like looking at the matches that we've seen for both of these teams, ForFun definitely has a slightly better resume, right? They've taken down Rima GC, which were a fan favorites back in stage 1. But yeah, you look at the map pool right now, not the best. I get it. It's still just the data from the playoffs. So obviously, them being a new team here, they've lost the first opening match to SISU, so 0-1. But in the grander scheme of things, they still have a pretty decent map pool.
And especially because, you know, we saw SISU really pushing BOBA on Lotus, and the fact that they got 6 rounds off of SISU really makes me excited to see their Lotus. AVERNUS, on the other hand, again, not a lot of matches that they've played. This one was against BOBA, so it's really hard to tell who has stronger map pool.
I think we can just look at just the fact that we don't have a lot of information of these two teams in the playoffs as kind of like the parity, right? So these two teams coming into stage 2 with something to prove, underdogs definitely, but still, we still have that empty 3rd spot available in Pacific Land. These two teams, you know, as much as we don't have a lot of information on both of these squads, they have a chance to upset us. They have a chance to showcase their potential right here. And I think a little bit of a tidbit of information, right? Tay-Raw, our fellow caster and talent, is a substitute for ForFun. So that is pretty interesting. I don't think she's going to be playing here today, but it's pretty cool that she's kind of involved in the process as well. But yeah, let's take a look at the map picks. Split, Lotus out already. We have Bind,
Ascent, okay.
Yeah, by AVERNUS, Ascent being picked by ForFun. Icebox Sunset will then be banned out, and Haven's gonna be the decider. Ooh. So again, we have the Haven as decider if required, but Bind and Ascent gonna be the first 2 maps.
I think Pilski was excited to see Haven, right?
Yeah, I think Pilski loves Ascent. No, I think he would love the second pick. I think Tash as well. One of their favorite maps.
But yeah, I hear them giggling in the background. But Bind and Ascent, a map or maps that both teams are still fresh from you know, playing their first match of the playoffs. I believe it's going to be interesting. Now, what are the thoughts on the Bind though? Since we don't have a lot of data.
This, let me just double check. Bind was picked by AVERNUS, right? So it is a map that they're very comfortable on. One of their most played maps. Not the best record on it. It's 43% win rate. 3 wins, 4 losses. Tough losses against BOBA, Full Sense Pink, Zipto Esports most recently. So it's definitely a tough map up against the better teams, but then again, for fun, they themselves don't have a really great track record. They're 1-3 on this map. They've lost to Rima GC most recently, so perhaps AVERNUS trying to capitalize on the bit of weakness of fun, and maybe since they have so much history on this map, they can capitalize. But yeah, AVERNUS gonna stick with, I mean, looking at the agent composition, right, real quick, AVERNUS sticking with the tried and true, exactly the same, but for fun, massive changes.
It's just, okay.
Let me just double check things, because I think they have run similar agents. It's just... Oh, no, actually, I think it is pretty similar. It's just that because of Chloe's back in the roster, so she'll be opting for the Cypher. Sheena's going to be on the Clove, and Ivory, we are both on that double duel. It's pretty interesting, especially for Bind, which we're known to see a lot more Brimstone, maybe Viper, maybe Omen. But they're coming in with the Clove.
So basically a close mirror matchup, except for a little bit of difference when it comes to the controller. Let's see how Bind pans out as we toss it off to Tashbunny and Pilski. Pilski. Sorry, I had to. Coming into this one, energy
energy is high as we hit the final series of the day. It's been a very long day, and I am very excited for this one coming forward. A lot of questions coming through. How will the agents be played here with, with Chloe coming into the game itself? Chloe, a big contender before in 2022, Enigma Galaxy, playing all the way in the Japanese circuit as well. Coming back here to Southeast Asia, her first showing onto the big stages. I am excited for this one.
Me too. Got to see these two teams play just the other day. So we saw some good stuff from both of them. Obviously, a tough game for Avernus against BOBA, although they did show some promise, particularly on their attacking side against BOBA, who were playing like a double senti comp. So I'm hoping they could start out their attack very well again here against a potentially easier opponent for fun. Playing the same agent comp as mentioned, but a couple of role swaps with Chloe coming in. I think before Sheena was on the Cypher, but she's now picked up the controller role, and then Chloe's going to fill the Senti. As mentioned though, pretty much a mirror matchup, the double dualies and just a change of controller.
Showers, straight up. All around aggressive mode of trying to get the information. Blinded. A very passive play here from Avernus. A very relatively new team coming forward. Very, very bright-eyed, very bushy-eyed coming through into this game as well. Relatively tough start on this map previously. The last time they played, doing 13-4 against Zipto. But on rounds they did take away from Zipto. They showed signs of life, this aggression of what potentially they can do on this map itself. But Tuya this time really playing very aggressively with her util, throwing out the Roomba as well. Sheena going up forward, walking straight into that Molly, taking a bit of damage from that as well. The other members of the team Avernus going on the aggression, trying to deny some space, but instead chucking straight into the teleporter and going straight to the B site. Trip, but to find them in the end as they go straight onto the site.
Yeah, they got a player advantage. They've got a deep smoke on spawn as well. All four of the players for 4-5 stuck behind the sky smoke, guiding light, try to get out and scale into elbow. And they've been able to actually get in front of the smoke. But they've still got a retake to complete, and they're down in numbers.
Drop in a smoke. Sid dwindling down the numbers, looking good. Cage just to really just kind of tear the site into two. Chloe looking for that trade, still holding the backside strong. Two already with that wall bang. Just one final player to look out for onto Hookah. Here. Two more playing very, very close onto elbow. Noted her, takes her out. Sid, very aggressive around from this Brimstone. They take the pistol.
Yeah, and this is what I was kind of alluding to when I was talking about Avernus and the way they played their attacking side against BOBA the other day. Like, yes, they did lose 13-5, but I think they were actually 7-5 for the half, and there was a lot more winnable rounds than just 5 on the attacking side for them against BOBA, and then their defense is kind of what let them down a bit. But that A execute that you saw in their pistol is just one example of the kind of set plays that they have planned on this map. They have a lot of strong attacking side looking rounds on Avernus that I saw when they played against BOBA, so hoping to see more of that and for them to have a strong start here.
Auction, very aggressive. Grenade. Judge in hand as well. Gonna be displacing Aisling. Great use of that pink shells. Flash to the backside. Standard stuff coming out forward. Walking straight into elbow. Finds no one. More aggressive style play, aggressive style pull, but they don't want to just try and snowball off of this anti-eco. Aisling waiting for her teammates. Knows where Aisling is. Takes a chip damage forward as Ivory. But they goes. Finds Arky all alone. Grenade. Ivory here. The timing is right. Can find a lot of value. Sheena, sharp in hand, wants to try and tap some hits. Not able to. Machin and 3 down 1 inch alongside Sid. And this is a blood bath in front of B-Main.
Yeah, very nice anti-eco. 4 players surviving, getting pretty close to the Seekers. Fair bit of progress into that orbital as well. As we head into the bonus here. First gun round for 4-Fun. See what they mix in. It's just going to be the Sky Cypher over towards B. They're going to keep things relatively standard. The double duelists both playing on A. Ray's going to play top truck, so not going to look like too much bathrooms control here for 4-Fun. Does seem like some short aggression, and for Avernus, they're just running a bit of a slower default here. Looking to contest bathroom control. 4-Fun, this is a little cheeky. They're throwing out the clove smoke to the bottom side of bathroom. And then playing double aggressive on short with the duelists. Both of the Skies just exchanging hawks over there on B long.
Chloe's still here. The other members of Avernus playing a little bit more passive this time. But for fun, denying them any form of aggression, not wanting to take these early fights, not wanting to get their hits popped too early. Pings all around onto A main, 3 on that side itself. But with this better guns, Tuya becoming a tip of the spear on the defense side, wants to go for that first contact. You can see that they're just planning to, there we go. The Hawk will be just blasted in her face. Finds Arky! Playing so well in the air of U-Haul with Sheena as well. Great collapse coming forward, just the 3 of them. Taking full advantage of the guns they have in hand.
Yeah, definitely used gun advantage well there, but both of the duelists aggressive up on short, disrupting the execute before it can really get rolling, and this is the problem when you make it this deep into playoffs and run these same set plays over and over again. It's like, felt like For Fun had a pretty good idea of what Avernus wanted to do and how they wanted to do it, and they were able to abuse that quite heavily, playing the range with the rifles as well as just disruptive util from the Rays. So Avernus, look, that's the bonus going by the wayside. Not too much damage inflicted, but now into their first gun round, they're going to go for some P-long control.
Aisling has been getting a lot of value here, unpunished both teams. Just jiggling all around. Quick flash, but no follow-up. Enough to give her the information to say, yep, just gonna back up on the site, give away that space. Relying on the contact of that trip to just quickly play off that. Chloe displaced off her area.
Rays rotated in. They've got a deep info line on short here. Ivory in a disruptive position. Could be a problem. Trip's being broken again by Makchin. We'll see if Avernus do actually want to commit to this B hit though.
Still waiting, Chloe. Just jiggles all around. Able to get away with it. No chip damage at all. Smoking off the area, not able to really give them an idea on how exactly to enter the site. Could be terrifying. Quick teleports forward. A bath will be where they're headed to. But with 3 members on A side, might be a little bit hard.
Blinded.
Flash, the blinds are here, and the Seekers out over in the open. Found one person playing close. Now it's all just scratching their heads.
Look at Makchin.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of time here, honestly. But look at all the backup set B site. Could just pivot forward. I don't think they can go for that rotate. Yeah, they're trying to try and attempt to. Barely might make it, but Makchin, if she's able to stop that rotate at the right timing, it could be fatal. Aisling is here. Sticks all around, buy some space. Smokes as well set up here. With only 8 seconds to go, they try to make on the side. Trades from both sides on this team.
They got it.
They got it though. Barely makes it. They do.
Molly.
Has enough time, the Molly, just to deny some space. As Avernus happy to play off the side itself, and Chloe full control here of elbow, plays with a teammate, double swing forward, finds one, trades, and a tap to their head. Sheena goes down, Tuya for 1 to her name. 2 on 2 still, as the nade comes out here. Makchin playing a little bit more of an aggressive angle, 1 on main. They need to isolate this fight, gonna be very hard. 2 members come forward, Chloe aggressive, Sid for 1, and so is for Chloe. Tap as she waits very patiently. Reads her bluff. Sid set up forward, but time not her side, and Chloe forced to move out of the way. Takes this fight, kills her, but still enough damage to damage her economy just a little bit more. But the round still falls to Avernus.
That was crazy. Like, they left themselves 0 room for error. Full rotation coming across to the A side and from the defense, and then they run all the way to B, like with the Rays lurking out. That was like one wrong move, one player in the wrong position, and that round could have fallen apart. But as it stands, they still barely scrape it together in this really, really tight 2-on-2. So going into this round, Avernus, despite winning the round, will have to actually take a half buy. Their economy's taken far too much damage. Trades over here on Bathroom. What was that from Tuya? The spray control, absolutely impeccable. And Avernus, look, let's be real. They only want to do damage to the economy in this round anyway, Tash, so not the worst thing in the world.
Chloe here. And a counterpart. Still holding a bit of pressure set forward. Doesn't know there's going to be 2 people playing very close, and Sid, opportunistic, gets an upgrade. In fact, gets a Euro theft. Not the best place to be in with 5 HP. Runs straight onto the site. Playing off-site even. But you know what? Why not teleport? Mind games all around. Why not?
Launching smoke.
They have the orbital strike to play with as well. But having Sheena wait on the site has been massive here. They have the shade just to really split the site in half. Goes for the plant. The crosshair was in the right spot, but she doesn't throw out those bullets quite yet. Aisling with the wall bangs. But Sydney did clear out one area, but it's gonna be for fun that takes this round.
Great spy plant though. Gonna help out the economy. Fair few kills as well. Hamstringing the economy of the defense. So I'd say that was a win for Avernus. Like, they didn't get the round done, and the trades on bathroom weren't great for them anyway. So the fact that they bring it down that close is probably a good thing for them.
What is that?
Really
spray?
nice stuff from Tuya. Yeah, I mean, and the multi-frag that she gets there gets her showstopper online and towards the next round.
I'll give it to
which
them.
is the one that we will have our eyes on. This is going to be the swing round, round number 6. Whoever drops this round is going to be very broken. Both of these teams have got some big ults to play with.
Showstopper online. Neural theft for Chloe as well. The same could be said for Avernus. Orbital strike as well as their own firepower showstopper. Makchin been massive. Last time she's been on this map, hoping to see that again from them. Bit slow, but they are in the lead on attack side. This map has been historically known for being heavily defense-sided. Flash gives them that information. Trailblazer as well will be used, and Aisling says, okay, that's enough. Play in front of sight, can play with my teammate. Crosses all around. It's been hard.
In the meanwhile, though, for fun, they've taken all of this bathroom's control, so they've got a fair bit of info on A. They haven't rotated an extra player over, though. So only 2 on B as this B hit comes in. In goes the showstopper for Makchin, but it's a full retake setup for fun.
They're okay with that. Finds no one, but it does give enough pressure to just move all the players of Fun off the map itself. That done already, Chloe. Very daring to play inside of the smoke, crosses to the other side. Seekers will be used just to give a little bit more space. Forces Makchin to move back of the side. Lear will be online as well. That's not displacer at all. That is confidence. In fact, giving her value for a headshot onto Sheena. Ivory trades and so does Shirahoshi. Tough mountain to climb. Neural theft finally used online. Katrina finds one here on main. Chloe as well. Chloe showing us the value she has in terms of experience. Katrina takes out Aisling. Zarky all alone here, and Avernus is able to take the next round, despite the fact that they were able to have the man advantage. But Avernus has more protocols in terms of how they trade these fights.
I mean, their set plays, their executes are just worth their weight in gold right now. Like, their attacking side has looked fantastic. As you kind of mentioned, the showstopper created enough space for them to come and take this B site. And I have to say, for Fun as well, they kind of let that one go by the wayside a little bit. They had full bathrooms control and a lot of information over on A, and they didn't lean an extra player over towards B. So maybe a bit of a missed opportunity positionally in terms of the rotations, but as it stands, Avernus, they win the swing round and they break the money of Fun here. You can see a couple of purchases coming through. Sheena and Aisling having a think about investing into this one, but the rest of Fun can't afford it. So it's probably just going to be a bit more of a middling half buy unless they want to try to risk it for the biscuit and break the money of Avernus. But this is kind of what I was saying before. Like, I watched the game where Avernus lost quite heavily to BOBA, but I don't think their attacking side was the problem, and you're seeing the strength of that now.
Would like to see more from Fun. Their defense, not the greatest so far, easily broken, but Tuya has been impeccable with those multi-frags, has been great with those first contact. The same could be said for Chloe. But the other members, Ivory, Sheena, and Aisling, has been picked off one by one, especially. Avernus has a really good read on how they want to start this map, so I'm going to see if that timeout bears fruit here for Fun.
Yeah, if not initially, just in general.
What the heck is that, man? These early first contact from Sid, from Tuya. Impressive plays. Aisling has been noted, and Arky happy to hold as long as possible. That swing will not bear fruit. Aisling happy to just cross that. Not sure how she's able to survive that cross.
I mean, this is what happens when you walk into a default, unfortunately. You know, they're holding back, playing the anti-eco the way that, you know, our dear Lord designed it to be played.
Huh?
Just sit all the way back, you hold all the angles, you wait for aggression, you punish the aggression, then you go do some things. And that's what they're doing. And you know what? I'm here for it.
There you go, the explosion all the way onto the side itself. That play with the judge from Makchin. We saw it happen before against BOBA. Happy to see it again here against Forfun. Instead of Smokes front to forward play, she jumps forward and Tuya reads that like a book.
Yeah, I love that. You know, it's about sending a message though. That's really what it's about. And as I think Conky said 2 or 3 times during the Challengers Oceania Grand Final, Judge, Judy, and Executioner.
Tuya, this time with the judge.
Remaining.
Gonna give them a taste of their own medicine. Shirahoshi taps the head of Tuya. Sheena, alone here, needs to make some magic happen. Gonna be hard. Only that gun in her hand is Stinger. What can you do? You can do more, but the player like Sid, who's just so prone to all these multi-frags, tall hill to climb. Avernus brings to a 5. It shows us why Avernus picked this map.
100%. They're very comfortable. Their attacking side looks great. So I'd expect nothing less from them as they continue kind of trucking along. For fun though, we discussed it. They did take the time out. We'll see what kind of adaptations they're going to have heading through into this next gun round. Sheena's got the Clove Ultimate online. Seekers are there for Avernus, and they're just going to keep playing this very slow style. Taking a look at this B aggression, the camera will definitely spot that out. The bird sees nothing thrown out through B long, which I think most times would prompt a push at some point, especially if there's some activity over towards the A side of the map, but the camera will almost certainly spot that out for Arky. Very slow round for Avernus. They're really trying to feel this one out. They recognize that the tack timeout was taken. There's going to be a change up somewhere. Guiding Light goes through the TP, reveals that there is attackers towards the backside of bathrooms, but once again, there's no rotation off the back of that info. They're still staying 3 on B.
No peeking.
I have a quiet mid-round here for the other members of Avernus. Seekers all around here gonna be able to find Chloe. Bit of pressure onto Bath, but finds no one. So Chloe forced to give up that space once again.
Wow, my eyes.
But this silence, yeah, they do go for the execute, but they don't burst onto the side itself. Question marks all around. Makchin not able to settle side. Perhaps it's used for a fake. Ina not buying the bluff. Has been holding and waiting. Plays tag team with Chloe. Good. Their duelist out of the site already. And these trips giving a lot of value. Tuya gonna spot out Katrina here. Buys a bit of space with that util, but not sure how Shirahoshi won that in the end. Unfortunately, will be whiffing as Arky and Shirahoshi synchronizing very well with each other. Goes for that plant. Walking to the side, finds Tuya, punishes her. But for Sheena, this is gonna be a rough. A 1-on-3. Can't do more than that.
Another round won by Avernus. I thought they'd overcooked the goose, to be honest. You know, like, they had a really nice timing on the A side execute, and they were going into the weak side. There was only 2 players here. Like, I thought this was going to go well for them if they committed to it, and then they went for this rotation back to B. And most of the time, you know, you see a raise in hookah in a disruptive position like that, and someone's coming late back to B with 30 seconds on the clock. Most of the time, it doesn't go well, Tash, but you know what? Credit to them. They pulled it off. They traded out, and they won another round here.
Silence all around once again. Avernus doing so well on these defaults. Sid happy to hold. Just quickly move out of the way. Spike in hand. Tuya taking a more aggressive angle here. Gonna be trying to trade off with her teammates, but Avernus not biting the bait.
Yeah, all of Avernus, Sid included.
Here.
Moving very slowly.
That comes through. Rough for them. Makchin for 2. Aisling tries to put in that damage, but it's not enough. Yes, 2. Trade out with 3. They'll take that value. Clear out the entirety of Hookah. Finds no one. Neural theft used as well. So we have noted the positions where the other members of Forfun should be. Chloe, bit too aggressive there. Perhaps a bit too courageous, but she's okay to take these duels, take these fights. Multi-frags. We're playing with Sheena here. Punished once. Arky gonna be able to do it again. Not when Katrina is there with that wall bang.
Yeah, another clean round for AVERNUS. Patience being rewarded like every time. This is textbook anti-eco. Just spread across the map, holding all the angles and just grouping up and doing something in the mid round. Like, this is how you are supposed to anti-eco. The structure that AVERNUS is playing with right now is really doing them a lot of favors. Not only are the set pre-prepared rounds getting through on these attacking side gun rounds more often than not, but the slow sort of methodical anti-ecos are winning them a lot of rounds as well. Showstoppers online for the attacking side. A lot of ults up for fun here. They have got to get some rounds on defense or Bind's going to very quickly go by the wayside. Trailblazer goes up short 8. Camera to bathrooms. And the rest of AVERNUS just walks straight into hookah.
They're so happy to do that. Ivory with jump peaks finds no one. Don't think they've even spotted each other quite yet. But AVERNUS, their explosiveness has been a thorn in ForFun's side. Will be flashed. Moving backside here, Aisling needs to be careful of hookah. Finds no one! As Buxton heavy on that, pick one off and just burst on the side. She does it again, her teammates as well. Heavy on that collapse. The follow-ups are true here. AVERNUS, they're looking really good on attack side. That's the value you bring. You pick Bind. You want to be able to really thrive on this weaker side. Chloe here all alone wants to be able to play off her teammates as well. Shirahoshi and her teammates able to set up that crossfire very well. Even having the cage for the backside, Chloe tries her best to wallbang, finds nothing here. And Tuya playing a little bit more passive, putting some pressure into the smokes itself, but Sheena not dead yet. A second chance given all around will be taken out and denied. 8 points for AVERNUS and ForFun. Not able to capitalize on this stronger side. It is looking from bad to worse for ForFun here.
Yeah, their rotations are just never in position. Like, every time AVERNUS hits a site, they're running into the weak site. There's always 2 players there. For ForFun, rotations are not on point. Even when they're gathering the info that they need, even when they're making mid-round pushes with the double duelists or gathering info with the Sky, they still are not rotating accordingly to be able to defend some of these hits. Speaking of which, this is one of them. Straight on into the A site. It's a full retake setup for ForFun here. Sheena just sitting back in heaven and biding time for the rest of ForFun, who are heavily stacked up towards B to rotate. And they've got some big ults to be able to try to make this retake work, Tash.
Makshin's signature, the judge, the shorty. Oh my god!
double strapped up, dear lord.
That is terrifying! She gets out of space and she's okay to play aggressive as well. With Sheena and Arky just trading off each other one by one. We hear the showstopper online from the other side. Arky gonna fight Tuya, punishes her. Arky for 3 already. A lot of pressure put on, and Makshin with the shorty play. Disgusting. All alone here, but can't do more than that. Sid gonna wrap up that round. 9-2. Can ForFun get a single round here is the question. One more round in this half, and on defense side not getting as much value. That is rough for ForFun.
Makshin's got it figured out. They took a couple of extra bullets out of the judge. Just buy a shorty. Like, what are we all doing, guys? You don't need varying ranges, okay? Just commit to the bit. If you're gonna buy a shotgun, you're gonna buy a shotgun. Like, look at yourself in the mirror.
Long day, but the matches are still very entertaining. Never thought I'd see a day where I see a judge to a shorty. Holy.
Well, they're going to go in towards bathrooms now. Again, hitting the weak side. Rotations coming in for ForFun. We'll see if they can make it in time.
Trailblazer finds no one here, and Makshin just stops right in front of Sheena's face. How do you get away with that? Completely punished. Makshin, she feels good. Look at how much space she's taking all the way to backside. One by one, the members of ForFun is dropping down like flies. It looks rough for them. Makshin very aggressive. Let's go down eventually. And for now, Shirahoshi very happy to find that trade play with Aisling. Tuya all alone in a 1v3. Retake's gonna be hard. With chokes all around, she hears the footsteps upon footsteps all the way inside of U-Haul. It's gonna be hard. The crossfires are huge. She goes on top of U-Haul. The crossfires, a bit much to deal with, and AVERNUS show us a beautiful way to end the round or to end the half here. with 6 rounds, excuse me, in a row. The question is whether or not 4FUN can come back. So our panelists, can you answer this question?
Thank you, Tash and Pilski. I don't know if it's possible for 4FUN to come back from this one, because it easily seems like it's going to AVERNUS's favor. Also with Machine all fired up, when you got the race on the opposite side, all fired up, ripping everyone apart from left to right, it's kind of hard to steal the momentum.
I mean, there's a million and one things I could break down that didn't go in 4FUN's favor. For example, they weren't be able to control over like main portions of the map, such as showers, belong. They tried it a little bit, with that hold towards hookah, but the crossfires just seemed really out of place. They looked so uncomfortable on the map, and whenever AVERNUS just executed onto the side, those trades were just solid. They had the game plan in store, and 4FUN, they just looked like a fish out of water. I'm gotta be honest. It's rough to see, because we know that the 4FUN players actually have taken down pretty sizable opponents, but for some reason they just don't seem to be clicking here today.
But we had 9-3 curse activated, we had comebacks from 8-4, but there is a thing called 10-2 blessing, if you guys remember, which happened with DRX as well. So let's see if 10-2 blessing comes into play for Bind in that second half. So over to you, Tash and Pilski.
Pilski.
Pilski. What are we summoning? Are we summoning me? Because that's a bit disappointing, honestly. Like, if you're gonna go do a ritual and like commit, and then I pop out, that's a bit, that's a bit disappointing. You're expecting like something impressive, and then it's just like me with my nerd neck popping out. What's up, guys?
Second half already. Aggressive play here from AVERNUS. You can tell how confident they are, taking up the entirety of this VLOG side. But 4FUN here to go for that punish. A shooting galley, as they call it. Rough for them, losing 4 on its own. A gamble they took, and a gamble that's so dearly punished. And 4FUN, they are set off here on a mission to climb an 8-round deficit. Arky all alone against 4 on this pistol. I mean, we've seen miracles, but this might be a bit much.
Yeah, rough state of affairs. We're on the old farm. She's coming around. Can we pad the stats? No, we can't. Sheena's gonna win it. She's getting closer to her Clove ultimate. And 4FUN, much needed pistol. I mean, mandatory pistol, some might say, to be able to start to make this comeback happen. And look, what I will say, for the game I watched AVERNUS play against BOBA, they had a very tough time winning on defensive side. So could this be the 10-2 blessing, as the desk put it? Have we been blessed instead of curse?
I don't know, man. With that summoning, it doesn't look too good. I'm just kidding. Let's see how it's gonna go here. As we see a more aggressive 4FUN rushing up toward B side, understanding they have that gun advantage, wants to take value from it, but the gamble stack onto B side may be paying dividends here, just to buy some space. Crossfire set up already. The Roomba just to clear out those angles. Sheena gonna find one here. Shirahoshi gonna drop down, and so does Arky. A good display of a great hold from the other side, and a quick one just to quickly end this. Another 5 to go, and 6 to go as 4FUN. Happy to take on a challenge. Pilski, I'm sorry, your mathing is hitting onto me this time.
It is, or it might be the hours of casting. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, it's been
math has never been a strong suit of mine. So when I came from a different TAC FPS game into Valorant and they calculated the economy for me, that was one of my finer moments for sure. But look, as it stands, ooh, hold on. Spotted on top truck is Machin. Ivory's taken a couple of pod shots. It's not a terrifying looking bonus, but they're going to try to make this A split work. There's already 4 players here for AVERNUS, but Chloe's found a pick on short.
Huge. Flashed out. Not deterred, gonna play off that Trailblazer, clears out the backside, finds no one. Mach-Chin, still aggressive, still happy to take up this space. She's been on fire the whole time, but the cross from her teammates is there. But you have Sit, 89, always happy to trade, but with 19 HP, might be rough here. Aisling gonna try and play off each other with her teammate Sheena. With a Vandal in hand, might be able to get a little bit more value. Plant comes through, a little bit more of a deeper smoke. They note where the members might be of AVERNUS. One more smoke to go as they go straight onto the site itself. Maybe just placing themselves toward U-Haul here. Smokes dissipating one by one. And Arky, noting both members there, going to be able to play off each other. All they need is a good crossfire. All they need is a little bit more of an aggressive hold. But they do have a bit of a top up. The heal is going to come through. But the sprays are just too good. Aisling good for one, at least for that trade. And Sit going to attempt it one more time. 19 HP. But the shot rings true. Not able to convert the bonus, but still a very, very good round.
Very expensive though, has to be said, for fun. Bankrupting AVERNUS as they make their way through here. Probably going to have to be back down to a half buy for AVERNUS here on the defense. Good news for them is though they've got the round count to play with to be able to kind of take a few, how would you say it, more passive, conservative decisions with the economy. Not something that I've ever really been a fan of.
Sheena in hand. Not dead yet. Sorry about that, Pilski. Go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. Hopefully not an ult that you have to pop into this round. If you can avoid it. Would love to hold on to that. Guiding Light gonna scan at least one person outside of B long, and with no real movement over towards Short A and the camera spotted. I think that AVERNUS can do basic math, unlike us, Tash, and recognize what's coming their way.
Could be, could be. I see these trips, kill trips all around, but gonna be seeing the Seekers just get through on the site itself. That trip has done dividends, sprays out, but no follow-up to go. Sprays all around, and they know exactly where it's coming from. Pre-fires all around for fun. And the members of AVERNUS gonna walk straight into their crosshairs here. Irate finds the head of Shirahoshi. Arky answers the Roomba. Doing so much value! What? No way! See Satchels forward! And just Satchels that players straight to the crosshair. That is... wow. Wow, I didn't even know that was possible, man.
That's why we watch Game Changers, so we can learn from the best. Best Satcheler. See what AVERNUS has got for us though. Had to take that half buy after winning the one-on-one. So back into a gun round now. Close to a couple of big ults. As you mentioned, not dead yet. Still online for Sheena. She's been able to hold on to that. Very close to the showstopper as well for Tuya. And it seems like this is the name of the game for Fun. Straight up B long. Probably just going to grab that orb for the raise and kick off a B execute. Rotations are already in order though. Flank coming through from the sky. 3 players on the B site and they're playing heavy retake. They already recognize that the raise has got that ult orb and they don't want to get hit by the rockets. So you can see AVERNUS staying one step ahead. Like, this is what I was talking about the other map when I was saying you've got to take space when you lose it elsewhere. Full information for Katharina right now.
Trailblazer just clears the entirety of that side as well. Waiting for the right time. The trip hasn't been broken yet by that sky. For now, they're doing what they do best. Going aggressive, walking straight onto the site itself. Util all around here. They have full control of B site. In fact, the sprays onto the smoke spines Mach-Chin. All her lonesome and the same could be set by Katharina. Timing not there for that lurk, unfortunately. Tuya, more of aggressive angle, high-low to punish. Arky is still here. Metal just to buy a little bit more space. Arky played this very carefully. That satchel once again. Arky, bit of a scare there, potentially bringing back some trauma. But Tuya will be the one to come up on top here. As it brings to 6 for Fun, just running it down. For Fun, they're having fun right now.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit more nuance to that round at least. Like, they got up B long and they got stuck behind the sky smoke. They'd lost the entire map, but still, like, they're able to kind of figure out what the passage of play is. Chloe goes back, she re-wraps Suka and takes that control. they trailblaze it into the site, which means they don't waste a showstopper. Tuya has still got that. They take the site for free, and they're able to win the round fairly cleanly. So now going into a half fight. And I don't know what the deal was with the economy there for Avernus as well. We had 2 players saving, 3 players buying. Like Machin's got 3 grand for no reason. I'm just not really sure what the go is with that. She is one off the showstopper though. There is a lot of big ults here for Avernus that are very close. Like if you get a couple of key kills at the wrong point in the round, this could definitely go pear-shaped for 4Fun.
This time around is going to be a little bit more slow, less aggressive, more towards finding out that information. Katrina will be the one to be able to play off that. First contact hit. Second guiding light gonna be potentially used here. Once she does, no more than that. A flash to come through, pop flash all around. Katrina comes up on top. Her teammate's not able to answer back, but Chloe is there. Playing out the Trailblazer, very well played. Neural theft used just to really note the positioning of the members of Avernus. Timing is very important here. You have the cage, you have the pain shells. Denying that space, not able to go a bit forward, but Shirahoshi here. Don't count her out quite yet. Can potentially go a little bit more aggressive. Here comes the showstopper. Use Tuya and Chloe. One each to their name. Aggressive positioning all around. And both teams just thriving on defense. Avernus not able to get another single round since the bonus they were able to take earlier.
Yeah, and this is where I was like only kind of half joking about the fact that they couldn't win a defensive round against BOBA the other day, but like it's kind of happening again. 5 ults online. I mean, there's no real excuses in this round. Lot to work with here for Avernus. They've seen a lot of what 4Fun's doing as well. Plenty of time to adapt. Massive lead in terms of rounds. This time I'm going to change things up. Full retake set up on A, a force tack towards B long, and it looks like they're just going to make a play out of this sky smoke.
Triangle explode toward the other side. Here comes the showstopper once again, but the space has been brought. They're for that 4Fun. Understanding that this potential explosive play, could happen. Beelining straight onto A site. But Avernus happy to play off the site itself. Gonna try to play for contact, find those utils, play off those trips could be huge. You hear the orbital strike used as well just to clear off one area, finds no one. The plant comes through.
They've got the Seekers here on the retake of Avernus, so they can read what this setup is. The flank coming in, and Seekers actually coming in on the flank. Nice entry back into the site for Shirahoshi there, Tash.
Yeah, and Ivory will be the one for that punish, playing off that util. Arky here, her teammates across a bit much to deal with. As the final 2 playing inside of U-Haul, could potentially be crunched inside, but if the timing is good, they can potentially go for a backstep. Tuya noting their positioning here. Here's all those footsteps. Not good for 1 here, can't go for 2. But Chloe is there for that trade. Very clean round for 4Fun. Slowly but surely making it back. What a comeback. We've seen many comebacks today. And this is not an exception.
100%. They're reading the mid rounds really well as well. It's not like they're going up against the same round every single time. That time, very different setup for Avernus, right? They went for the set play, down B long, out of the sky smoke, trying to catch what they've seen a bunch of times for 4Fun. Remember, 4Fun opened this half on the attacking side, going for that B long control over and over again and leveraging a lot of the time to just hit a B execute into the site successfully. So Avernus is anticipating that they're going to go back to their original default, and they're trying to play around that. They're trying to hard counter that and try and see if they can get themselves map point with a cheeky round like that. But 4Fun, you can see them like solving these rounds on the fly a lot of the time. You know, the half, as I mentioned, started off with a bunch of B long control into B executes and more straight up approaches, kind of more so running it down or just going in as a team. But these last couple of rounds have not been that at all. It's been very much them reading whatever Avernus is doing and adapting on the fly, and they're doing it very well.
Neural theft online for Arky. Sheena has not needed to use the not dead yet for so many rounds now. Only getting 1 round in the half looks rough for Avernus as well, so hopefully that timeout might be key for them.
Yeah, they've just gone for the B stack again, similar to what they had the other round. The difference is this time they've got some more dangerous weapons than they did previously. They had like classics and shorties. So this time it could definitely work out here if you're not careful on 4Fun's side of things.
Actually, a lot of value gained. Information from that guiding light. AVERNUS, they react. It's a gamble stack onto B site. For 4Fun, not sure if they can expect this coming. All they have to do is just wait. Yeah, they do have the Seekers.
I've got your trail.
There we go. Seekers all around will be used. And then just walk straight into that trip. No follow. Ivory is quite low though. 24 HP, plays very aggressively. Will get away with it. Arky has been sharp as ever to take this one. Hero thefts will be popped. And the other members of 4Fun making a beeline straight onto A side. They get in. It's been completely free for them. Ivory being the sacrificial lamb. They're okay with that. Take out that space. Tuya catches Sid off guard there as she's trying to set up some smokes for her teammates. 4Fun playing off that info. Tuya okay to just give away that space onto Heaven. It's all about being able to play off those crossfires. Ashley good for one. Arky trades back Tuya. The same could be said. And Chloe with a double. It looks strong for this round. Looked very good at the beginning of the round for AVERNUS. A good read, a good stack. But 4Fun, they have great adjustments to the mid-round.
Yeah, again, I mean, that time they used the B long control to get the orb on the Sky. And then the Sky throws out the Seekers during the execute, only sending the Reyna out into the trip. And they recognize, oh, none of these jellyfishes are flying over to A. And that's probably a B stack. And they just, you know, hit the Uno reverse card straight through the TP. So nicely done. Another, as you mentioned, good mid-round adjustment. Makchin's got the AWP though. And that's worked out beautifully. Nice opener. This feels like the first time AVERNUS has had a bit of an edge in a while.
That timeout has been giving them a little bit more value,
Caution
but
here.
Previous round weren't able to do that. Let's see whether or not this would be it. You did say earlier the opener from Makchin taking away Tuya. It's gonna make it a little bit more hard for 4Fun to be able to get onto the site. Excuse me. So go to this round, cutting the noise. Question marks all around for AVERNUS, but the stack onto A is still there.
Arky just playing full retake B, and they've just 4-stacked this A site, so this is a very strong hold for AVERNUS. Should be able to convert this round 9 times out of 10.
That's what you want to be able to see. Kind of life has no one on Bath, but it is enough value for AVERNUS to know that it's going to be heavily an A hit. Makchin with 2 already, but not before Chloe has something to say about it. Finds Shirahoshi. Makchin playing and repositioning so well on this op. It's terrifying because you don't know where she's going to be next. Could be a call for a save, could be, but they don't have to. They have so much money, days and days of money here. They can go a little bit more aggressive if they want to. Ashley will go down. Sheena all alone. She goes for 2, gets a bit more value, but not before. Makchin, it's 4 to her name. That up is possibly the key to their success. It looks good for them as they finally hit match point.
Yeah, one off the showstopper now, courtesy of the 4K on the op. And that was the benefit of AVERNUS getting so many rounds in the first half. They tried however many different approaches, 4 or 5, and they finally found a winning solution, getting the op out on the raise against this slower playstyle that 4Fun's been throwing at them. Tack timeout now for 4Fun. These are the weird timeouts that you take though when, look, let's be real, you are against conceding the map point, right? But honestly, looking at how 4Fun's been playing the attacking side, if I was the coach or the RGL, this has been a very good half. You just have no room for error. You just had a very slow start. So I don't know that you need that many adjustments, really. I think you just need to review what the game state is. You recognize that the other team has an op. You want to play around that quite heavily and make sure that you can try and reset the money here, because the money is very, very weak on the side of AVERNUS. There is a very real chance of a reset for the attackers. And if they do get that reset here, we could be in for a cheeky OT, Tash, and I know that you'd be keen for that.
Yeah, I love OTs. Why not? But in all seriousness, an OT would be ideal for 4Fun. Again, reminding what's at stake here. The team to lose will be the one to end their journey on their journey toward Bangkok for a Game Changer Pacific. Makchin not able to capitalize on that op this time. Trading out paint shells from both sides of those raises. Ivory putting in a lot of pressure onto these smokes. This time around, no room for error and for fun. They recognize this. They're able to mount this comeback. They're able to mount so many rounds in a row. But the lack of room for error is the one that's very terrifying. One wrong move gave them, at least Avernus, that match point. Tuya jump peeks all around. Good read to understand that there potentially might be that flank. Here comes Ivory with one. Ashley goes down, but Ivory and Sheena, they completely collapse onto short. Denies the game away from Avernus. Another round, keeping the life at least unbind. 10-12 now for fun.
Yeah, it could have been such a different story. If Makchin just hits the first shot on the operator, rips out the rocket, that's probably the game done and dusted right there. But for fun, a little fortunate. They are going to break the money here of Avernus, who will have one more gun round to close out the game going forward here. Showstopper will be active in one of the next 2 rounds. Same can be said for fun though. They've still got the not dead yet. 2 off the Seekers and the Showstopper. You want to try and min-max the anti-eco and farm an orb if you can to try and make sure you get that ult online into the next round. And that's what they've done. Twiga's already got the Bathroom's orb, so that's a great start.
Just completely split the site in half here with those smokes. Huge. Shirahoshi, only a classic in hand, wants to be able to go for a right click perhaps. Showstopper online. Makchin letting it rip. Finds Ivory. But Tuya taps 2 players in the head. Obliterates them for the backside. Full control on the area. And Arky and Katrina, last 2 members standing, playing so separately off each other. Timing not on their side.
I'm very surprised to see the Showstopper popped in this round when you've got multiple players with classics. Like, that just had no impact at all. You could have had a rocket online into your last gun round in the half, and instead you're popping it on an eco that you really did not have a great chance of winning, and now you just had a pretty big ult disadvantage heading into the final round of the half.
Can't do more than that. But for fun, they're happy to take this round. Got 3 all around. And for fun, to sayonara. See you in the next round here. Pre-fires. Doesn't want to risk it. It's gonna go down to the spike for Avernus here. One more round.
You don't want to die to Aisling here and give it the Seekers, so I like that they go down to the spike.
Yeah.
Pops out again for Makchin. Big ults online for fun. This one's going OT. I got money on it. Not really though. Please don't sue me. 1 off the Seekers. You got 4 ults up for fun. Sheena's holding her her not dead yet for overtime. And I respect that, honestly.
Agreed. Hasn't been able to use that for many rounds.
There's the Seekers.
Yep, there we go, as well as the Lear as well. But for fun saying, yep, we may have used the Seekers, the Lear as well, but that's enough for us. We just want those ult orbs. All 5 ults online, and for fun playing this very carefully. Avernus, they're gonna, if they want this, they're gonna have to just wrap it up right now. Those rounds on this defense side have been denied many times for fun. They're okay to explode on the site. Very similar playstyles all around for both these players, both these teams. Here it comes and here it comes the Trailblazer. Here it comes the Seekers as well. Finds nothing, trips, found at the very end, and they break it. You see the entirety of Elbow side isolated because of that cage, and now they're on the site itself. Tuya, she loves playing aggressively. She loves playing, taking them out that space. Playing with Sheena here. The up comes through, knows Ivory is there, but as you know, there's one there forward. Tuya is there with the Roomba. Damage is shown. Here comes the Showstopper. Sheena just quickly. Not dead yet. Giving Sheena a second chance. Gonna put in so much pressure onto Avernus. Tries to deny as much as he can. Takes her down, but Chloe is strong for that hold. And we do get the overtime. We've been waiting for this. And pressure surmounting on both sides. A lot at stake. And we go into overtime.
10-2. Straight back on in for fun. In attack. And Avernus in that round, they're just not competitive. Like, they didn't contest anything. They're playing double duelists. And they've got no control, no info over the entire map. The op concedes the line over on B long. They give Bathrooms control for free and an orb. and they just play retake B into a team that has not dead yet and a showstopper online. Like, I don't see how you're getting back into the site when you're playing an honest retake like that. That's like so one-dimensional, just retaking from spawn side. Like, that's just not going to work for you. I think there's big issues for both of these teams the way they're playing defense right now. For AVERNUS, it's not taking enough space, not getting info on the map, and being able to adjust and contest it accordingly, especially playing rain arrays. And over on the side of ForFun, their defense has big issues with the rotations. A lot of the time they're gathering the info or they're playing some of these lines, contesting angles, but they just don't move in the mid round at all. They just stay 3-2 on whatever site they committed to initially. So tack timeout for ForFun. I like that. Not only are you taking a breather into OT, but let's be real, whoever wins the defense round in OT has probably got this game done, right?
Don't want to jinx anything. Could potentially see a never-ending OT. The longest we've seen is RRQ Zeta over on VCT Pacific, if I'm not mistaken. But hey.
That's all right. If that happens, I'll sing the never-ending story for you, Tash, okay?
Long day, every single game series today going, so at least the last two, going to a 3-mapper with OTs. Aggression all around here, a lot of pressure, but Tuya punished for even attempting to touch that alt orb. Should have conceded. Ivory left all her unwholesome. She's all alone. Ivory taking advantage of that, and it does give him an out. A reposition coming in clutch there. Now they have all their eyes onto short.
Yeah, I want to see the re-aggro here for sure. 4-on-4. Defense has no info. Like, they've got to do something. AVERNUS grouping up, ready for this short A hit. And they're just going to contact in.
The wait to AVERNUS. Seen this happen many times. Happy to just explode onto site, just wait for time to come by. Try and kind of force some rotates, manipulate these rounds if possible. ForFun, they've been very, very disciplined and not able to just really be punished for that. But Shirahoshi comes up on top. That crouch potentially had given away her position here. Shirahoshi still holding onto the U-Haul area. Her teammate is here to back her up if anything were to go wrong. Sheena on the other end. Chloe here as well. Chloe the sharpshooter, the one with the most experience here onto the big stages. Gonna find no one. Sheena walks up straight into the crosshair of Shirahoshi. Excuse me. Will be punished. Playing off that util one by one. But the hero play here coming from Aisling. ForFun winning the defensive side, and now they go one more needed. And attack side has been where they truly thrive. Can they end this round?
That would be such a huge comeback, considering at one point they were staring down a 2-10 deficit.
Match point.
And yeah, Aisling, that's a massive play to make. A 3K and the 1 OT defense round on the retake. An unfavorable retake, trying to run into a U-Haul crossfire in a 3-on-4, and she wins the round for them. Like, you do not see that too often, especially in a round like that. And AVERNUS, they're going to take a tack timeout, discuss how they want to approach their defensive side round here. I think they're, like, honestly, that round was pretty good for them. They got the 1-for-1 over on bathroom side, and then they grouped up towards short. They were contacting in. They got themselves in the 4-on-3 post plant. Like, things were going well, and then I don't know, the post plant fell apart from them. Can't be letting that Sky run through U-Haul into a multiplayer crossfire and win the XVX there. They've just kind of fallen asleep a little bit, I think.
Happening a lot as well, but coming into this one, this is their weaker side. I mean, they did manage to take, what, 2 rounds on defense? This can't be something they need to be very, very worried about. But this might be also be a good timeout for ForFun as well, because they don't have any more.
Yeah. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? You give ForFun time to prepare their attacking round and have a chat about things. So they're going to go 4 players in bathrooms. They're anticipating that ForFun's going to go for bathrooms control. They're just leaving Aki solo on the Cypher. Over on this B side, Trailblazer goes up B long, gets a lot of information. Might have even spotted out a trip. Big rotation across the map here for AVERNUS. But ForFun, they're not in a rush to be going anywhere. That's a really nice lurk timing from the Cypher. Both of the duelists leaving bathrooms. And Chloe going to step into that space now.
She's been going massive, multi-frags all around. Sharp. Arky here.
Camera taken out.
Very, very aggressive positioning. They found the camera. But if anyone were to cross these strips, she will be there to just quickly clear them out. Potentially go for that backstab. Ivory, huge. Plays off that information. The guiding light will be the telltale of where she is. Chloe as well. But by Makjin onto the side itself. Cleared out by Shirahoshi. Regardless, still a 3-on-3. It sounds like it's a lot of chaos. But still very even across the board. They managed to go in for that plant as well. Sheena is around to provide those much needed smokes if they need to in that post plant. They know where Arky is. Sid just walking up, clears up Tube. Now it's about being able to play off these crossfires as Tuya happy to clear out one player. Sprays Shirahoshi and Ivory. One each and Ivory! The heroic plays come through! And For Fun been relying on this. A comeback, a massive one of the day comes up here for Bind. And for now, it's going to be a map to you. The question is whether or not AVERNUS will be able to come back from that.
Yeah, I mean, overcoming a 10-2 deficit, that is a massive comeback for Fun and a lot of momentum going into their map picks. So I'm thinking they're feeling pretty confident, and AVERNUS are going to be kicking themselves that they couldn't convert Bind there.
Yeah, that was the second half. They only managed to get 2 rounds going into OT. The mental fortitude has to be very, very strong for Fun, but I love to see what the panel say. Coldan and Jen, what do you think of that comeback?
Thank you, Tash. And today is the day of comebacks. For Fun have been blessed with the 10-2 blessing, the biggest comeback we've witnessed today yet. And they made it look so easy, Colton.
You say it's easy. For me, I was just heart pain after heart pain, time and time again. These rounds are so chaotic. It's just down to the wire. It came in just on retakes and executes, and honestly, Pilski. I have no other words for this. Yeah, no, today we had an 4-8 comeback, we had a 9-3 comeback, we have a 2-10 comeback. But yeah, it's just crazy the fact that For Fun was able to pull this off. I honestly counted them out, as I have the other 2 comebacks. And somehow they just pull it away. That both of their attacking sides apparently just got tier, and it seemed so difficult for both of the teams to mount any sort of defense. They didn't really have advanced control, and the crossfires and sides weren't really set up for both of their defending sides. So I mean, at the end of the day, you go to OT, that's where you kind of throw the stats out the window, and then you just duke it out.
I think the stats over here that you guys are seeing on the screen just describes how neck and neck especially the overtime was. For Fun had, the entirety of the second half to catch up with AVERNUS. Now, with that in mind, I really do want to mention how Chloe stepped in today, and she acclimated really, really well.
Yeah, we'll have to credit to Chloe. I think she is a cerebral player. I think she's super solid in her role. Not to mention, she was on that Orangutan roster when they made that super cool run. I think was it last year? I don't remember how many years ago. It was either last year or the year before. Yeah, and then now she's just stepping in and just putting in God's work for this team. Super clutch in a lot of situations. Always good for one whenever they go into a site. But yeah, I can see the heat map right here. B site tested a lot of times. They really seem to like that site. Both teams actually. And it is the most difficult site to retake in all of Valorant. So you could see the struggles when the defenders tried to retake the B site, and they were just funneled in so many choke points. Elbow, you can see a lot of kills happening in that position of the map, and with those tight corridors, it's not easy to push through. But yeah, MVP to Tuya. Good performance from her. 280 ACS, 25 kills, 1.9 KD as well.
And we heard Tash screaming her name throughout the second half. The race battle was insane, and at the end of the day, it was For Fun Tuya putting up more numbers, higher numbers for the team, for Fun to take this one away.
Yeah, I mean, you can see these rounds. They're not clean whatsoever. I mean, yeah, maybe the first few, but then when things kind of went to the tail end of each half, both of the attacking sided teams just went on a rampage. They were constantly able to get multi-kills. The retakes were so difficult for them. And yeah, I think that's just a story for both of these teams on each of their sides.
The retakes were extremely hard. That is the lesson that we get out of this map, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy plays happening as well. You saw the judges, the double shorties.
Oh yeah.
This clutch here was pretty big as well. You're going to see that it's so difficult to try to retake. They try to put the smoke there, but there's just so many players playing in tight corners. And it's so difficult to find an answer. They did, however, I will say for fun, managed to string back 1 or 2 rounds thanks to the operator. But once the side of AVERNUS was able to realize that the op was one of their key win factors, they were able to just full on execute, right? Just throw in a flash or two, push the op back, and then smoke them out and execute onto the site. And then from that point onwards, it's really tough for you to retake with an operator. So yeah, nice adaptations coming in from the side of AVERNUS, but still not enough for fun. Clinched out in that overtime.
Now let's talk about the mental fortitude, as it was mentioned by the casters. You know, up 10-2, and then it just goes downhill from there. For AVERNUS, what do they need to do to make sure that they come back stronger in the second map?
I think, as with all comebacks of this kind of degree, you kind of just need to mentally move on from that map and just kind of push it aside. I know it must be heartbreaking because that is their map pick as well. So now going to the second map, I think they just need to reset, really compose themselves, and work with the team, have good communication, make sure utilities are always in place when you go for peaks or any set executes. So yeah, gonna be a tough one, but maybe they can show us something exciting.
Hopefully they can use this time during the break to mentally reset themselves and come back stronger on the second map. We also need some break to mentally reset ourselves because Coldan was going crazy during that overtime. So let's take a short break, but we're gonna be back soon. So catch us in a minute or two. everyone to the stream. I'm your host Jen Lee. With me today, it will be Coldan breaking down a little bit of Bind and talk about what happened on that map. Huge comeback, of course, and also get ourselves ready for Ascent. Now, let's talk about Bind a little bit more. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Is there anything else I want to add? Let's not pick Bind for both of these teams going forward. How about that? I think it was
True, I
really,
do agree,
yeah,
yes.
pretty laborious affair for both.
Now, moving on to Ascent, what are the win rates, or what are the level of cohesion or teamwork or strats that these two teams have shown us?
Yeah, glad you asked. Well, Ascent is actually the most played map for fun. So it's kind of weird, for fun. Yeah. But yeah, they played this map 12 times this year already. It's 75% win rate. They've only lost it 3 times, and I think it's to Invincible GC, SISU, and Basketsune, which was early on. It was a really awkward match, that one, for Basketsune. I think it was a bit of an off day for them. It was 113, and that team isn't particularly that strong, so I'll just look past that. But 2 losses to 2 good teams, Invincible GC as well as SISU. But other than that, they've had a pretty strong record on Ascent. Meanwhile, for Avernus, they've only played it 4 times. 75% win rate though, 3 wins. Notable loss up against Watermelon. Interesting name. But they're a pretty well-known team, but unfortunately didn't make it. But yeah, they lost to that one right there. Wins over Cold Sense Pink, Baby Poco. Again, teams that haven't really made it to this stage yet as well. So again, I'm going to give this map, I lean it to Forefront's favor. I think they have the better track record. They have, the better track record on this map, and it does seem like they should close things out. But a lot of things seem like they should today, but haven't closed out, I guess.
Are we gonna get an 11-1 comeback? What should we call it if we do get an 11-1 comeback?
The Pilski.
The Pilski, right.
The Pilski.
The Pilski. Sounds good. The Pilski method. What about that?
There's 11-1, there's 3 ones, right? And Pilski has like an I, an L, and an I, and they kind of look like ones. So yeah, okay, I'm trying to justify it.
But yeah, Ascent, definitely a map where for fun it feels comfortable, plenty of reps. Maybe their strat book is a little bit deeper, or much deeper than that of the team that they're facing at the moment. Has to come down to agent comps though, because there might be a chance that they just kind of switch everything up, and everything we talk about or theorycraft is thrown out the window. So we'll have to wait and see. But traditionally, talk to me about the type of comps that these two teams run.
Yeah, so For Fun likes to lean into the gun power, like the gun, the proficiency, the mechanics. You got the Clove, Jet, and Reyna composition, and that is the good old rank strat kind of comp that you kind of see here and there, but they've made it work. So I think they do have some cool strats in terms of the aggression, the mid-round calling. But for Avernus, they've tested out a Reyna Raze composition, which is something that we don't see too often, but I think it definitely can work as well. It is more of like what agent they're more comfortable playing on. They've tried Jet, they've tried Raze as well. I won't be surprised if they just switch back and forth between those 2 agents. But still, I just look at Forefun's record, and I still think that they have the better history. They should be better in terms of the mid-round calling as well, since they have so much practice on this map. So that is why I'm leaning a bit towards their favor.
And the practice, and also, the winning mentality on this map as well, because they've been winning it a lot. And of course, coming back into second map, especially from that 10-2 comeback, I feel like they're really feeling it right now. They're really eager to close this map in a more dominant fashion. So let's see if that happens. Now, on the side of Avernus, hopefully they had that mental reset and they, stay collected throughout Ascent, and have a really nice talk, prep themselves up, and also have that pep talk that they needed to make sure that they have enough energy, kind of forget about what happened in the first map as well.
Yeah, I think it's got to come down to a bit of the duelist firepower. I know we've said this. I mean, it's a common topic, right? It's the duelist head to head. You know, who can frag up more as a duelist? But I really do believe that for this attacking side of Ascent, it's going to be difficult to enter into certain sites. And it's got to come down to this entry duelist, right? Looking at the forefront side, they have that double duelist. They can go in together. AVERNUS tends to play on that single duelist, so a lot more pressure is going to be on Makjin. That I do believe is going to be playing that duelist role. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that kind of, you know, storyline there.
Yeah. That is a great point, though, especially on maps like Ascent, where everybody knows like where everyone positions every choke point as well. It will be up to that duelist to create that space for the team. Agent Select seems to be ready, so let's get ourselves ready for Ascent.
Ooh, this is the first Ascent today, no?
Oh my god.
So.
Is it?
I think it is. It's been a long day.
Okay.
Mine's a bit fried, but I think it is. And yeah, Chloe gonna be picking up that Clove.
That Clove, just slotting in, right?
Yeah. Oh, and then going off of that race pick, they're gonna go for the Jet on Makjin, bring in the KO as well. So back to the good old
the standard comp,
fashion
the staple comp. Okay, the thing is, I don't know, without the team names and stuff, I will say the staple comp is a staple comp for a reason. We witnessed a lot of reasons why this comp is, you know, more of a balanced one, and it's a cheat key when your opponents are pulling some pocket picks, for example, like Clove right now on this map. But because it's for fun and they have that momentum going on, I would love to see what goes down in the first half of Ascent. Should we throw it off to casters?
Sure, I think we all know how we're gonna throw it across, right?
Yeah, Coldan, I will let you toss it.
All right, thank you for having us. We're gonna throw it back to our caster to take us into the game. It's Tash and Pilski.
Dang. Coming into this one, I'm very excited. Now, once upon a time, we've seen Chloe on a team called Orang Utan X. They were playing against Sapphire. Do not remember which org had them at the time. It was interesting. It was a 1-11 half, and Chloe's team managed to mount a comeback, potentially into overtime, winning the game. We're seeing history repeat itself here on the big stages, and now we are going into a map where that comeback happened. I'm excited to see whether or not Chloe will be happen to be doing this again this time, Pilski.
100%. I'm really resisting the urge to go for a cool story, bro, but that may be a pre-jinx. And you know what? Let's throw a dad joke in there as well. Tash, do you smell that? It's Ascent.
It's been a long day. I think we're both slowly losing our minds at how crazy the games have been today. We've seen pocket picks. Now my question to you is, we have a standard pick comp compared to a Clove in the mix as well. What is going through your mind? I love hearing these things.
What's going through my mind? One team rolled into the Agent Select screen and they said, I played this comp in ranked last night. And then the other team, they said, I'm going to play Ascent the way that Ascent should be played. And you know what? That is sometimes ranked comp, good comp. And sometimes you swing things with Reyna and really cool, and you kill people. In all honesty though, like memes aside, I watched For Fun play this map the other day, and you know they have a much better win rate on defense than they do on attack. On attack, honestly, they looked a little bit lost, and that's partially due to their comp. They have to contact a lot of angles with this comp. They don't have, you know, the Omen Paranoia to contest angles. They only have the single initiator. They don't have the KO, which means that you do very much have to brute force map control. You have to contact up angles on attack with the Reyna and take some duels. So as opposed to the meta comp, you got to go for a little bit of a different way that you approach things. Good news for them though is that they actually are starting out on defense first, which is their favored side. And this is their map pick, so that means that AVERNUS has chosen attack first, and we'll see what they have for them. It's going to be a big contest towards A main early on, and I saw For Fun fighting A main with the double duelist for the whole game in the last map of Ascent I watch from them. So we'll see how this opening fight goes.
Granted, that time around, oh, punishing Machin for the aggressive little push forward there, but the recon will find two. Moving out of the way here, Ivory quick on that reposition, flash as well, and pre-position has completely taken out the entirety of AVERNUS' team. This map looking very sketchy from the get-go there, wondering what were the comms coming through with Machin just quickly rushing into A main.
Yeah, I think they wanted to go for like that A main control punish, and you could see with the like set paranoia, the execute that they were going for, it just completely backfired and did not go well for them at all. I mean, I think if they had watched many of ForFun's Ascent games, they would recognize, like, you can even see it here. The setup is virtually the same every time. You're playing like the KJ, Sova, B, and then you've got like A main control with the Duelist and the Clove. I don't know how many rounds, honestly, I would be running into A main and trying to fight that when that's going to be the strong side of the map, right?
Yeah, top mid will be the area of contention here. We can hear the sounds of the recon as well, finding no one. Ivory here with this outlaw in hand. Spots one, unfortunately not landing that shot. Pot shot into the wall just to see if anyone would bite, not happening. Very, very patient for AVERNUS. They want to be able to convert this eco, excuse me, if they can.
Taking things slowly.
Drop in a smoke.
Looking to try to maybe farm some orbs here on the side of AVERNUS. Killjoy turret dealt with. See if that's going to pull a rotation. It's not. They're just chilling. They've got that stroke up to deny the cross to Wine. Orb farmed up on Shirahoshi, so a little closer to the lockdown now.
The holes from ForFun. They're just not playing into this, Chloe.
30 seconds left.
Playing all her lonesome, gets it picking up. Nice, a little bit more heals for her. Top up, if you may. She's not going to be playing a little more passive on the side itself. All eyes on lane here as they cross. One tap, two tap. Nope, can't do more than that. The triple swing is there as Shirahoshi will be the one to take up that Garden in her hand. They know where she is, for Ivory at least. Coming up forward, gonna isolate one here with the WP forward. There's a clean around, all around, bringing 4 guns forward. ForFun is starting up real strong with these 2 rounds, but after this, the idea is whether or not they can convert that bonus.
They're just gonna leave the Outlaw? Okay, good. I thought they were gonna leave the Outlaw in favor of the Spectres. Come on. Like, we all know, I know that they're gonna be full armor, but still, like, over a Spectre? Come on now. Good stuff for ForFun, though.
Questions all around.
See how they go in their bonus now.
I mean, for AVERNUS here, guns blazing, they can go a little bit more aggressive. They can take these long-range fights if they want to, but do not underestimate the power that these outlaws can bring. And Sheena gonna take her time putting down her util here. Every single util in the book thrown down. Machin taking a fair amount of damage as she walks down those stairs. Moves out of the way, the fragment will take down a bit of her damage, and she just sprays with the frenzy. That will take down Sid, but Machin does trade back here. Ashling will be here checking out the crossfire coming through into Mean. Crosses out, finds one, but the crossfire a bit much to deal with. But Ashling is there to band-aid and remedy the situation. 1-2. Machin good for 1. Chloe there for 1 in her name as well. All alone here. Machin not able to find the final player, and with Ashling very, very quick to pick up that upgrade. So they do convert that bonus. Gonna be happy with that, and they're so happy to play off this no-ball moment. ForFun wants to try and just, I'd say, tie it up toward the end of the night.
Yeah, I mean, I think ForFun is running away with this pretty quickly. This is their favorite side of Ascent there. I remember looking at their games going into the game of Ascent they played the other day. It was like a 70% win rate on defense, which, you know, Ascent is a defense-sided map, but particularly with this comp, like I was saying, like, this is a comp that you can get aggressive on defense, and they just keep having the same approach. AVERNUS is going to go for this B set play again into Sheena playing solo on B.
how much pressure is in. Yeah, as much in takes quite a bit of damage. Sheena happy to capitalize off that. But the sprays from Aishling, she's gotten so many multi-frags through smokes today. Collider as well. Very, very nasty shot coming from her. All eyes onto Sid89. Does she know there's another player playing the crossfire with her? Shirahoshi is there. A silence all around. Aishling all alone here. Taps ahead of Sheena. But Aishling
down B.
Almost a 4K to her name. A bit more pressure rushing forward here. Still spike in hand for Shirahoshi. She also has little Timmy the turret to just watch her back as well. Knows that someone incoming from mid side. Ivory is here. One tap, all she needs. Damage done. Huge hero plays all around. It's always going to be Aishling.
Can get the ult out now if they want. They've got the economy for it. And look, I don't mind the approach from AVERNUS. I think that going for these B executes is probably the right approach given what the setup is for fun. But the execution is just not being there. Need to really clean up how they're executing on this attacking side. And like I said, there's no change in setup for fun. They literally do the same thing on defense every round. So if you can't figure a way out to beat it, then that's unfortunately going to be the end of the series.
See, the dash popped already for Ivory. Not finding value there, unless she's going to get another 2 picks in her hand. Verna's going toward a mid-area contention this time. Trying to see if they can go for a default, suss out any information. Perhaps a pick or 2 would be valuable to them.
Yeah, taking B main control, a little bit of pressure on mid, as you said. But got to decide what they want to be doing in the mid to late round. If Orb can be gathered, Katharina can grab herself Hunter's Fury. Could be something worth farming up. Another smoke goes on to Cat. Dart going to reveal multiple players. No Odin purchase though, so no spam potential. And the Orb is actually given over to the Killjoy, but won't give access to the lockdown yet.
Killjoy would be valuable for them to be able to take the site, just flush the other members off. And for AVERNUS, they haven't been able to really get on the site at all. It's been rough for them. Especially when you have ForFun, who's very aggressive, just all around the map and not falling into their manipulation of the map itself.
30 seconds left.
Look at Ivory. She's so deep in A main. She's being punished, but the rain is here still, Tash.
Chloe, very aggressive. Tuya here with that Lear. Wants to go for one more. Trades all around. Arky gonna be found by Tuya. Repositions herself all alone. Couldn't be playing with that Lear inside the smoke. Tuya for 3. Her teammate Aishling is there for the trade. Good teamwork. Good crunch. Understanding what they can and cannot do. What their limits are. ForFun, happy to take these fights all around the map. AVERNUS haven't found an answer quite yet. Not finding this fights, on mid. Not finding an answer.
Yeah, they don't look very comfortable on this map. They've tried a couple different approaches. Tried this A execute off the bat. Tried B execute that round. Some mid control. But you can't pivot back to A like this with no control or info over towards A main. Like, it's not going to work out for you. They're actually kind of lucky that Ivory took that duel so early on and lost it in A main, because it could have been even worse. Like, running back to A, especially heavily through A main with 40 seconds on the clock when the other teams had A main control since the start of the round, is not going to go well for you. Nice pick from Ivory. As I said, they had the money to get the op out, and that's where AVERNUS is going to run into some more issues that they haven't dealt with yet.
That contact play with the turret gives a lot of value. All she had to do was just shoot as soon as teammate the turret makes a noise. And AVERNUS, this round you can start to see the hesitation, question marks in their mind. We can't go into B as soon as the turret rings. We're gonna be met with an op. But a reposition for Ivory means that mid area will be in contention. Her teammate is there for the trade in case she goes down.
I mean, it's only the heart bite. They are regrouping towards A. They've got locked down Hunter's Fury. I don't know how much they actually want to throw at this round, given that they've got a pretty decent gun disadvantage and the Empress is active for Tuya here. But they're going to start the A execute now.
Revealing area. 30 seconds left.
Here comes the reveal. Recon destroyed. He just walks straight onto the side. But Chloe playing on dies for 3. Puts in a lot of value. Not much work. All is just there. It's just pure aim and the smoke off her back. Flawless for ForFun. That's 6 in a row. No answers. AVERNUS, they do have quite a bit of ults to play with here. So let's see they can make any value out of that.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest, I think that it's not looking good. Like, they don't look like they have a great understanding of how they want to be playing this attacking side of Ascent. They're looking very timid, a little bit on the nervous side. After losing a pretty big lead in the first half, that's going to take a toll on the mental, and you find yourself down at 0-6 already on your opponent's map pick. It's not going well, especially given the fact that, like I said, they chose to start attack, and they haven't really looked like they're very competent playing it so far. I don't mind their approach, it's just the execution. Like I said, like, I do think that the game plan for AVERNUS going into something like a Clove double duelist comp is, if you play execute heavy and your execution is good, you should be able to break through, because if you look at what the agents do, it's not super easy for them to hold a lot of these side executes without the KO. Like, you just have the wave of util from the Sentinel, and that's about it. There's actually not that much stall in this comp, so they have to very much like shut you down in the chokes, get into these aggressive angles, play like flood heavy, and take kind of off duels. But I don't know, I just haven't felt like AVERNUS has been able to get a clean execute off, and that has been to their detriment. They've left the spike behind in spawn as well after the timeout, so hopefully they'll remember to go back for that at some point. Sid's gonna go get her hands on that.
Unfortunately, Avery not finding value with that hop on mid, but that's alright. Choosing a more passive area to hold in case anyone were to push up from Pizza. Aisling spots all 3 members onto main, and here comes the rotations, but they're not in a rush though. Look at how much utility is there on B main. They can go for the retakes if they want to. Smokes all around here. Can see the up just ringing true as TB the turret goes forward. Ivory once again playing up this util. The recon finds so many members of AVERNUS here, but Sid will be the one to come up on top. Excuse me, going down. As the members one by one going through here on the side itself. Tuya and the other members want to be able to capitalize off this fight. Tuya to be finding where this lockdown will be coming through from, coming up forward. They don't care about any of those utilities. Not yet. Gonna be popped. Chin gonna go heavy, but Sheena is the one doing it out in the end. That was scrappy. That was incredibly terrifying to watch. AVERNUS, good start, but for fun, I'm not sure how they're able to win it in the end.
Yeah, I think like player advantage, really nice dart from Aisling to be able to spam that player on the crossover on lane, so you're already playing a player down. But I like the approach. They get onto the B side, they recognize they don't even need to use the lockdown to be able to get into B, so they use it in the after plant. But it's down to the execution, it's down to the aim duels not being won, the individuals on For Fun playing with a lot of confidence. This is a map they've played a lot of reps on, and this is their most, this might even be their best like half of any map that they play. Defense side Ascent, very, very good win rate on it. So things are just flowing really well for For Fun after that big comeback on Bind. They kind of feel unstoppable.
Ivory, Blade Storm in hand, but Sheena as well with the lockdown of her own. AVERNUS still relatively healthy on the ult economy, but the same could not be said about their guns. On the side already, Machin rushing up forward, taking a lot of damage from the members of For Fun, and Sheena does eventually go down, and she's done her job. Break the entirety of B side, giving them a lot of space. They break the door here. Arky playing a relatively close angle. No trades forward with her teammate, but Aisling reads at the book. Puts a lot of damage onto the members with that shock dart. There's an Arky in the end, knowing where Shirahoshi is. They do check her. No, they don't. She's straight onto the site itself. Chloe happy to go for one, and so does Aisling. Final 2 members inside a boathouse, trying their best to go in for the damage. Can't do more. This is just straight up aggression all around, and having an agent like Clove on your team potentially makes it look like you have 3 duelists. Very aggressive, so much pressure. 8-0. AVERNUS looking from bad to worse. We said that just now in the second half of Bind. The same could be said about this first half here.
Yeah, and just not seeing any proactivity for AVERNUS. Like, I know they're on the half by there, so the gun advantage is clearly with the defenders, but you're playing 1 in the corner of B main, 1 close market, and like 3 hiding backside, and there's just no cohesiveness in the post plant setup. No one's peeking off of each other. You're all just kind of taking your ones. There's no proactive utility to be able to disrupt the retake for For Fun coming in when they're playing a flood heavy comp. Like, it's just not going to go well for you for AVERNUS. Back on the buy now. Flash to contest mid dash as Machin tries to come straight up market, but Azeling's all over it with the positioning on Pizza.
Just going to try and contest for it. Aisling has not moved at all. This is her playground, her pizza area. You could say that about pizzas all around. We love pizzas, but coming back to the game. AVERNUS pivoting straight toward tree. Shahoshi will be here for that first contact. Not sure if she actually managed to see Shui. She does. Quick to react off in her. She knows that her teammate is there. If she goes down, they will be quick for that trade. Chloe will be suppressed, but she is going to be playing very carefully on this side. Phantom Spray coming very strong as one by one the members of AVERNUS go down here. It's just been trades on trades, pickoffs upon pickoffs, isolation upon isolation. Not seeing any cohesion between AVERNUS and their teammates, not being able to capitalize or even double swing, and looks so terrifying for them. What can you do when you're down 9-0? What can you do after you choke that hard on bind?
Yeah, it's just, this is like a classic case of throwing a big lead and then mentally just being kind of out of the series, and that's what we're seeing, unfortunately, for AVERNUS. Like, some of their attacking sides have, like, their attack on bind looks really good. They have some great game plans, and here you can see that they have a lot of different ideas, but the issue is the individuals are not fragging. The cohesiveness and the teamwork that you saw on the bind attacking side is not there at all. And 4Fun is just playing with full confidence and getting in their face, and they're playing a bit more of a simplistic style of Valorant, a more confident style of Valorant, and it's doing them a lot of good right now. They're looking very strong. I mean, 9-0, up against another half buy here. Very favored to win this game at this point. And it feels like AVERNUS is just kind of going through the motions, unfortunately.
No answers, no information. Can't force rotations from 4Fun. Can't force fights from them as well. 4Fun refusing to be baited into any of these early fights. And AVERNUS, this time around, once again, find themselves on this eco. The only thing that Machin has in hand is that Marshall. Yes, opening picks would be huge, but jump picks from Chloe, ready to just set up those smokes whenever time is right. Here we go, that's exactly what she's been doing. Machin, forcing Stratos tight, pre-fires all around, taking up that space onto tree, daring anyone to just really push through. Chloe and Tuya, one each already on the site itself, just playing very carefully. Crossfires around, shorty in hand even. One by one, only losing Aisling. AVERNUS, it looks like they didn't have an answer. They tried going to B, finds nothing. Going to mid, find nothing. A desperation play onto A site. With Chloe just guarding the round. Can't break anything here.
I mean, she's just under no pressure. Like, look at the spacing of AVERNUS. You got one player deep up jet, one player's inside of the short smoke, and two players like far back, only just coming out of the A main smoke. Like, Chloe's anchoring that site. If I told you you're going to execute into a Clove and Arena, you'd be loving life, you know? But here's this B main play again. See if it works a little better for them. Ivory's already found the opener though, Tash.
Look, huge here as the recon does the work. Athrena eating a lot of damage from the shock dart. Not before she goes down, Ashley trades. Arky here, all alone onto Switch. Crossfire set up with her teammate, Catherine. Wants to try and find one player as they go through, break the leer. Tuya just walks up, W gaming all around. Confidence is felt. 11-0.
Last round before the switch.
One more round, one more chance, at least to get the round. Again, reminding everyone that for the side of Chloe, she's able to come back from 1-11 before, and she's this time on the other side.
No comeback needed, I think, in this game. And she's been outstanding. Like, she's coming in, substituting in for the team, I think. I saw Shinobi playing the other day. And she has just been outstanding, both on the Cypher on Bind and then here on the Clove. Here's this set A execute, KO ultimate popped, and they're going to try to get into A again here, Tash.
Suppression onto Chloe, but it doesn't really matter. It looks like 4Fun does not care. Crossfires all around, a lot of pressure. Chloe does go down here, but AVERNUS this time around, they make it on site. But gonna be denied that plant. Aisling had that Hunter's Fury. Puts in a lot of damage The right opportune moment for Sid89 to drop down her lockdown. But the other members for 4 Fun here are gonna try and challenge. Sid, good for the trade, and so is Ivory, taps the head of one. Forced to move out that side as well, and now it's down to Arky to win it. Ivory with only a sheriff in hand. Does she actually check her? It's safe for that. She goes for that defuse. Gets it to half. Reads Arky like a book. Hurt the footsteps. Now she still wins it! A 12! Oh! 3 to her name! And it's looking terrifying for AVERNUS.
That's unbelievable. I've got only one question for the desk. Have you met my mate Owen?
Oh, Jen? Okay. I think you're back. Hi.
Oh, hello. Now, what was the question?
Like?
Have we met his friend Owen? Oh, Owen 12.
Oh, Owen 12. Have you met my light? It dropped.
We have to break this down.
I have to break it down.
Rolled over instead of breaking down your house. Rolled over at AVERNUS, you know, the question was, what can AVERNUS do? Because it felt like there wasn't much that they can do. In the first half, they just seemed boom.
Yeah, I think mental boob is exactly what we're seeing right here. It is when you had such a lead in bind and you lose that opportunity to really close things out. You move on to the next map. Your team, yourself, not really over that kind of a situation. You come into the map and it looks like you're almost checked out. Every single duel that they're fighting was not being won. The executes, too much pressure on Makchin to make all that space by herself. It's not sufficient. And yeah, Pilski put it perfectly. They're just going through the motions. They're just kind of just here, but not really in the server, not really fighting for a win. And as the rounds racked up, it was just an insurmountable obstacle.
So here's a question back to Pilski. Have you met our friend Owen13? But it's time to summon him.
Oh my god, what is this?
Over to you! Pilski, and Tash.
Pilski.
What's going on?
I don't know why, but the longer these games go, the more it feels like a fever dream.
It's unhinged. And yeah, it's sad. Like, as much as it's a meme because you can only laugh or you'll cry, I'm not gonna lie, like this legit same thing happened to my team to get knocked out of challenges, like being ahead very hard on one map and then losing, throwing the game away and getting stomped on the last map to get knocked out. It is a rough run of things. I'd love to see a different story unfold for AVERNUS, Tash, I'm not gonna lie, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
I would rather not hear that. Jinxes are not needed right now, but let's see if they can completely end this. They need the pistol to end the game. In, huge, playing on wide, punishes Ivory for even holding down the side. Goes for two. Cheetah Elise here to punish. Chloe is here as well with that frenzy. Gonna punish anyone playing inside of smokes. A little bit more pressure to come forward. Still, 3-on-4. Chloe with only 63 HP to play with. Cutting the noise, could potentially go for a re-hit on A. But the same thing could be said about AVERNUS on what they can expect. Sending one player over. Katrina will be meeting the teammates over on the other side. Mid-area all around. Oh, going to a 3.
Yeah, Killjoy's worth its weight in gold here with the turret. Has got the B main info line. The alarm bot's still up, so they can still lean 3 towards A here, Tash.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds to go. They need to go for these plant. Chloe, pick me up use, finds Katrina's head, pops it out, gets a bit of an upgrade onto it, that ghost. Recon gonna be broken here. They know there's one inside of hell. No double swings.
Spike
looking bad to worse. But it's still 2-on-2. Shot from Chloe with 3 to her name. A 13-0. Waiting for Mixwell to tweet out, welcome to the 13-0 club, perhaps, but for fun. They have and end this with a convincing win. But with the convincing win, with that win also comes sadness. As we bid good night and goodbye to AVERNUS, whose game ends here.
Yeah, I've now met Owen 13. Thanks, Jen. In the wise words of Owen Wilson, wow, what a half. in the way that he says it, you know. Yeah, it's rough. I think, look, AVERNUS, even the other day when they lost against BOBA, I could see some like level of preparation, some things that they did really well, and you saw it on their attacking side of Bind. Like, clearly this is a team that's put a fair amount of prep in, they put some practice in, and that's why they've been able to get into the playoff stages of Game Changers here. But you know, they know it. They threw that game of Bind away that they had won, and they were just not themselves on a sense. So it's rough at the end of the day. In the lower bracket, they get knocked out of the competition. But credit to ForFun, that is them when they're playing at their best, playing a ranked comp and running it down at the opponents and just playing with confidence. And yeah, they're going to be a scary team if you let them play like that.
Truly, truly. Let's see what Jen and Coldan has to say about this one. All we know is we didn't go 9 for 9 today. What do you guys think?
Thank you, Tash and Coldan and Pilski and everyone. First 2-0 of the day to close out the day. Woohoo! That was 13-0. Pretty quick.
I couldn't have seen that coming a mile away. We've had so many close series, close maps, overtimes, left, right, center, and then to end it with a 13-0 is not what I expected, but I don't know how I want to break down that half. It was pretty short.
We have a huge task. I was gonna say, you have a huge task of breaking down what happened in the second half, that one round.
Well, you see, when you win the pistol, you get a round. And 12 plus 1 is 13, and you need 13 to win. So
yay.
Simple math. We got there in the end. Yeah, I would give credit to the side of AVERNUS, but I mean 13-0 is just it's rough, right? It's rough. You kind of just need to accept that loss and say, hey, for fun, they were a better team today. Chloe, the substitute player coming in, drops 18 and 5 as they clove 2 first bloods as well. So a team effort for this one for fun. Every single player, you know, showing up when it mattered the most.
Especially Chloe, I feel like it was not the easiest position to be in, especially with the elimination on the line, but pressure did not get to her. And of course, for fun, having that 9 first kills, it was an easy walk in the park for fun, I feel like.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't fully just running down, getting kills at the start. I think for fun definitely gave them a bit of respect. But when AVERNUS was just failing to hold onto those post plants, I think it was 4 post plants in like the first half, or at least the first 10 rounds. I think ForFun just realized, hey, even if, you know, Maxin was able to get into the side, maybe find an opening kill, as long as they just played the numbers and go for those retakes, it was so easy for them to retake. Yeah, granted, there were a couple of really close rounds, but I mean, at that point, with that kind of scoreline, every single round just felt so doable for the side of ForFun. And you can see from the heat map, a lot of the fights happening within the side because a lot of those were on the retake as they were executing. Not too much fighting towards mid. You can see it's almost empty towards mid.
Yeah.
It's mostly just commitments towards the sides.
Great thing you pointed out. They're, you know, not very contested area mid. We do have to mention Chloe once again, of course. Doing a great job, tremendous job, you know, on this squad.
Yeah, 336 ACS, 18 kills. As that clove, I mean, you get a 13-0 score line. Yeah. Someone's gonna have some crazy stat line to boast. But yeah, Chloe's gonna get the MVP. Well deserved.
Well deserved. Well deserved. And especially because she did not have to, you know, use her ult for so long. She was fragging everywhere, killing everyone. So good game from Chloe, and also for fun. Looked like they had fun.
Definitely, I think they lived up to the name here in the second map. They really just chose the agents that they were comfortable with. It is pretty much like a ranked comp.
30 seconds left.
But the way that they played it, right? The discipline, the positioning where they were, really capitalized off of their mechanical skill. Every single one of those players, you know, you can see the AWP here, whether it's a Jet, the Reyna, or even Chloe here, anchoring the side, brilliantly done, plays it perfectly. You don't need some crazy fancy stuff with like a paranoia coming through. You got a Hunter's Tree to distort them already, and then you just peek off as they walk in. And it's a beautiful crossfire setup here. Time and time again, she's finding success towards this A site. I mean, most of the rounds, 12 out of 13 rounds for the defense side. So yeah, Not much to say on attack though.
But what a great way for Forfun to close out the day, though.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a confidence builder at least, right? For the next few games.
One enemy remaining.
So there it is for fun, closing the series out 2-0 and keeping themselves alive. They have to face the cardboard dinosaurs sooner or later.
Yes.
But that is all we have for today with today's matches. We do have Chloe on standby, but let's kind of give her a little glow up when it comes to the things that she did. So highlight what she did well today, including the bind, please.
Oh wow, you're just nice. Thank you for asking so nicely. Yeah, I think she was a fantastic Cypher playing on that bind. It was a little bit awkward on the defensive side, but I think she did her job pretty well in terms of the anchoring and trying to navigate those spaces. She had a lot of diverse setups as well. But again, it's that attacking side that somehow was just so successful for both of those teams. So to be honest, her impact as that Cypher wasn't really much felt or converted in terms of the rounds, which is a bit unfortunate. A bit of a team issue, I would say, on bind, but still, yeah, they made it to over the line. They got a couple of clutch rounds on that map, and coming to Ascend, they just literally look like a different team.
All right, now it seems like Chloe is ready, so let's hear from our one and only Chloe. Hello, Chloe,
Hi.
and congratulations.
Hi, hello.
Hi, now, first of all, congratulations. And second of all, that insane comeback on Bind. Just, to start things off, tell us how. That was fun too.
Yeah, I think we just play our game, like, we don't look at, like, the scoreboard. Yeah.
Okay, but you don't look at the scoreboard because you guys can shoot and turn it around. But today, you stepped in as one of the starting members. So talk to me about, playing this match. What was it like for you?
I think I don't know, I just play. I don't feel anything. Yeah, I just play.
Yeah. But tell us, tell us about how you're kind of mixing in and adapting to the new team. What's it like playing for fun?
I think I just play my own game and just communicate with them. Yeah.
Okay, communication is the key, and also that confidence, playing your own game. Coldan, is there anything you wanted to ask?
A little bit. I guess when you swapped over to Ascent, right? Like, did you guys ever expect to go on this kind of a scoreline? I mean, it was such a close game on Binary. Both of you guys were so strong on the attacking side, but then when you swapped over to Ascent, you went with the composition that they played previously. And then how did you guys manage to pull off so many rounds in a row and literally go flawless on that map after such a close game on the first?
I think we are just better individually. I guess. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think cause we are called like a for fun team, right? So we just play like we have nothing to lose. Yeah.
Right. So it's that type of mentality, for fun. Let's have fun.
Yeah.
Let's show the world what we can do. Cute cat, by the way. In the background. The cat's gone now, but congratulations, and we're gonna let you go. Enjoy your time with the cat.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chloe.
And congrats on staying alive in the tournament as well.
Yeah. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
The cat. I wanted to ask her what the cat's name was.
The cat's name? Yeah. I thought that was gonna be a question.
Dang.
But
Yeah.
maybe another time. Maybe when they win the next time. Hopefully.
Yeah. what's the cat's name? Please ask that for me. But that was Chloe, of course. And it looked like, 13-0 was not a big deal for her. And also that 10-2 comeback was not a big deal for her. It's just something that, she knows she can do. And she knows the team is capable of doing so. But we have our brackets here. We had to say goodbye to LILAX and AVERNUS after today. Also, we had Zipto facing BOBA soon. And here is our 4 teams for the lower bracket. SISU facing Cardboard Dinosaurs and Invincible GC facing For Fun. That's going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, I think we got a lot of really interesting teams in that lower bracket. As you can see, so this is going to be the schedule for tomorrow's. As
we only have 2 matches?
Not 1 and then suddenly 3 in a row. But it was fun. It was fun to see how things panned out, how crazy games can just come out of nowhere. Expectations being absolutely overthrown. You got a crazy 13-0 thrown in there at the very end as well. So should be pretty interesting tomorrow to see who is going to be essentially the 2 remaining teams, right? That's going to fight for that last spot in Bangkok.
True, and tomorrow I feel like we are going to have a lot more crazy games and rounds and upsets, comebacks as well, judging from what kind of matchup we have between those 4 teams. But that is a wrap from all of us. We had a crazy 3-game day, but thanks for staying with us. It's been fun with everyone, just kind of supporting each other and watching this crazy game with us. Let's say goodbye here. Good night, everybody. Have a lovely rest. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye.
1 enemy remaining. Enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Is clear. Thrifty. 1 enemy remaining. No more sofa.
Taken out.
1 enemy remaining. Run. Run. My turn. 1 enemy remaining. You both. One enemy remaining. 1 enemy remaining. Dizzy's up. Somebody's there. 1 enemy remaining. Spike down A. Scout destroyed. 1 enemy remaining. Blinded. Brimstone down. Player standing. 1 enemy remaining. 1 enemy remaining.